at a counterpoint because they're not going to be a top 3 champion pick.
Nautilus is a top 3 carry if he has.
What's your top 3 mid tank?
Scion.
That's not top 3.
You are capping hard.
I could see the panic in his eyes.
Galleon.
But I want you.
No. I was just thinking, this is new.
Yeah.
The level of marksman play, and I just want to check in my own brain: is it because it's new, or is it because it's a big problem?
I would say
it's a problem.
I would say it's a problem.
I agree. I just needed to check.
Yeah.
So my thing with marksman being strong is, I feel for AD carries in the sense that playing bot lane sucks. I never want to go bot. I wouldn't wish playing bot on my worst enemy because it is rough, dude. You are underleveled. You are at the mercy of your support's competence. Every bruiser and assassin in the game is trying to one-shot you at all points in time. You need items to be useful. Like, I get it. It's tough. There are struggles. But on the reverse side of that, it is so obnoxious to play against the marksman who has, 1 or 2 enchanters with him, and it gets to late game, and you can't do anything against him. He is just so tanky from, barrier and whatever enchanters with them. They're one-shotting you with autos. They're just chain critting you for your whole health bar from longer range. And so when that's so common, and it just feels like there's nothing I can do against them. You can't outplay their auto attacks. They will just right-click you and kill you. So for me, that's why I'm like, when a bot laner does it, at least they have to get to that point. But when a mid laner is playing Tristana and all-inning the assassin and mage and winning by jumping on their head, I'm like, all right, that's not as chill.
Yeah, definitely not chill at all. I was always worried when I saw them trying to correct some of the complaints that you were talking about, these classic complaints of AD carries where they're like, we're so weak and squishy and we depend on everyone else so much. And so then you notice this over the season and over a lot of patches, they made some changes to try and make marksmen like less dependent on other champions and less dependent on their teams, buffing up their early game, giving them a little bit more, survivability here, move speed there, type of thing. But if you do that, then you remove the need for them to be trapped in the bot lane jail, and they escaped. They all jailbreak out and go into your mid lane and your top lane because now they have the ability to actually lane quite well, and you still get the benefit of being the turbo scalers that are going to be priorities in these team fights. Like, you still are able to be the main carries of these team fights with having a better like early stage and not having to be like so weak and kind of like spoon fed by your support and stuff like this. So let's get into what are some of the corrections that the Balance team has decided to go with here, because AD carries the first point on their list. They are definitely looking at this issue, and the changes are kind of twofold. They're making some changes to the items, as well as they mention they feel like this fleet footwork change is going to be a big one as far as the early presence and their ability to lane quite so securely, I guess.
So we got Static Shiv price increase and move speed reduction. We got Kraken Slayer move speed reduction, and also slightly less effective on range champions, the Bring It Down passive. The Armor Pen stuff is, I think, completely separate because Lord Dom's got nerfed a little bit and Mortal Reminder got also nerfed a little bit, but mostly it's sustain and lane. I think these are like little chips, little baby chips, because I don't think they want to go back to the reason that they did all these changes where you're actually in a bot lane jail and you're just at a mercy to a soul laner pressing R on you, but they don't like it that they're dominating everything. So I think this will help a bit because the sustain has gone down a bit. They say it's a nerf until level 14, but that means that like level 7, it's what, like 20 or 30% less effective as a heal. So they're very small. I don't think it's going to move the needle a massive amount.
And this has been the strategy that they have taken, I feel like, more frequently.
For sure.
A lot in the recent history is where they do start out with small chips and then, try and follow up with consecutive layered chips, small changes.
I'm getting a little worried about the size of the chips at this point because with the split being as short as it is in so few games, what we don't want to happen is, well, first of all, I don't think anyone wants to see this meta at Worlds. You're getting the best players from around the world playing Trist Corki against each other, and nothing happens for 20 minutes. Like, nah, I'm good. So what? But also, you don't want to see the patch happen too late to the point where teams qualify for Worlds using a certain meta, and then it's just not that going into Worlds. So you won't have teams necessarily at their best with that. And I feel like now is kind of the time you need to just do a bit more heavy-handed changes. Just force something.
So I guess this is kind of a different topic, but I think the only way they have a chance of sticking the landing is if they keep doing small changes. Because to your point, I think it's if they actually just gutted AD carry solo lanes somehow. We already have some teams that have qualified for Worlds. We have playoff seedings that are already set based on this meta. So if you completely eradicate that meta for playoffs, your Worlds qualification is going to be a little bit weird anyway because the playoff seeding has been different. So I think the only way they stick the landing is by doing these small chips and making it so that you can play both, or that there is a disagreement amongst top teams about what is best. I think that's the only way they actually stick the landing without having a meta that is either just stale or a meta that is inaccurate for the way the teams qualify. It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair for sure, and I could be wrong, of course, but I think that most people just like a little bit more action in their games, and when you have these really safe scaling picks everywhere, it's just
yeah,
why?
I certainly do as well, and I know that they also have a close eyeball on snowballing in the game, and so sometimes they also make other adjustments that are not necessarily related to champions or anything like that incentivize farming over kills, with the small changes to experience for shared kills and stuff like that. And these things all kind of come together. I definitely prefer a League of Legends game state that heavily incentivizes risking and going for kills on champions. At the end of the day, yes, objectives are very important and a critical part of the game. But I think the most exciting thing is always going for kills on the players, not on the AI. PvP is inherently, and I'm super biased. I love PvP in every single game. But to me, should be a very high priority. And even one step further, I further enjoy isolated PvP over every instance of it being a team fight, because they've made it so that you are going to have to team fight in League of Legends, right? Team fight is critical. There's so many objectives now, so many, really big, powerful neutral objectives on the map. But isolated 1v1s and stuff, the peak excitement there is still some of the things that fans look forward to most, the most.
I agree, and I have a half-baked stat because I'm trying to check it live. I
Tip
think
these things out. I love these half-baked
I think
Any good cherries to pick?
the combined kills per minute, which would be the measure of how much PvP there is in the game, are up year over year.
That's good.
Yeah.
I say that's a good stat.
That's good.
But
here we are complaining that the game is like PvE, but it's more. Is that exactly?
I'm about to answer.
Great. Yeah.
And my answer is that because you get a lot more of the kills in the bigger fights rather than the 1v1
So
scenarios.
we need to check if kills before 14 minutes are up. What's the stat we should check to check the game health here?
Even skirmishes and 1v1s are kind of separate from full 5-on-5 dragon team fights. And
so would
team fights and
solo
stuff.
kills be good for that?
I mean, yeah, solo kills definitely good for that. They're not the end all be all, but we are getting a little deep in the weeds as far as that philosophy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
Because I basically just said all these things we've been complaining about. I don't know, but then I don't have the answer yet,
and
you'll have to invite me back to answer the questions.
I'm not even necessarily saying that it's a huge problem right now. It's just something that I always have my eye on.
For sure.
And so I always kind of bring up when we do have systemic changes, because we're pairing these AD carry changes, these small nerfs in this patch with also buffs to AP items.
True.
So whenever you're also buffing up kind of some competitors, then it should have an effect on the general meta there too. I would say that, you know, Storm Surge and Rocket Belt and Cosmic Drive getting some small buffs and Void Staff even getting 5 more ability power here are some other small like buffs the other way.
Dude,
but
100 health on Cosmic Drive and Rocket Belt
is not a small chip.
That's big.
And I would say it's bigger for junglers. So AP junglers, I think, are still like, there's so many really good options. They talked about not wanting to take a heavy hand to nerfing AP jungle because even though it's in a very like strong state right now, they like that they've done this basically is what they said, and they really want, you know, to have a lot of jungle options so that the role, which is very unpopular in solo queue, can be more accessible to people, even though I'm not necessarily on board with having more variations of champions, you know, being the right way to make it more accessible. You know, having some of these buffs here seems like you could get some more double dipping from AP jungles rather than just AP mid laners that are going to be trying to compete with all these AD carry picks. So quite interesting to keep our eyeballs on the other side of it as well. Since Storm Surge for the longest time, ever since it was super OP, then they nerfed it because the burst damage in the game was so high and everyone was complaining about getting 2-shot in the very beginning of the season. And it was dead for a very long time to now coming back and giving some more burst options.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which champions might show up with these item changes because traditionally these aren't super popular items. And I mean, that could be because they're not that strong or whatnot. But if they're the health AP items mostly, it's...
How about that Silas change you were seeing?
Yeah. I mean, Silas is getting some changes, which I don't actually know if that's going to make him better or not. I mean, lower cooldown on Q is going to make him it easier for him to farm and maybe have a better time against some of these matchups. But I don't think I'd want to play Silas into Tristana or Corki.
You were
personally.
just before the show. You were telling us all your tech that you wanted to try on Silas.
I was trolling. I was saying,
oh come on!
I said Heartsteel Warmogs take Silas. Like I was.
Where do you play him?
Nowhere. 8-ram.
In your mind, it is a purely theoretical Silas.
Dude, it was so sarcastic. That's crazy.
I don't know. You sounded confident about.
No, I mean, like maybe these items, but like, are you really building Rocket Belt on Silas? I guess you could, but
so I would say, to answer your question, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, right now, I think Diana is. Well, so I'm also more of a like. Solo queue, there's definitely more options to incorporate these, right? So I'm thinking like Diana,
that's a good one.
Even Fiddlesticks is actually very good in solo queue,
True.
and I think is playable in pro, although it's way more difficult because there are a lot of other things you have to consider with Fiddlesticks and like early invades and teams being better at warding where you're going to come from and getting a lot less of these surprise kills that you do in solo queue. But like we have Inspired in the league. And he loves playing Fiddlesticks. I've been pulling for it for a while. And so, like, if you are rushing Rocket Belt on Fiddlesticks, which you don't have to do right now, like Leandri's first is actually the highest win rate. But you could, especially with an extra 100 health, you know, get in there and you can have it. A Rocket Belt can make it easier to make those types of plays with the extra mobility there. So
yeah,
I'm kind of happy for Rocket Belt in particular because I think it's a more fun AP item than some of our generic ones where I'm like, everybody rushing Faded Ashes because the clear speed is insane. And then so everyone's like, well, I'm basically locked into this build where, you know, I'm going to go Leandri's or Blackfire, depending on my champion. But if we get a world where some people are rushing Rocket Belt instead, I think that's a better world to live in.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. I think Rocket Belt's a super fun item. I do think because there are no Leandri nerfs here, it's still probably going to be the premier AP item. Like, in my experience, from what I've seen and what I've played, Leandri's is just so much better than every other AP item by, like, a lot that I don't know when you would ever get one of these other items instead of Leandri's. And then also the fact that they're kind of competing for the same role, if you will, in a build where it's, you know, it's your first item durability option because afterwards, you know, say you want a defensive item, none of these are really that, it's going to be Zhonya's, Banshees, whatnot. You want your percent pen. You want your void. Your
5 more AP, baby.
the other void item. I'm totally blanking.
The
Crypto
Crypt
Bloom.
Crypto Bloom.
It's not Crypto Bloom, is it?
No, it's just Crypt Bloom. But
It's crypto.
you're not alone in that. I think the most common term for it has to do with crypto. Just because
Yeah.
Because it's funny. It's
Yeah.
more fun to say. That's all that matters.
it's also better than Void Staff. So buffing up Void Staff by 5 AP isn't like they're like, okay, every mage by 3rd item is going to have 5 more AP, because most of them would go Crypt Bloom instead of Void Staff, and this is just like making Void Staff more competitive with it.
Yeah.
So to your point, yeah, these might not necessarily be very impactful as far as these changes go. And then if they are, a lot of them would be more like second items after you like already have a Leandries or something like that. So
Yeah, I like your point about Diana though. I didn't think about that one. I think she's maybe one of the ones that like actually would benefit a lot from Rocket Belt buff. So we'll see.
that'd be cool. That'd be cool if we get some more Diana in there. Some more variation. Let's see. What's your single biggest take on a change here, Chad? What are you most interested in?
I would say that the Cassiopeia changes
Mm-hmm.
missed the mathematical mark, because in the notes they said that they wanted to, I'm going to paraphrase, they wanted to make the early game like smoother so you're not ooming all the time, and to compensate for that we're going to take down a little bit of the late game. But anyone who played Cassiopeia had gotten really good at managing the early game, and then the late game changes just mathematically were so big. I need to pull them up again, but like so basically in exchange for having the Q mana go down by 20 at max rank and gaining a little bit of base mana, the QAP ratio dropped by 0.2 and the EAP ratio dropped by 0.05, which looks small, but when you consider it's like an auto attack,
Yep.
is like a 8% damage nerf to your DPS throughout the entire game. Yeah, it's just too much. It's day 0 basically, and there's only 1,700 games I'm looking at on Lawlytics, but the win rate went down 5% on Cassiopeia mid. And it wasn't meant to be like a big nerf. So I think they just did the math wrong, and I hope they hotfix it.
Yeah, that seems fair. Cassio, she was never really known for being a late game monster. She's kind of just known as like a champion one tricks can smurf on you with.
Yep.
And snowball. But yeah, if I was a Cassio main, I would not be super happy about those.
I'd be angrily posting on the R Cassiopeia main subreddit. Be like, but everyone does that.
True.
It's just, I think anytime that you have a niche champion and you try to like make the niche easier, that's not going to actually make it better for the people that play the champion. And the people that play the champion get hurt by all the actual number nerfs that ended up happening. So I think they'll fix that.
Yeah, I think to me the one that maybe stands out the most is the Varus buffs, because historically base AD changes on AD carries is kind of huge. And Varus, I know when he got his changes, he lost 3 base AD, and now he's getting back 2. So I would expect him to be pretty good. I know he already gets played occasionally in pro play in solo queue, so I think Varus stonks will be up for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see some of the outliers kind of nerfed as well. Like the Leona just kind of took over. Leona plus ever since the Warmog's mega buff just was such a mega tank, and I like that they're nerfing not the tankiness but some of the extra damage, because I'm kind of okay with her being a super good engager, but all of the extra like little bits of damage that she added to your kill windows with your AD carries, like the passive damage and the W extra little bit of damage. I think that's a good way to go about like bringing some of those outlier supports back under control. The one to me that I want to bring up is Shyvana, because Shyvana became OP because of the Quick Blades build. And there's been some abusers of Quick Blades. I guess the 2 best have been Volibear and Shyvana, the melee users of it. obviously, like champions like Tristana and stuff always spam it and build it, and Tristana is super, oppressive in pro play. But for solo queue, the Quick Blades build is like such a carry build, and was like a really kind of fun and interesting way of, changing these champions, Volibear and Shyvana, and making them something different, like actually playing them way different than normal. And it felt really fun.
Yeah.
The Shyvana one, I think it was definitely way too strong. And AP Shyvana has always done a lot of damage. So they are making, again, some smaller, they have the notes in here for a 2% nerf plus a 3% nerf plus a 1% nerf to make sure people don't like super freak out. I would say I was always a fan in the past of playing more bruiser style Shyvana. This was all the way back when Frozen Mallet was in the game, though, so that's very, very dated.
Ancient history.
An ancient history build, when you would just get the slow, and you would just run people down, and you would be able to farm very quickly, and you would go for dragons to try and make the most of your passive, and you would be this massive bruiser. They, in these AP nerfs and ability nerfs, because of the Quick Blades build for Shyvana that has taken over and causing her to, take over a lot, even stronger than the pure AP builds. They actually baked in some bonus AD ratios here. So
they switched total AD to bonus AD.
Yeah,
and big one.
and it's up a bit. So that's why it's buffs to the bruiser builds, because bruiser builds will have some bonus AD in it.
Because I think when I saw the context, I don't think Navori is actually very popular on Shyvana. Like the Shojin Liandry build is for sure the one that is more popular. Because to me, Navori seems like a luxury item on Shiv. If you're not super ahead, you're just gonna be too squishy.
You're gonna be so
health.
squishy, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's definitely targeting that more AP centric build. But honestly, like if it's a 1 to 3% nerf on certain abilities, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I think she'll still be able to do what she wants to do. People who like playing it will still be able to have success, but maybe it's just a little easier to play against.
Yeah. No, actually, you're right. I think I was completely blanking and thinking of the Sojin one, because Sojin into Liandry's is the one that's what Lol Dobby made the video on. That's the one that everyone was spamming, and Sojin obviously does also have AD in it. So
win rate's down 4% on day 0 though, 8,500 games. That's pretty big.
Yeah,
numbers are pretty big.
That's definitely substantial there. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I'm definitely looking forward to this patch overall. I don't think it's gonna be like massive, sweeping, revolutionary, changes for this LCS this weekend though.
Do you ever? I don't think so. Is Aurora available to play in LCS?
This week? Yeah.
Really?
So
I mean, I assume so, because they always make us wait. Oh, wait a second. Isn't it globally locked for 4 weeks?
Dude, that's
because I assumed it was on the following patch.
I'm gonna check,
because she was.
I haven't heard anything about her in pro play, but from what I've seen in solo queue, she's kind of what we anticipated, just an absolute terror, especially in top lane. Who was I watching?
Because Aurora seems really strong at the moment.
Yeah, I think I was watching Dokla the other day, and it looked so unplayable for his opponent. Like, I think he was against a Riven, and he was just like QEQing the dude under turret and doing like over half his health from one combo. I wouldn't want to lane versus that.
Yeah, I mean, she did get nerfed on this patch. So she was way OP on release, because if they ever instantly nerf on the very following patch a brand new champion, then that is very abusive. So
she's clear this weekend.
Nice.
She's playable?
That's
14-15. That's when LCS lets us. So we'll be the first Aurora region.
Right.
Okay.
So
that's exciting.
So
that'll be fun.
So it's not the hard lock on 4 weeks. It's just on next patch. That's very good news for us. So we're going to be the first Aurora users.
Or banners.
Or banners.
And then I just wanted to throw this in since I think we're done. Do you ever find it crazy that we've been reading patch notes for 14 years? We're on patch 14-15.
No, because I have played games where they don't patch, and it's a horrible existence.
I know, but that's so many patches. There's like 20 to 25 patches a year. for 14 years.
Yeah, what's the stats on total number of League of Legends
It's got to
patches?
be over 300. That's insane.
Is it though?
How many people do you think have read every patch note?
I love the delivery too.
Is that though?
How many times have you eaten lunch in the last 14 years, dude?
Yeah.
It's a long time. It's just a thing that happens. It's all
It's
good.
just impressive.
Yeah,
I also
I mean,
think it's why it's more okay to do these little love taps, because I think because we've had 14 years of patch notes, I bet you the percentage of people that read patch notes has gone down over time.
Well, we
Because
even
it just becomes overwhelming. People just listen to the dive to hear our opinions, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's the patch note.
That's it.
we even
Yeah.
have pro players that don't read patch notes.
Yeah.
And
Because how do you keep 300 patch notes clear in your head?
I feel like it's
You get
not,
so confused.
I don't think you go from reading patch notes to not reading patch notes. So I think there's just a certain type of player that doesn't read anything, even tooltips on their character. They just
They're
kind
a
of
field player, yeah.
yeah, they just go strictly on feel. Like they'll watch someone play it and be like, okay, I'll do that, but they never actually read anything. So I mean, that's fine. I do that for some games. Yeah, I think it's all right. I think the thing for me is sometimes it becomes hard to remember the state of certain things in the game
Oh, for sure.
because it'll change so much.
Up and like the Senna soul rate,
Oh, dude,
drop rate.
the craziest lever of all time.
Holy.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
yeah. I mean, we do that all the time when it's on the co-streams with sneaking double lift. We're just like, what is this mechanic right now? I don't remember. We go
Yeah.
to the patch notes. It's been changed like 10 times.
Yeah.
It can be hard to keep track of, but it is good they adjust the game, keep trying to make it fun and fair.
We're blessed.
yeah,
Actually.
especially if
Very
you've been playing since the beginning, you
Yeah.
can have some like artifacts or like vestigial patch notes in your head,
Exactly.
and you're so sure that some small niche mechanic works works some way. But let's get into the actual LCS games here, because this weekend we've got everybody looking forward to the battle at the top, the undefeated teams, Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Let's just start with the best right off the bat, because even though it is going to be on Sunday, August 4th, that is what everybody is looking forward to. And I want to start off this discussion by saying we have never had an undefeated team in the LCS. So it would be record breaking, even though we are on a different format here and it is best of threes. It would be record breaking to have an undefeated LCS team.
Yeah.
And if you look at both these teams, Cloud9 and Team Liquid do not look like they will lose to anyone else. So if they win this series, there is a very good chance that that could be the first undefeated LCS team.
So we've had Immortals back in the day when they had Huhi reign over, only lost one game in spring.
Yep.
And then we had TSM, the split later, when we switched to best of threes 2016 summer, go, what was it, 17-1 in best of threes. They had like 6 or 7 game losses, but I guess we're counting it.
We're
match
counting,
totals.
yeah, whatever the format is.
It would be a huge accomplishment. Cloud9 has the harder road because they play TL and then also FlyQuest. But it's exciting. Are we going to talk about last week's games, or we're just cruising straight through to this week?
I mean, you can reference all the stuff that happened in the last week's games and go over anything that stood out to us.
Yeah.
How has the how we usually do it, the vibe that we usually go with, and then we look forward and use the context of last week's game.
Hell yeah. I have a topic about C9.
Okay.
Fire.
Yeah, I have a lot of stats.
Love stats.
Okay.
Deliver them.
Agree or
We're
disagree?
on the edge of our seats
I
here
know.
in anticipation, Jet.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to deliver on the anticipation I built. They have been so incredibly good in the early game this split. Their gold difference at 14 is plus 2.6K. Their gold difference at 8 is 1,000. So on average, 8 minutes into the game, they're already up 1,000 gold. They've gotten first blood in 10 of their 11 games and first turret in 9 of their 11 games. So the interesting comparison that people keep talking about C9 is how they're so much more, like I've heard this, they're much more connected, they're more coordinated, they're improving their mid and late game. I'm not sure if they are, because you're going to have a much better post 14-minute game if you're 2.6 thousand gold ahead every single game. So and then so I checked the numbers on this too. Individually, gold differences across roles. Spring plus 300 at 14 for JoJo. Summer plus 372. Not that big of an improvement. Berserker plus 200 in spring, 384 in summer. So a slight improvement. I'm not 100% sure how many Senna games factor into that, so AD carry is always a little fraudulent. Blabber, the biggest improvement, 281 to 581, gold difference of 14. Fudge, plus 35. Thanatos, plus 780. So how much has Thanatos, I guess this is the question, how much has Thanatos actually helped this team, or is this just a stat from small sample size, do you think?
So I was listening to your interview that you just had
with APA.
With APA and JoJo.
Yeah,
where
on the LCS YouTube channel, which, by the way, if you like and subscribe to this video and ring the bell, you'll also see all of the great LCS content. It's much more discriminatory in the sense that only good things get posted there now, so it's safe to ring the bell because you'll only get bangers.
Perfect ad. I was listening to that interview that you did where JoJo was referencing Thanatos, and both of them talked about him being, a lane god.
Yeah.
But JoJo specifically just being like, he's always, winning by 30 CS. It's so nice to have him on the team. Whereas APA was a little bit more critical about the later stages of the game and some of the decisions that Thanatos makes, but the lane phase was massive.
Oh, definitely. I mean, so many of the games, and granted, like you were saying, we haven't seen Cloud9 against TL or FlyQuest yet. So, obviously it's probably not going to be as dominant once those matches have happened. But Thanatos has just performed so well in lane, like you were saying. His Renekton games stand out a lot to me because in the, we see Renekton versus Cassante so many times. It's kind of like the handshake matchup of this season. And he gets massive leads, this Renekton, almost every single time he plays it. Up 30 CS, taking several plates without any jungle interference. And it's not easy to do that. You're playing as pro players who have played this matchup so many times. And so being able to stand out and get those leads without any help is really impressive and a really good sign for, both Thanatos and C9. So that's super cool to see. And yeah, I mean, I'm really hyped for this team. They've been playing some harder to execute comps as well, stuff like Nidalee, which I'm really interested to see how they do against Liquid because it's obviously going to be the hardest test for them. And it'll show, like, are they legit the best team if they can roll over Liquid playing these, Nidalee style, really aggressive, just early game, like stomping comps, then that's awesome for them. Or, will Liquid be able to challenge them and, not give them these big leads early and then actually test their coordination and their mid to late game cohesiveness? This
is what's really cool to me about this matchup. I have one more stat framing. The combined number of wins of C9's opponents this year, in their 5 match wins, those teams have combined to win 6 matches. Team Liquid has 5 match wins. Their remaining 2 opponents have 9. So that's how easy their schedule has been relative to how hard it will be, which must inflate the stats by a pretty large percentage, which is what makes it so fascinating. Like, even though we have the trash talk video between JoJo and APA and how their personalities, I think, are so great for the LCS and their ability, they actually, if you watch the video, one comment I love.
Have you seen it yet?
No, I'm not.
Are you gonna watch are you gonna watch yourself?
I just checked the YouTube comments and Control F for Jat. I really didn't care about the I just wanted to see
fair
said about my hosting.
the ego Control F.
Yeah, but they're just like actually just aggressively complimenting each other. Like they actually have a lot of respect. Anyway, Impact has 4 player of the series in the 5 series wins that TL has. He's probably having one of his greatest splits ever. And he's always been known for his ability to neutralize opponent top laners. So I'm fascinated to see how Thanatos versus Impact goes. And what's probably going to deflate this is I think Team Liquid should literally just lane swap every game. Because that should be the biggest weakness for Thanatos would be his ability to play from a really low farm state since it takes away one of their greatest strengths. I hope they don't because I just love to see them lane against each other.
Yeah. I mean, I also don't, really prefer watching lane swap games. If it is used as a tool in some of them, then I'm fine with it. But I sure hope that not all of the games are lane swaps. I'll allow them one. You can have one lane swap in the entire series and still be watchable. As far as the matchups, though, I'm also really, really, really focused on jungle because I think that UMT is probably the point on the map that Cloud9 could pressure the hardest, both in draft and in game. I think draft first because it is an area that when Team Liquid had Sejuani and Maokai constantly banned against them
last week,
it really made them squirm, honestly. And as much as everyone likes to talk about, we can play everything. You can play everything, but you're not going to play everything to the same degree.
Yeah.
I think that Team Liquid do know what their strongest identity is, as much as they would like to say we are universally good at everything, which is another topic that JoJo was also critiquing APA and Team Liquid on, that I completely agree with, because UMT on Sejuani, I think that is going to happen 0 times in this series, and is probably the best looking that Team Liquid has been. And I think that Blabber is very good at pressuring enemy junglers, being more efficient than them, stealing away camps from them, not wasting, any time kind of idling on the map. And one of Spawn's biggest tenets that he always mentions in all of our interviews that we do with Team Liquid is he's so focused on Team Liquid being a more efficient team than the opponent team. And it's one of the things that they really picked up and improved on a lot at MSI and playing a lot of the international teams, was having a very quick and efficient and objective-oriented and kind of like step-by-step process for their early game. Whereas Cloud9 have been blitzing a lot of these really big gold leads, Team Liquid have been really focused on kind of the process of setting up their step-by-step process for the early game. And I think they kind of really are going to rely on getting UMT on one of the facilitator picks. It seems like it would just be really weird to imagine TL operating with UMT being a perma-clearing.
Yeah.
He's literally only played one of the AP junglers, which was the brand game, all season long, with them, being in the state that they are in. It would be really weird to imagine them kind of playing the game so differently. So I think that that's not going to be a look that they try versus Cloud9, because they're going to bring what they think is their optimal setup, their optimal strategy here. I think that is a lot more focused.
Yeah, I should clarify. It was 2 weeks ago that we first saw TL pinched off of Maokai Sejuani when they looked weaker against Dignitas. Last week, they just slammed Immortals. Didn't really matter what they were playing. Yeah. The C9 drafts are something I'm interested in as well, because it feels to me, and this is honestly true in spring as well, they kind of just pick champions, which is fine because they're so good at the champions. But I look at their comps and they're not generally like, wow, these are such great pairings or combos of champions. It's just, let's get Thanatos on Gnar and Renekton. Let's get Blabber on something that clears fast. Let's let Vulcan play Alistair. Like, they'll just pick it. Let's just pick Zeri because we can put it in mid or bot lane, right? So part of this is why I think they're so dominant in the early game, but that's also part of where I feel like Team Liquid, if they are to win, should and will attack, is they'll pick for comp more than C9, and then probably just try and swap as much as possible to make the game reach a gold point where Cloud9's not that familiar playing, where it's like even gold at 15 because they always slam people.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's kind of the Genji style of play that I think a lot of teams are trying to emulate, where you don't necessarily have the best team comp, but you just have permanent prio the whole game.
Which in itself becomes a good team comp, right?
Yeah, because you don't really worry about the team fights. You just, as long as you're constantly pushing your lanes, it becomes hard for the other team to play. If they want to group, they have to start sacking farm. They fall more behind. They don't actually get to the team fighting phase. And it's hard to pull off. It's not easy, one misstep, or if you don't have everyone synced up pressuring at the same time, someone can get exposed and killed, and then all of a sudden you're behind. You can't keep doing it. So it's definitely a huge asset if you can pull that off. It just depends, can you pull it off against everybody or only the lower tier teams?
Who wins?
I would say C9. I am biased.
Nice.
But
who did you put in your power rankings as number 1 at the start of the year?
I put Liquid because
Interesting.
Cloud9 was too hyped last split and it hurt him, so I had to go underdog energy.
Sly.
Yep.
I just remember I was the only one to put Cloud9 first, and then everyone thought I was trolling. They're in first.
So is Liquid.
Where's my
Yeah, so is
no?
Liquid.
They're not. They've lost one more game. Same match score.
Game score, yeah.
Cloud9 is currently in first. I'm just saying I wasn't trolling. And I'm offended.
Is everyone saying you're trolling? Because
Azale said it on a cast last week. 2
Okay,
weeks ago.
okay,
He's like,
okay.
yeah, it was like some Cloud9 power ranking. Yeah, like Jat's the only one to put Cloud9 first, and I think it was trolling. I'm like, what? I'm right.
What
the hell?
So it was one person
Yeah.
who said you were trolling.
I feel like you've said it.
You've thought it. You all thought it.
You thought it. I can see it in your eyes. You're thinking it. Everyone's thinking it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid's been looking shakier than C9 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But both teams haven't been looking perfect. They've been slightly sloppy, and I think that comes from not being pushed. They're both undefeated. It's
for sure.
It's actually hard to be in perfect form when you're winning too much because you don't have that that pain of a loss to kind of motivate you in the back of your mind. Obviously, you try your hardest. No one intentionally lets themselves slip, but it's hard to get the same level of motivation when you haven't really felt it.
This is a really hard prediction for me because I'm reconciling the two kind of backstories to both of these teams, where the Team Liquid one is one of extreme hype, and that a lot of it is predicated on their international games.
Right.
People are so sure, myself included, and goes to show why we all had very similar power rankings at the beginning of the year, that because this team works really hard, they're really driven. So like after MSI, they had no like MSI hangover. They were all like streaming their solo queue games, and then also their rigorous practice schedule is always talked about frequently by the other teams, with them doing triple blocks a lot and everybody referencing the time that this team puts in, and having like Core JJ and Impact, two of the biggest workhorses in the LCS that are always like looking for the next step. That plus their international success and being outspoken about how much they learned, from those games, is like that created this massive hype for Team Liquid. Whereas Cloud9, people have the backstory of, oh man, they've got these happy fun games where they turbo smash you super early game, and then because they're playing these comps and this style like Meteos is referencing, if you make a mistake, then it is so hilarious and everyone could just jump on, oh my God, you threw this massive lead. And then like you're playing stuff that isn't necessarily a better comp for coming back later in the game. And once you've thrown your momentum and your early game lead, is very difficult to get it back. And so there is much more of a hesitancy to vote for Cloud9 because of stability. And they seem like a much more reckless but very good team than Team Liquid seem like the more like studious, hardworking, if you will, type of rank 1 team. And so it is very difficult, because with those two backstories, I would kind of give the edge to the Team Liquid side because of Cloud9 feeling like the more reckless one. But I have a feeling right now that Team Liquid are just overhyped. I feel like it has been too much. And it has just hit this all-time peak of being overhyped. And so I'm kind of leaning towards Cloud9 taking them down.
So you're locking in C9 2-1.
I think that I am.
Yes.
These players on Team Liquid, I would not say these are the types of players to get really big egos. But with everybody so heavily supporting you, and them and like the narrative has just been they're just the best team in the LCS.
They missed a ban on stage like 2 weeks
Let's
ago.
analyze the
Well, no,
cracks.
Core said it in an interview.
Yeah.
Like, I just forgot that it was my ban. that's not being very locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, I'm just very happy right now that both you and Medios have predicted C9 in this match.
Why does that make you happy? Does it fill you with joy?
Vindication.
Yes,
Because I was on this train earlier,
right.
and now that you've joined the train, you can't be right and me be wrong. So either we're both wrong, or I'm completely
Not alone.
right, and you're only
Not alone anymore.
So
Cat
this is the
finally has a
best.
friend.
Yeah, because if TL wins, you both already jumped off the wagon too early.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm
But
excited.
Jack's the conductor. He's been
I
here the
could
whole
still
time.
be 100% right. Yeah. And that's what I truly care about.
All right.
Yeah.
Filled with joy at the prospect, even though.
And I want Team Liquid to get motivated a little bit because I want to see them succeed at Worlds. So I actually want to see them get knocked down by Team Liquid. I want to see C9 maintain their confidence because I think in the same way that we say, Medios, that it's hard to improve when you're at the top of a region, it's also really hard to play these high execution, need to play aggressive team comps and lose and keep confidence. We see it with 100 Thieves or even Dignitas losing over and over again can actually destroy your mental. So there's pros and cons to having the easy schedule to start and the hard schedule to start. And I think right now C9 is reaping the benefits of the early schedule, which actually makes them better.
Yep.
Famous last words as they go 0-2 to finish against C9 and FlyQuest. But we'll see.
Yep. Real quick, do we want to touch on any of these other matches coming up because it is still important for the rest of these teams. A lot of we have like the 4-way tie at 1 and 4, and so playoff dreams are very relevant for most of these teams.
Yeah.
Who's looking hot? Who's looking not?
I have one. I think NRG Dig is so interesting.
That's hot.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole matchup is hot.
Yeah. Just because Dig, everyone was just waiting and expecting them to beat Shopify Rebellion. They get 2-0'd last week, partially to Boogie, partially because they just randomly got like Jin mitted in game 2.
Dude, I think giving Boogie Brand was such a mistake.
Back-to-back Brand.
It's just the champion. He's
Didn't he have a
probably,
Zyra?
He'd back-to-back Brand.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Zyra before.
not to say he can only play Brand or anything, but I think it's that style of champion that can have the most impact on the game. I think Brand is super strong right now, and he's one of the AP junglers that can have like the early game plays and influence lanes, be able to gank on top of like really solid team fight contribution. So I think that was probably a mistake from them.
Yeah. So Dig, have you guys called them the Boomer Super Team yet?
Yeah, last week we had a discussion.
I just like that moniker.
Yeah.
Because they're not a super team.
Yeah, because the pros episode. I think Azale was referencing how they kept it, like JoJo and them kept calling them. Yeah, they would be a super team 10 years ago.
Yeah, I love it. So they are, if there's a team that is under the most mental stress, it would be 100 Thieves and these guys. Just because they've been losing so many scrims, the expectations are actually pretty high because the vibes had been good and they had that one win where they had the Dig season interview and everybody loves them. That's literally the only win. The things that they've been struggling with the most to me when I looked at the stats, they have only gotten first blood twice in any of the games. So they're almost always playing from the back foot. Weirdly enough, NRG, even though they get first blood almost half the time, have the third worst early game in the league. Dig has the second worst early game in the league, stat wise.
Yeah, our big story for NRG in the previous ones were like how big a difference is for that team, because that team used to be so good in the early game and used to be so aggressive.
And a lot of that was Palafox or Dokla in their laning phase, which I think has improved a little bit in the past few weeks. So it's just, I'm just more interested in the matchup, not necessarily making a prediction, because the fallout almost of Dignitas, if they were to lose this game, would be so high. We're going to go over the playoff scenario tool when we get on LCS, but the variance of winning this game versus losing this game and going from 1 wins to 2 wins for playoff chances is so incredibly high.
Yeah, I mean, this one's super hype because both of these teams had higher expectations than where they are right now. So that makes it really critical for both of them.
Even just momentum-wise, both of these teams are in similar boats where it's pretty much all the players in these teams have had a lot of success before, and now they're struggling to get back to that point. So I think a win for either of them is going to mean a lot, just even as far as you feel as a player, because, whoever loses is going to be feeling a lot of pressure, going to maybe start feeling a little doomed.
Yeah.
I think I'm predicting Dig.
It's a lot of championship. There's a lot of players in this game that have won an LCS championship.
Yeah, I think Dig has gotten a little bit unlucky. They took single games off of C9. Was it C9, TL, and FlyQuest? I know it was definitely TL and definitely C9. They both took single games off of. And then I think they just got a little bit bamboozled by Shopify. I think they're almost expecting an easy game and just played pretty far below their level. I know Sven had a really bad series, but I don't think that's now their like complete mark as a team. I think they're actually going to win this one.
I was going to say the FlyQuest series versus Dig was definitely a big stomp. but the Cloud9 and Team Liquid ones were definitely, definitely getting their wins. And I like how they did it too. But we are getting a little crunched for time. I think when Meteos brought this up, I was looking at it, I'm like, every single one of these games actually has a super sick story. So we just did the NRG Dignitas one, and the TL Cloud9 one is already, the poster child for the whole weekend. But 100 Thieves versus Immortals, now that 100 Thieves have had this swap for bottom lane, and the sniper interview on the front page, this one is now incredibly hype because Immortals, people have still been, the players that you talk to still, respect the capabilities of this team to beat most of the teams in the LCS. I would say, honestly, it's getting to the point where like the top 3 tier, a lot of people are saying is out of reach for the other teams, but for everybody else, still quite in reach. And then the FlyQuest versus Shopify one, after Shopify got their first victories in the LCS and are on the rise with Boogie.
It's the Boogie show, man.
That one I feel like is also quite hype. So I think every single matchup this weekend has some really good angles to go with Shopify kind of doing their ramp up with Boogie. Right when he got in, I was like, ooh, they're looking way better, even though they still lost. And then they actually convert and grab the wins last weekend. If they upset FlyQuest, that would be huge. And that would completely like shatter this dynamic where we have decided of the top 3 gods of the LCS, the Cloud9, Team Liquid, FlyQuest triumvirate, will one of them fall to any of the lower teams here? Any of those upsets would be massive.
I'll keep it quick. I have 2 keys to victory for Shopify Rebellion.
Bringing back the old school. We did that in what was that, 2016 or something?
Yeah.
We would have every game, we'd have a graphic. And it would have 3 keys to victory.
Key number 1, Fake God neutralized Bwipo.
Okay, that's hard.
Their career against each other is Bwipo favored, 7-2, with a plus 18.5 CS difference at 15.
Okay.
Not to mention, Fake God did look a little shaky last week, even with his Pantheon into Renekton. Key number 2 would be Insanity needs to play champions with a very low global presence.
I like that one.
I need to cherry pick this stat a little bit better, but basically, he was 2-1 on Scion in spring. He's won a game with Zeri mid and Jin mid.
Yeah.
And that's like 80% of his wins this year. If he plays champions that other people play, they lose. And I know it seems like just cheese him, bro, is a really dumb thing to say. It's much harder to execute. But I think he has such a big champion pool. He should just play. You can find stuff that works. You could still play Scion. You're playing Zeri mid. You're playing Jin. Just save his pick
just
for 5 and just cheese him, bro. Those are the 2 keys to victory.
I love it.
Yeah.
You got any more keys on you for the other ones? What
do you need?
We got to do keys for all of them. 100 Thieves Immortals.
Okay. 100 Thieves Immortals. Limit the isolated deaths for Sniper. This is the 100 Thieves key. And key number 2, this is stupid. Enable a river in the early game, but it's literally just play like you did in spring. Would be play completely around your top side, ignore your bot side. Good luck, Tomo. Please don't get 2v2 Dove killed on your turret, and that's going to be their biggest chance. For Immortals, that's a tough one. I'm not sure.
100 Thieves doesn't show up.
I'm not sure what Immortals' identity is, if I'm completely honest.
Usually tactical taking over and then not getting caught mid and dying and losing the game.
Yeah, what I was gonna say. Here's my keys.
Okay.
I would find some keys for Immortals on the ground and give them to Armeo. Please clear towards bottom side and actually get bottom side priority. One of the biggest things, and I think that incorporating the Ivern is a very good look for Immortals, for Armeo. Get Armeo on either Ivern or Sejuani,
Right.
and make him play aggressively around bottom lane.
Great.
Very, very aggressively, because that kind of solves like two of the issues that have popped up with Immortals. They've had a lot of issues, and
They're on
for
an
one,
8-game losing streak.
yeah,
They won their first series 2-0, and they've not won since.
I for one would
That's
say
not good.
They're looking
Dang.
rough.
I would say they should ignore some of the solo lane issues that they have had and just focus on getting Armeo active and getting him to the bottom lane so that they can invest in tactical and then have tactical stonks pay off for, dragon fights and team fights later on. That's our keys. Boom.
Good keys. Nice
Keys.
Yeah.
Okay.
When are you guys coming on JLXP?
I thought this was JLX.
do
The
you?
logo's wrong, man.
When was the last time you recorded a JLXP?
It was MSI when G2 won. I said G2 are the exception. And then they went on to lose the rest of the games.
Wait, it's been that long?
It's been a bit.
Wow.
I'm always down. Just
Yeah.
call me up anytime.
Yeah.
Hey,
so then if we
gonna do
make the hollow promises of like, oh yeah, for sure, we'll be on next time you record.
Okay.
It's probably safe because you're not going to record for like 2 years, right?
Hey. Hey.
Is that safe for us to do?
Hey. Don't say that.
All right, that's going to wrap up the dive. Thank you. The dive driven by Kia, of course. Remember, if you are watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of the dive. As Jat was referencing later, there's also a lot of very good other content.
Yeah, JLXP will be releasing soon.
Yeah, on the LCS YouTube. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. Make sure that you send us questions, remember, on Twitter with the hashtag #TheDiveLOL. So that we have a lot of questions for our community episodes. And LCS Week 6 starts this Saturday at 1 p.m. as NRG take on Dignitas. Make sure you tune in. Thanks for watching, and we will see you soon.
Thanks for having me back. Nice podcasting with you, Meteos. First time for everything.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back to the LCS. Oh! Waiting room. It's been a whole week since LCS came.
It's been
5 days. Yeah. Monday to Friday, no LCS.
It's been so long.
It's been so long.
Yes.
But we also have a special guest. Welcome, Basil.
Hello, guys.
Introduce yourself.
I draw cats on Twitter for the most part. Yeah. That's my job.
Yeah. Getting paid the big bucks from FlyQuest. So you are a FlyQuest personality essentially as well. And you do like a regular kind of interview, kind of like podcast, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it gives me an excuse to talk to people that I really like. I really like the league. I feel like I don't talk about that too often. It's a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
But, it's fun.
Because you're bad, right? At league.
Oh.
It's embarrassing to like League?
No,
Come on now.
sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Please don't fire me. I just got here.
I've seen your Kaisa performances.
It's pretty good. Let's be honest, it's pretty good. It's not my fault I can't carry you. Like, I think there's a...
That's crazy. All right. No.
But yeah, you draw a lot of cats. Raz also fancies himself a bit of an artist.
I am incredible.
So we're doing a competition, I hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll have like
competition.
Emily, who's going to be judging us as well as you.
Yeah.
So we have some real unbiased judges. But just as a reminder, guys, I work with you regularly. So
I think there's some bias. That's so weird.
there's no bias involved whatsoever. And we have the chat as well. So it's based on the people in the chat as well. If you guys want to be the judges.
Vote between the two of them.
So
Just remember
you're
I'm
drawing,
watching.
Raz, you're drawing a cat.
Yes.
What kind of cat?
That's the mystery, all right?
No, you're drawing each other as
Yeah,
cats.
you're drawing
I'm just
each other
trying
as
to let
cats.
you set it up. But no
the
one's saying
mystery.
what
I
they're
don't think
drawing
he knows
about.
what's happening.
Yeah, you're
yes.
drawing each other. So start drawing.
We
Let's
will be
get
drawing
Yeah,
each other as
let's go.
cats,
Yeah.
and we'll be trying to make this as close
if
to
you
each
take
other
too
as
long,
possible.
Raz, we're gonna
Yeah.
start
I
counting
promise
you down.
I will not. I will not.
My cat's gonna look so good. I don't think.
Because I know she's really fast.
Yeah.
I feel like she's gonna kick your butt.
No,
She's basically
no.
almost done, Raz. You better hurry up.
What?
Yeah, I can see both from
Because she
here.
just put so little effort into
It's
it.
actually really
wow.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Oh, that is looking really good. I don't know, Raz.
good. Raz's is not.
I
Yeah.
can't see it from here. I kind of want to. Wait.
I mean, we might even say first person to finish will win.
Yeah.
Oh well, I've won it. Seems.
Boom! I finished.
Well, I take that back. The first person to finish is
Well, I also take it back. I was already done actually.
All right, let's take a look.
All right.
Show-
Raz,
show the camera.
Pen up.
He can keep drawing.
All
He's
right,
never going to
okay.
win.
So this is my Raz cat.
Oh no! You're
I-
calling him out for the 5
What do you
head.
think?
Wow.
Yeah. See, I had to include that you're like kind of bald.
Kind of bald. I literally can grow an afro if I wanted to.
Lift up. Can you lift up?
No,
your...
I don't think
Nah,
I will.
that's what I
I don't think I will. Okay, and then mine I think is incredible artwork. So if you get that single on me.
Sorry.
Look, so first and foremost, you're evil. So I wanted to be able to draw the fangs. You might you're wondering what is actually the nose there.
I am.
Those are cheeks. Those are butt cheeks. Because you were probably wondering what smells. It's you. So I feel like it's incredibly accurate to what you provide regularly. And I put the bald head with Krillin marks basically because, yeah.
I'm like in shock. Like I don't even. Can
I
you
think I
rate
won.
that? Is that a cat?
It is a cat. It has a
doesn't-
tail.
Doesn't even have cat ears.
Okay,
No,
Raz,
that's
what-
what I'm
does it?
thinking.
What is chat?
You don't have a
Cat
tail
has
on
to be
yours.
voting for Basil, right?
Okay, I'm
We
looking
might
at the
have
chat
to kick
now.
you off the show.
People are laughing, but I think they recognize
Yeah.
that my cat is a lot more
right.
accurate.
Basil win, GG.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
GG.
All right.
GG.
All right,
That is also
no,
my
wait.
That's
call.
my vote. 3-0.
Raz got smoked.
3-0 or 4-1,
No, you flipped
depending
over
on
the
if we let
canvas,
Raz.
and I was like, we drew cats. Like that was the prompt, right?
Yeah.
Your cat doesn't have a
Doesn't even
tail.
have cat ears.
Your cat doesn't look like a cat.
We're done with this.
He's done with drawing.
All right, we're done here.
Quick retirement for Raz. Congratulations on the gold medal, Basil. We're moving on to the LCS patch. We are on live patch 14.15. The one note here is this is pre-Aurora hotfix.
Yes.
But Aurora will be enabled, and we'll get into
Yep.
that a little
So
bit later. I
excited.
have some tips and tricks for Aurora. But patch talk, 80 carry nerfs
Yeah.
ish.
Question mark?
Pretty. I mean, where is the question mark? It's an exclamation mark. They decided to just.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they killed the roll because I think the roll is already strong, but the focus is going to be on like Kraken Slayer changes. Yes, the movement speed is down, but the biggest one is the fact that they've actually decreased the effectiveness for ranged champions by 20%. So it's an 80% effectiveness there, which is just much weaker. So people are moving towards more like Blade of the Rune King, or if you're a Trinity Force user like an Ezreal, then you can go in that route. They also hit Lore's Dominic Regard, Mortal Reminder, Fleet Footwork. They already hit the Sustain in runes in the previous patch as well. So their main goal is to take the 80 carries out of solo lanes primarily. They decided to love tap Lord Dominic's Regards or just Pen in general, which
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, that's not my cup of tea, but I think it will and it should move the needle for 80 carries.
Yeah, I mean, watching the pick bans and seeing at least like 2 ADCs on every team and probably 3 bans per team is a bit concerning. So I can understand like why they would go ahead with these nerfs. It kind of sucks because I feel like LDR is such a massive item. So for these champions, like unfortunately these champions are so prominent in side lanes or in duo lanes, but it's an understandable change, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Another change that is just more of a. It's important but not exciting.
Yes.
No, yeah.
The boots nerfs. All the boots just got nerfed. Like no one's complaining about boots being overpowered, but what this will do is it's going to change build paths because it is just substantially more of an early game investment if you want to
Yeah.
get that early move speed because of the increasing cost in all the boots.
Yeah, that's what's basically going to change is just overall build paths and build order. Previously, boots were just such an efficient shot of stats that you could get really early on. And now they don't do as much and are more expensive.
Yeah.
Except for that little plating buff on steel caps.
Yeah, but for later
But yeah,
on in the game.
yeah.
So like you're not going to be seeing a Corki walk up into lane with like ninja
Yeah.
tabbies, be like, all right, I'm good for the rest of the
lane's
game.
lost.
And it's over. So I think these are really positive changes, and I hope to God that we won't see AD carries mid as constant as we have been seeing. Literally last night we were seeing Chovy playing Zeri mid, and we've seen Zeri mid quite a bit already, but as long as we don't see the comps where it's like Kalista top, Lucian mid, like MF bot lane, then I'm blessed. I'm happy.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Just another reminder, we are on live patch 14.15, and that means Aurora is enabled. So
True.
let's check out a preview of League's newest champion.
Initial reactions to Aurora is that she's kind of like similar to like Lilia in terms of like how the kit works. Like it's kind of like a champ that wants to like get in, proc its passive, kind of wait for cooldowns, and then like keep kind of like latching on and like slowly chipping down at people.
Just like fighting in general on that champion seems very fun. You just get invisibility, good dueling kit with Q, a reset on takedowns, insane movement speed, and then just like teleporting and going invisible. But if I play against it and it just goes invisible over and over and just keeps teleporting, that's probably going to be really frustrating as an AD carry. But playing it seems really fun.
I think it's a champion that kind of suits my playstyle quite a bit, if it can go jungle. Yeah, her Q is kind of like a little projectile you throw out, and then if it hits someone, you can kind of suck up some damage afterwards. It gives you some movement speed. Her W is a quick stealth. I think it lasts like 1.5 seconds. Her E is just like another projectile, and then her R is like a big cage match where you're just lock champions in, and if you hit the outer edge, you can like teleport in between sides. Her ulti is definitely pretty unique.
I feel like it'll be really fun to play her because she has so much mobility. She keeps like moving everywhere and dashing everywhere. I'll definitely play her when she comes out. She just looks fun.
Does look fun. There's that video. I also talked to at least 10 coaches and players asking if they thought Aurora would be played this week or pick banned. None of them said no. So all of them said picked or banned, and then I did some more digging. I want to thank Lol Dobby's YouTube video for some of these tricks. I talked to Pobelter as well. You had the basic ability rundown just there in the video, but Q has a return after you land it. One important thing to note about that is if you're, let's say, in lane or something, and let's pretend some of these dummies are minions, once you Q, you hold it for a bit, and the pass-through will do more damage if you pull it through everyone. So if someone tries to stand in front of the wave, and you Q behind that wave, and then pull it through, you're going to do extra damage to that person. Another quick way of trading is just like auto QE, and then no matter what they do, how far away they get, you can still pull that Q back for the extra damage. So once you have lethal on someone, they almost can't flash. But the big thing that makes this champion a threat is the ability to hard engage, and from the range you can do it. So you see there is a dummy over here because we're in practice tool, but if you were in game, you wouldn't even be able to see it. And even without using my W, if I just R in, it's not quite enough range. I'm gonna try this again. If I just am at the edge of fog and I R, the ult will reach that person, I can go next to them, I can QE one-shot them, and then I could W away. Would be an example of an engage. Another thing that this R can do would make you relatively ungankable once you have it. So let's say someone tries to gank you in the top lane. You could dash over the wall with R, and if you're good at the champion, you're gonna position it so that you can actually hop back. Let me try this one more time. So if I just R'd here, I can go over, and if they follow, I can hop back. So you can basically dance everywhere. Also note that since you have your W that stealths you and repositions you, you also have your E, which will damage and reposition you. The ability for outplay in skirmishes is absolutely absurd. And one final thing, if you are top lane and you're at Raptor Pit, it's very easy to either R over the wall, and look at that circle, it's gonna do damage to everyone under turret, or you could obviously just W over the wall first, and then R wherever you want, and then dash basically wherever you want with this ultimate. So pretty insane. In terms of matchups, my prediction for this champion is that because it's relatively short range, I think it can actually beat AD carries mid because of its ability to assassinate and trade, but lose to mages mid. So if it's a mid pick we're talking about, I think it would be banned mostly. If it's top lane, it can bully bruisers. Another reason that I think it might actually just get banned, because if they ban it out, they can continue the marksman mid lane, and if they leave it open and try and blind a marksman mid, then not only does it beat your marksman, you also have to worry about a top lane because it's currently a flex pick. So I actually don't think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see it banned in every game. That's my prediction.
And you mentioned, of course, like basically how much of a trickster she is and a lot of the combinations that she can use in the game. Just her numbers in and of itself is ridiculous. So as a reminder, yes, the micro patch that happened is not going to be in effect for this week. The nerfs that she received, so just as a reminder of the nerfs, she does have passive percent HP damage to her 3-hit procs. And it got nerfed from 4% to 2%, 2.5. You're seeing the full 4% in her percent HP damage. Also, the second Q iteration that you were talking about, when you can Q forward and Q back, is execute damage similar to Lee Sin.
Correct.
So the fact that you can Q, get your damage across, get as much damage as possible, then you can Q back. It also has the cooldown like Lee Sin, so if you hold on to it a long period of time, it's still ticking, so you can Q again afterwards. So there's a lot about her numbers that are oppressive and deal very well versus HP targets like top lane melees.
Yeah, and it's not just the numbers, I think, especially against in like certain top matchups. She's really annoying, and also she's incredibly difficult to get on, right? Like Busio pulled out the Lilia comparison. I think a lot of people have also said like, oh, she's a lot like Nico. I even saw, I'm pretty sure Molecule tweeted out someone who's been cooking AD builds for for her that are very similar to what you might run on a Nico, so I thought that was pretty interesting. I don't think we'll see that at all. I think she'll just go AP, but.
Ooh, last little bit that you brushed on with her ulti. To get out, of course you get the slow. You have to flash out or blink.
Correct.
Like you are locked in there. So it's essentially like if you think of a J4 ulti, it's a big old J4 ulti.
But it does damage in a huge radius on the way out. So even if you just are in the start of a team fight, sometimes that's going to be enough before the assassination. So I think the ult is the most powerful part of the kit. We'll see if it gets played today. Let's check out the schedule for this week of the LCS. Only 2 weeks left, which means 2 matches for each team before the season is over. The biggest highlight is obviously going to be Team Liquid versus Cloud9. 2 undefeated teams have never met this late into the LCS season. Also, we had a format change, so they played fewer matches, but we're just gonna rush over that one. Undefeated matchup in week 6, pretty cool. So C9 and TL, they face off tomorrow in that battle to stay undefeated, and I did sit down with APA and JoJo ahead of their match. Take a look.
JoJo for the longest time, before I entered the league, was kind of just running the league.
Okay.
But then, I mean, less so last split, because he was still kind of running the league last split. His team just sucked. But
I mean, I thought my team was pretty good last split. To be honest, I definitely should have helped my team improve more because I was giving bad practice, so we couldn't really improve as a team. But I thought my team played pretty well last split, to be honest. I think in playoffs, I was underperforming, to be honest. Versus FlyQuest and versus TL, I was a problem for sure.
Cool.
You don't think so?
So I do know that since I've been in the league, he has not made an international event.
This is true. The last one was 2022.
That is true.
So what's different this split? Do you think we're both making it? Or am I going to kick you out again?
You think you're going to kick me out?
When I see other players in the league, like I think River, for example, is really good in the regular season, but then River always chokes in playoffs. Are you like that?
I mean, I think definitely TL plays well in playoffs, at least the last split. But to be honest, I think C9 as a team just choked in the playoffs last split. I think it was me choking too. I don't know if it was choking or us just...
So you choked playoffs?
To be honest, I wouldn't say it's choking. I think we just suck. I don't know if that's the same thing. Like, we could say we sucked last split in the playoffs. We just, TL and FlyQuest got better and we weren't improving. Or we could say we choked. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We just lost, which sucks. But this split, I don't think it'll happen again. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen again. And I think we're preparing for that, so.
Any final thoughts, you two? You play each other week 6. Probably playing each other in the playoffs. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think C9 this split is better than last split. I think it's not close, to be honest. And I think TL, they're good, but I think they might be too, I don't know if cocky is the word, but they're maybe too, yeah, they are too cocky. I'm not saying they're bad, but this might drag them down, to be honest, so we'll just have to see. But I definitely think we have good odds.
Final thoughts?
I think we're going to 2-0 C9. I don't think it's going to be close. I think we're the best team in the league by far.
I respect that, but we'll just see.
I respect that, but we'll just see. I also like how it's like, oh, do you guys also choke in playoffs? And just like, no, I think we were just bad.
Yeah, it's not choking.
Which is an interesting way of seeing it, right? I feel like JoJo and APA both, more than people might realize, bring a lot of the team failures on their own shoulders and really own up to their mistakes a lot of the time publicly. This matchup, not only just between them, but between the two teams, is going to be really, really interesting because I also think both teams have very different play styles.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are both really exciting to watch. Aside from the fact that, I'm under FlyQuest, I really enjoy watching whenever like TL gets to play, just because the game quality is going to be really good, either on the side of TL where they really stomp other teams, or where even in the games where they falter, they typically come back in a very convincing manner. Same thing for C9. I will say last split they were a little shaky. Like some of their losses were like, oh, that was really, really bad. But because I think they haven't played the most intense teams right now, this TL match, if they can show up, I think is like super telling of who's probably going to win at the very end. But
which matchup are you looking forward to the most with TL versus C9? Just like a lane matchup, jungle matchup, anything that catches your eye?
I mean, super biased, but I think bot lanes, like really, these two bot lanes are very prominent. I don't know. Like Core today has been looking really, really good. I want to see if Berserker is essentially like back in form. And because Yon, maybe like a split or two ago, wasn't really seen as super intense, or like no one was really scared of him, but now they see Core DJ Yon as such a strong bot lane. I do want to see how that compares to a bot lane that people used to respect a lot more, but are a bit unsure about right now.
Yeah, and it's really hard to tell the power level of Cloud9 because they played only the teams below them, and they haven't played FlyQuest or TL yet. But I wanted to go over some playoff scenarios because we're in an interesting point, right, with this new format, because we have 2 weeks left, but we actually only have 2 matchups for each team. So it's as if we were if we teleported back to Spring Split, it's almost like we have only 2 days left in the whole season. So a couple things to note about these playoffs. Top 2 will get a bye in playoffs, which will put them in a position where they win a single best of 5 and move to Worlds. So if we're talking about this TL-C9 matchup, a 2-0 for Team Liquid would actually clinch them top 2. A 2-1 for Team Liquid would also clinch them a top 2, but you can see a 2-1 or a 2-0 would actually make a difference for Cloud9 because they would either be almost clinch top 2 or guaranteed clinch top 2. But that's for a future day. There are very few situations where we can have ties because the way the standings will generally work is series score will be the primary determiner, but then your game win percentage will be the secondary determiner. But we can get a 3-way tie.
Okay.
So I've seen this in a dream.
You dream about playoff scenarios?
Boom. 3-way tie between NRG and Immortals and 100 Thieves if these 6 things happen, which is not too far outside the realm of possibility.
Oh my God, it actually seems possible.
It actually seems possible.
Yeah.
Our stats guy, Leo, who built this tool and makes Foldy sheets, is thrilled.
He's sitting back there, he's
very
like,
thrilled.
It can happen. It can still happen.
Okay, last thing I want to do here is let's just go for top 6. Let's clear this out. I want you 3 to very quickly, democratically predict the rest of the season, and we'll see who makes playoffs.
Oh my God, I love this.
So you have to be fast, though.
All right.
NRG Dig.
I'm giving it to Dig 2-1.
Yeah.
Dig 2-1.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Well, that's a unanimous decision. 100 Thieves, Immortals.
Oh, that's a tough one. Dig
Fast.
2-1 as well.
2-1 IMT.
What are you saying?
I was going to say 100 Thieves.
Okay, so was it 2 IMT or 200 Thieves that we saw?
Well, we went 200 Thieves.
Okay,
2-1.
boom.
Yeah, there it is.
C9, TL.
God.
TL2-1.
Just give me the team and I'm going to make it
2-1
2-1.
TL.
Wow. Okay. FlyQuest, Shopify.
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest,
yeah.
I guess.
Okay, 2-0. We have a guest.
Yeah.
Thank you,
we'll be
thank you.
fine.
TL2-0.
Yeah.
Shopify, 100 Thieves.
I'm still going to go 100. I know we got some Shopify believers.
Yeah, I can go 100.
Sure, I
2-1.
can go 100.
Okay, you didn't sound convinced.
I've
2-1.
swayed them. I've swayed them.
FlyQuest, C9.
Woo, FlyQuest.
C9.
C9 2-1.
Okay, never mind.
No voting. Sorry, guest privilege is revoked. Dignitas and Immortals, final matchup.
We'll go Dig again.
Dig 2-1
Yep, I agree.
or 2-0?
We'll do 2-1.
Okay, that would mean
Are we not gracious?
the
No
overall
tiebreakers.
standings would have no tiebreakers. NRG would make playoffs, and Immortals and Shopify wouldn't make it in. That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
So screenshot this and see how wrong we end up being at the end of the year. Because
it's right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have 2 weeks down to
Whenever
play
we
out.
do this, we're always wrong.
Yes, I mean it's so
We've never been
impossible
right
to
once.
predict 8 series in a row, especially series score.
It's a tough one.
But with that little game we just played, that would have put Dignitas actually in 4th.
That's surprising.
But who do we actually think is the 4th best team in the league right now?
Okay. I think I can go first.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay.
Because when you said to take a screenshot of it, I did. Because as you would expect, my 4th place team is Dignitas! Guys, we have a lot of hate right now on Dignitas, and maybe I was leading the conversation too heavily, so I may have...
You just bullied everybody.
Yeah,
I may have had a bias in mind here. But they had perhaps the, I guess, the most weighted schedule coming into the split, facing all of the top teams.
They did.
And now they have the least weighted schedule, the easiest schedule in the back half of it. Now, they failed on the Shopify test, but when Dignitas is now going up against IMT at the end of the split, they're going to be going up against NRG today. That should be very doable. And the only team that we have in mind, I'm just going to go up to the front here.
Okay.
The only team that everyone has in mind is going to be NRG because they are currently at the top with a series lead. But that's a schedule loss versus Team Liquid. In my mind, it's a schedule loss, and it puts them, I'll just say, a 2-0 for Team Liquid overall. And based off of the scenarios that we had just run on Dignitas, I think it's just going to be an inevitability in which this happens. Just based off the statistics.
Using strength of schedule in your favor. I appreciate it.
And the last thing is also just the amount of 3-game losses that they've had. Because when we go into tiebreaker scenarios, the fact that they went into a tiebreaker with, well, 3rd game versus Cloud9 and Team Liquid puts them into a good position against the other teams in this block.
Okay, Basil, what do you think 4th best team?
Maybe Super Copium. I think Immortals is not that bad.
Okay.
And again, I'm riding on some mega Copium.
Yeah.
But I think when you watch a team that almost plays like they have nothing to lose, it's so much more exciting, and I have so much more hope for them in placing 4th. Is it possible? I mean, if they win today, I think it is, right? Because they have Dig after, and I'm still rooting for Immortals over Dig at that point, but I think it's possible. You know, they could be 4th place if they clutch a few things up.
What part of that map do you have faith in?
I think their bot lane's exciting.
Yeah.
You see Tactical Ole. What is there to even figure out what to do? You know, they'll do something. Either they flip and they really lose, or they really win. You know,
they're entertaining.
Yeah.
And they're also the same record as Dignitas, Raz.
True.
Who are you trying to say?
IMT season.
True.
Yeah.
Look, that final game of the split's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we'll have to see. 8 matchups left, but the match in front of us is NRG versus Dig. And he does not buy into Dig season.
Yeah.
I will say a lot of people aren't buying into Dig season since they are at 1 win currently, aside from Raz, who
that happens.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you had a few previous employment with Dig.
Okay, maybe I have swayed my ways.
Yeah, I mean, he said this on Pros this past week when I asked him. We had a whole conversation about who the 4th best team is, and they kind of unanimously decided that it was NRG, right? They were like, if any team's gonna punch up, they thought it was Shopify, and then the consensus with the Pros, with who he kind of absolving himself of the conversation, was they were like, oh, we kind of think it's NRG, you guys can still maybe make some noise.
Yeah, more pro quotes as well. Inspired does think NRG are the 4th best team. And listen, I'm not just appealing to authority here. I also think NRG are the 4th best team.
Okay.
Because they're in 4th. They have more wins than everybody else.
Mister. All right.
They just
for now.
If they win today, they can't get lower than 4th.
For now.
No. For the season.
That's your opinion for now.
If they win, they are 4th at least.
That's a fair enough point, Jet.
But also, let's check out the early game for both of these teams heading into the matchup today. When I was looking at the stats for this, everything about these teams was very, very close.
Yeah.
Neither of them have been that good in the early game. They've both had, obviously, similar records, but incredibly, I'll go through it in the cast as well, but there's very similar stats throughout.
Yeah. And I think the big thing for me with NRG that I did see from their first game against C9, we'll forget about the second game, kind of went south pretty quick at level 1, was that they were a lot more proactive early. They did have a composition that could deal really well with what C9 were throwing at them with their comfort. And until the Baron throw, NRG actually looked pretty in control of that game, which they still threw Baron, but.
Yeah, it's unclean. Both of them are unclean. It is what it is, as you can see from the average goal difference at 14 for both these teams. For NRG's side, I think a lot of the times it comes to the individual. When they faced Cloud9 last week, like, people want to wipe Game 2 out of the memory based off of the first, like the level 1 and the laning phase in Game 2, but they've had close games. But just in general, it's been nice to see these teams start to level up. But Jat, I heard that you caught up with both of the coaches looking into the series, so let's check in on that.
I did. Thank you, Amir, ThinkCard, and Mabry ahead of today's matches. A lot of playoff implications today. For you, ThinkCard, a win actually locks you guys playoffs. How much importance are you putting on today's match?
It definitely means a lot to win today because next week we're against TL. We still think we can beat TL, obviously, but it would be nice to lock it in right now so that we can know that we're going to be in playoffs and we can start prepping for who we might play against going into playoffs.
And Mabry, I know last week probably wasn't what you guys expected, but what's the confidence level like going into today?
I would say we're feeling pretty confident. Obviously, last week was definitely a rough game. We were expecting to win that one, but if we play our game today, I think we should be in a fine state.
So I happen to remember when Dignitas won earlier against Shopify, I was talking to Sven and he actually thanked NRG for the confidence boost in scrims. And I know this was a month ago. What's the level of confidence now playing against Dignitas on stage instead of in scrims?
The level of confidence for Dignitas is
against NRG, because in the past, Sven thanked them for the confidence boost in scrims.
Yeah. If we're judging on scrims, I mean, we should be very confident going into the game today. So.
Have scrims improved for NRG in or against Dignitas?
I mean, we've been doing a lot better against everyone. I think against them, they have like a really weird style in scrims, but on stage, like, we know that when we play our game, we win.
All right, well, let's see who wins today. Thanks, guys, for the interview. Did that change your opinions?
No.
Let's check out our pre-submitted predictions then.
Yes. I wonder if we've got
Dignitas NRG.
Dixie's
oh, wow.
believers.
Okay, I was the only one.
Emily.
Who flipped, yeah.
Explain yourself.
I actually did like a lot of the things I saw from NRG in the C9 series. Obviously, most of those things were in Game 1.
Yeah.
Because I didn't like their comp as much in Game 2, even after that level 1 happened, or even before that level 1 happened, rather. But, I don't know, just based on feel.
Fingers crossed that we get a fun, competitive series. That's it for us from the lounge. Let's toss up to stage to get into the games.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
What season is it right now? Big season.
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
Oh, he kind of like stole my whole flow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS for Summer 2024. Later today, 100 Thieves and Immortals go head-to-head in a battle to climb the standings as time runs out on the regular season. But first, Big Dig are looking to bring it back after last week's loss against an NRG team still looking to find some of that summer magic that we've seen in the past. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat for this series, and Emily Rand rounding out the TriCast here for our first game. It's the Analyst Lounge, except I'm not an analyst. How y'all doing today?
Don't sell yourself short.
What?
I was good at swarm analysis.
You were great at it.
Yeah. You gave us a breakdown on
We're not
the
playing
Analyst
Swarm today, though.
Lounge.
No,
We are playing on Summoner's Rift, and we do have two teams that both really, really want to win today.
We do. When I was looking at these two teams, their actual stats are so close to each other, aside from number of wins on the season. NRG is actually in a really good position here because they already have those 2 match wins. A win would clinch them playoffs, and actually, I think, guarantee them top 4 because it moves them to 3 wins.
Right.
So very important stuff for them here as they go up against Dignitas, who we're waiting to see if Dignitas can turn it on because their schedule was so hard at the start of the year.
Okay, we're into draft. Very important. Going to go ahead and call this out. We are on patch 14.15 this week. Aurora is enabled. Not just enabled, she's not micro-patch nerfed. So you can see her first ban there on red side. This was previously the Skarner spot earlier on this year. It is probably going to be the Aurora spot, at least for this week, because the champion, anytime a micro-patch nerf has to come out, it generally means the character is very strong. So Dig's going to ban that alongside the Sejuani and Senna, while Nidalee and Lilia are banned out, those powerful AP junglers alongside the Cassante from NRG.
Yeah, and some pretty good targeted bans. Obviously, NRG wants to remove the Nidalee and Lilia away from Spica and then the kind of comfort of the Cassante, whereas I still think NRG are one of our better or best Senna teams with FBI, and then removing the Sedge from Contracts, who can do a lot with that champion. Rumble first pick, though, presumably for Dokla in the top lane.
I think so. I think that'll also pair really well with Tristana or Corki mid for Palafox, so a very standard, balanced team composition for them. The big thing that this will allow them to do, though, is maybe have a little bit more push in the top lane. That is something that has been a struggle for NRG. They played so much around their bottom side this year that Dokla is definitely kind of on an island up there a lot of the time, and he's been struggling a bit.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dignitas is going to go ahead and secure themselves that Ivern as the first pick. This champion has become a little bit more popular recently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ivern is actually really, really strong. Contracts, interestingly enough, for NRG is a known Ivern player, as well as Armeo in the LCS. They did not end up first picking it, and it fell out of the draft. That's actually been something that people have been banning against NRG pretty frequently, and we've seen Ivern be so successful, especially with so many AD carry compositions. And we talked about how, yes, Kraken Slayer got nerfed, LDR and Mortal Reminder got nerfed. There are some targeted itemization changes against AD carries on this patch. As we see the Maokai locked in for Contracts, some really excellent combination with Rumble potential there. But Ivern is just so great at keeping your carries safe and buffing them, and he's just really annoying, honestly. Really, really annoying if you're playing against him.
Especially in a world with, like you're talking about, every team composition these days having 2 different marksmen. This guy just exists to facilitate those marksmen. But it will be tree versus tree here in the jungle as we have that Lucian locked in for NRG. Not surprised at all to see this. You've got some of that mid lane power there from that mid lane marksman alongside the big AP heavy hitter with the top side Rumble. We'll see how well Palafox can pilot this.
Definitely the more aggressive choice in terms of the Tristana, Corki, Zeri, Lucian combos that we're seeing in the mid lane, but it is generally what we expected with the Rumble top lane, an AD pick that is, we're 90% this is going to go mid, even though there is a world where they'd go Lucianami and then still throw a Trist or Corki mid lane, so it's a bit of a flex pick, which NRG can still pull off from the blue side, but not too surprising.
All right, let's see what we get here. I'm also very curious. A lot of times recently here in the LCS, when Lucian mid has been picked, it's picked alongside a Bard support or something similar that is constantly going to be roaming, allowing Lucian to use that pressure that he needs to exert in order to be valuable as a pick. So I'm curious if the support role is going to be targeted more by Dig here in the second half of the draft with the bans. Jhin banned away, so they don't want to deal with that one. Let's see what NRG has up their sleeves.
Yeah, Jhin taken off the table. And I am super curious to see on the side of NRG. You mentioned how Lucian can be a flex. I still fully expect it to go mid as Trist is removed.
Same.
That pairs, again, even with the Trist individual nerfs, even with the itemization nerfs, Trist just pairs so well with Ivern, and especially when she's a mid, allows you to mow down turrets so quickly once you actually push out, get mid prio, and get a ton of turret plays off of her in tandem with the Ivern.
I didn't know the Poro hats were out of stock, personally.
I didn't either.
Yeah, we're top people are on it at this point.
This is a tragedy. We got to get more Poro hats back here in the shop, but it is Kalista banned out alongside that Jhin. So double marksman targeting from Dignitas in the second half of the draft. Do you think they're also just going to try to get rid of the Corki or another one of these mid-lane potential marksmen here for NRG or something else?
I think it makes the most sense in terms of limiting the amount of options they have mid lane. Jensen doesn't strike me as Zeri player, so he definitely has a lot of quirky games in the past, and it's just trying to keep him off of comfort. This does actually open the window, unless he plays Zeri, for a mage pick. Like I do know, even though it's not traditionally a good matchup, that like Jensen's had a lot of really good Azir or Orianna games against Lucian mid, so we'll see if he just goes back to control mage city or if he actually pulls out the Zeri for what I think would be the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, Jensen Zeri mid.
Jensen Zeri.
Now, I'm not going to lie to you guys.
Interesting.
I'm a little bit concerned because in the past, we've always seen Jensen excel on what we think of when we think traditional mid laner, right? The control mages, those evergreen picks. He's struggled a bit. I still remember back to the era of solo lane Viego. And all of Jensen's teammates wishing that would no longer be the meta because he's struggled adapting to it. So I'm curious how well he'll be able to pilot this Zeri as somebody who has been, such a clutch player in some situations. Flowers for NRG.
Your favorite boy.
Baby,
Your boy.
he's back. They tried to kill him. They tried to squash him. They knocked him back down to a lower pick rate than before we got reworked. But he's still here. He's ready to rock. With the rock, we got Skarner locked in for Big Dig.
That is very surprising to me.
Yeah.
Because he has been eviscerated by nerfs and completely dropped out of the meta, but this is a window where, their topside damage is comically low now with Skarner Ivern up against a Rumble.
It's vibes, man.
And also, like we talked about, Rumble being already something that when Skarner was absolutely giga broken, was something that people were like, well, because of his pushing power, because of his damage, he can be an alright counter. It was the Rumble and the Mordekaiser that we saw people workshopping the most. And now this is post-nerf Skarner picked into a Rumble.
Quite a grin you've got talking about this Skarner. Yeah, you're. I'm beginning to think there might be a little bit of questionable drafting going on based on the look on your face. So let me just ask you guys then, do you both think that NRG won the draft, or is there an angle here for Dignitas?
I just like NRG's draft because, again, it's easy to execute. It has a lot of, especially with the Maokai, it has a lot of the things that you saw them do well against with when they went up against C9 last week in that first game. It has a lot of the same kind of harbingers to this comp as well. So if they can, play better around Baron, play better around those mid to late game team fights and objective setups, then I do favor NRG's comp.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Summoner's Rift for the first time today in this best of three between NRG and Dignitas. Jensen piloting that mid lane Zeri, not a pick that we would have been expecting out of him. And Licorice also choosing the Skarner despite the suite of nerfs the champion has endured. I think the solo lanes for Dig are the big question mark here in this first game.
So, we are on patch 14.15.
Yep.
Okay.
And Skarner was technically buffed on patch 14.15.
Sure.
I don't like the word technically.
Well, so here's the buffs. Health growth increased to 110 from 105. That's 5 health per level, man.
Wowee.
Sure.
By level 18, that's almost 100.
It's almost a fraction of a ruby crystal.
Armor growth increased to 5 from 4.8. So at level 5, that's a whole 1 armor.
I can bet that's got to be at least 13 gold worth of armor. That's like an entire
the Shattered Earth mana cost was reduced by 5 from 50 to 45. But then I think the first empowered attack after casting Shattered Earth now declares the automatic basic attack more quickly and smoothly.
Okay.
So quickness and smoothness. But previously from that, he was heavily nerfed in patch 14.13, which did remove him from the game. But there could be something cooking there that Licorice just tried him again after the buffs and thinks it's good.
I hope it's good. I want to see what Licorice has cooking. We'll see how many good angles he can find. Now that the champion is no longer just OP as a ball of stats, he's going to really need to look for good angles with that Ishtal impact to be able to start up fights. He'll need those multi-ultis if he really wants to have the impact in the team fight that'll justify the pick.
Yeah, that's a big thing for me. It's just with the nerfs that came down, as we see, Ben's getting really low.
Wow. Okay, popping the cleanse immediately. to make sure that he does not get locked up any further, but NRG's bottom lane duo immediately taking control.
Well, especially Braum Ezreal is not exactly your level 2 power spike, time to bully the Ashe lane.
Yeah.
So that's an outplay there early on by FBI and Huhi's Ven. Also, neither of these AD carries bringing teleport to get back to lane quickly. I will say the wave's crashing pretty slow, so he's still going to catch most of this, but it's still a great early start for the NRG bot.
Yeah, and as we look at Ezreal really briefly, see them laughing at each other in bot lane, he did get that Q like reversion. So for just to remind people, he was like technically nerfed, but it was the reversal of the buff he'd received about 2 patches ago. We had at that point already seen him pre-buff played in LCK. Yeah. He looked still really, really good. But that was kind of to stop him being so ubiquitous in every single draft.
What does ubiquitous mean?
Always there.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Look, chat, I have to make sure that I ask.
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's.
I'm so sorry.
That's like a $10 word. I've heard it before. I never bothered to know what it meant, so I figured we all might as well learn something, or at least the other people that also don't know what it means.
I used to be a writer in another lifetime. You know?
No, I respect it. I'm happy to learn something here today. We're just watching junglers clear their camps anyway, so we might as well use the time that we've got as the junglers are just trading scuttlecraft.
I do think this should be a new thing. I think, Emily, you should challenge yourself to use like non-ubiquitous words.
Oh, well, look at that. Hey, he's hooked on phonics.
Yeah.
I like that.
And then if that happens, you can define it during the cast. It's like everyone wants to do the like word of the day thing to improve their vocabulary, but no one actually sticks to it. So it could be your thing. Here's a gank.
Oh, Licorice trying to bring Dokla back towards Spica, but the problem is Licorice might also be in some trouble. Dokla overheats. The shield is there. Spica might just be able to get it done, and yes, he will. It's first blood for the Ivern.
And that's actually huge. The fact that they were able to keep the Rumble from bullying this lane. They trade flashes, which would make a repeat gank more likely. I think if they bring something like the Leona up there, very successful there. The gold going over to Spica, not super ideal. I want to see if we get a gank here from Maokai, though, with no cleanse on Sven. Too hard to get to.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's really going to work out.
He's
or
going
maybe.
for a wraparound.
Hold on. FBI and Huhi going forward now. Flash coming out from Huhi to tag him there as Contracts wants to go in. He finds Twisted Advance. Remember, Sven is in really dire straits, and he's already down. FBI taking a kill as Spica shows up. Maybe they can get one back here as Huhi's already down to 100 HP. He is ignited, and he just can't fight it, but he can. The Unbreakable goes up, and Huhi stands tall. NRG tie up the kill.
And Huhi managed to live despite it all. You can really see why I think when the Ivern is not on my team as an AD carry main, I'm like, man, he's so annoying, you know? But really nice response from Contracts. One of the things that I've been pretty critical of this NRG team is I thought when they had so much more success, as we take a look at the top lane gank, from Spica looking ahead here.
That's just the smoothness of the Skarner there, being able to E him back to his jungler very early. He had been losing the lane, though, which is why he had to flash to safety. And then this fight in the bottom lane as well that we're just talking about, the full committal, just getting the original Q tag, a nice skill shot on the second Q, which actually ended up being pretty pivotal based on the fact that Spica came back for the counter gank on the other side, so they end up trading these kills. One other important note about that first blood by Dig, they have been really struggling in the early game. This is only the third first blood of the entire split that they pulled off there in the top lane.
That is not a very impressive number. 8th of 8.
This includes this game. This was 2 of 12 before.
Okay, that is good to know. That is certainly not the kind of first blood stat you're looking for, but it's also the first step in turning that number around.
Oh yeah.
And I was just saying before we saw those replays, the other thing that I've wanted from NRG is that same kind of early aggressiveness from Contracts. I think one of the things that a lot of AP farming junglers have done, and just general jungle XP changes, mean less lane interaction overall, or that lane interaction can sometimes be more punishing. But I thought this NRG team was always at their best when Contracts was able to interact with his lanes early.
All right, let's check in on mid, because we've kind of been watching everywhere else so far in the early game. Haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to what's going on here, because honestly, it's kind of a handshake. Just farm the minions back and forth. There's not really a whole lot of focus here.
And I think that would mean Jensen's playing that lane fairly well, since oftentimes the Lucian is picked to play aggressive early. And look out!
Oh no, Skarner, I think you're dead, buddy. Dokla just walks up and cooks him. It's a 2-1 game for NRG.
At that point, the Maokai ult almost seems excessive. Right?
Yeah,
he's already dead. As we see Jensen.
Yeah, Jensen's ready to keep this one going, wants to keep that aggression towards Palafox, but not a whole lot more to find. Spica showing up behind him just to guarantee that he can play this out as aggressively as need be, but no way that's going to be.
Yeah, it will be nice because it puts the lane in a really nice state for Jensen as we see how much Dokla is actually getting off the top side, off of that gank, right? It really resets him in his favor. Rumble pushes in this matchup. Again, that was one of the things where you were looking at how does he go up against the previous Giga Broken Skarner? That was always one of the things that they were looking at from him, and so Dokla getting those advantages topside is really good as well. As we see Dig starting up the trade.
Yeah, it is looking like the original mid lane gank by Spica that pushed Palafox back gives them the window to take this Drake, not to mention their bot lane was able to move up. So nice bit of a trade. The Grubs in the top laner died for the Drake on the bot side for Dignitas. Still a pretty close game.
And honestly, yeah, the first 9 minutes have a little bit of trading back and forth, but nobody's really running away with it yet, which kind of brings us back to, you know, what we were talking about before we really got into the draft and got into the game. And Jet, you mentioned it. If NRG ends up winning this series, they're going to feel great, like heading heading towards playoffs, heading towards the end of the regular split. Dignitas, on the other hand, we were talking about their strength of schedule. We were talking about this team and the fact that they already have all the tough opponents out of the way. The end should be an easier run for them compared to most other squads. But after losing to Shopify last week, they really need to step up.
Yeah, this just increases the pressure for this game, and you're always worried about that with Dignitas when they're looking at the tail end of their schedule after facing a bunch of really big teams, and they'd almost expect to win against Shopify. Like, yes, they did get 2-0'd, but those were two very close games, especially the second one against Shopify last week. So Dignitas, they just need to, it sounds cliche, but step up, because they were actually very good against the top teams. They had one win against FlyQuest, one win against Team Liquid. They just haven't been able to close out enough series, so now would be the time. But then they're up against this NRG team who's been improving throughout the split. So even though it may look like they're playing one of the weaker teams, they're actually playing against one of the only teams with 2 wins in the whole split. They're in 4th place right now.
Well, I think it's also easy to recognize, like, every single person on this NRG team has won a title.
Yeah.
Every single person but Isles on Dignitas has also won a title. So
9 out of 10.
Yeah, so there's just like a lot of experience on both teams, which is why I think when you ask players to evaluate, like, oh, how good are these rosters sometimes, a lot of it is like, oh, well, they're not playing well right now, but we know that they know how to win because we've seen it before.
Well, we're going to get much of a scrap up here. A couple of projectiles being traded back and forth, but really not a whole lot. Remember that NRG got the first 3 grubs. Now they are starting up the second set. They've got a 4-man squad already ready to go here, but Dignitas is ready to maybe make the pincer attack here with Jensen coming up from the side. Immediate engage from Isles, but he's already nearly dead. He gets healed up by the Redemption. It's clutch to keep him alive as who he also has to flash away. NRG staying alive, kiting out, fighting out against Daisy. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, it's a 1v1 at the same time as Benny's the calling back up here in the top side. River with the equalizer, finding its way into Licorice in the bottom side as the Void Grubs 5-1 secured for NRG in the top fight.
Dignitas unable to prevent the Grubs from being taken completely, and an important part about why they fought in the bot lane is both those laners had teleport. So I think Licorice was staying dangerously close to Dokla to prevent him from TPing, and then was able to avoid getting solo killed. So that was a dicey situation for Dignitas to try and contest. They don't win it, but at least it wasn't a total disaster.
Well, and that's pretty good on Licorice, right? Obviously, we didn't see how that scrap in the bot lane started, but if Rumble does end up joining this fight and just laying an equalizer across that Maokai ult, Dig ends up looking a lot worse coming out of that. As it is, NRG will get that 4 grub spike, having got 5 grubs. As we take a look at, I want to watch like what's going on up here too, right? Yeah, so Licorice was trying to just stop Dokla from joining.
Yeah, and Dokla had a nice control word in the bush to force Licorice from stepping up. So nice little game of cat and mouse there. Gets the flash for his ultimate, which will be up quickly. And an important flash burn by Jensen mid lane there. It puts Dignitas in a really difficult position because let's look at the way these lanes are actually playing out. Jensen losing to Lucian, Skarner losing to Rumble, and their bot lane pushed in as well. So where does that, like, Ivern is just going to fall further and further behind. And it's on NRG to actually make the proactive plays here because this means they'll have first setup on any Rift Herald or any Drake, and they also have a really inside track to getting first turret of the game.
Yeah, and you talk about how this composition works, right? Like it's Maokai, it's 280 carries, it's Rumble. We've seen this a lot, and it is really nice and easy to execute.
Ooh, nice interception there on the arrow from Huhi, but the problem is he might just have to pay for it with his own life. The redemption called in for the extra little bit of damage. Vantage grabbing the first kill as Contracts wants to get one back. Equalizer finally comes down over the top as Palafox drops the calling, but Isles is ready to re-engage here with the Zenith Blade. Speak of Falls, FBI grabbing the kill on that one. NRG, they got another one, and now Isles could be the next in line. First Electro Harpoon ain't gonna find the mark. Jensen provides covering fire. Isles makes his retreat.
I think Dig should be very happy that that was just a 1-for-1 because there's a couple crucial things that happened here. So originally, when you cleanse this Leona R, Hui's going to regret stepping in front of this Ash Arrow because there's actually a 70% CC reduction that you get post-cleanse that would have allowed FBI to actually almost immune that Ash Arrow, but instead, Hui gets stunned the entire time, and they're able to kill him. However, on the tail end of this fight, when the Rumble actually does teleport in, watch the harpoons that he misses both of that either one could have secured the kill onto Isles.
Yeah, and you had Palafox and Jensen both coming up. Palafox looks like he's going to be in trouble. Flashes out, is also able to get out with both Isles and Jensen kind of on him. So split fight does work out surprisingly well for Dignitas, I would say.
It really does, and it means we have Drake now up, only the second Drake of the game, but everyone here except for Licorice. So NRG is going to want to start this to try and get the Licorice TP out. He does have the Skarner ultimate if there's a contest to be had, and instead looks like Dignitas is just going to give it up.
All right. Not going to fight for that one. Means that NRG are going to be the overall winners of the early on neutral objective battle, with the Drakes going even, but a 5-to-1 grub split in their favor, as Isles not really worried about any sort of real threat on his life from Huhi and FBI, considering how tanky the Leona is. Palafox is going to continue applying the pressure here in the 1v1 against Jensen, but Dokla's ready to turn this into not a 1v1 if he gets the opportunity. Is recalling on a ward, though.
And this is actually giving a lot of free time for Licorice. I mean, he's been up top lane for quite some time now. They might end up getting, he's teleporting in behind for a gank.
Oh, nice solar flare, immediate engage coming out from Isles. The Equalizer trying to cover his own escape, but Dokla's still very, very low. Licorice trying to put the enemy jungler in a bad spot, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. The Skarner and the Maokai both going to be traded back as NRG and Dignitas break even here in this big scrap.
And even though Licorice was able to TP into that fight, he immediately just took damage, right? And he was able to get in, get the apprehend, as we see, going on Sven.
Yeah, honestly, really important to have dodged that Winter's Bite.
Yeah.
I think that very easily could have been a kill otherwise, considering both summoner spells were down.
This is not a good game for Sven at the moment. Still down both summoners, losing mid-prio at every step. FBI not getting any weaker. Call just cashed in as well for an extra bit of bonus gold. But we're going to watch this fight one more time where Dig was really hoping this was going to be their big play. They're one teleporting in to defend the turret, but more importantly, really trying to clean up kills here. Great Leona ult to start as the Skarner approaches.
Yeah, we get the Leona ult down, but then we also get the Maokai Rumble response. And Licorice, even though he is able to suppress Contracts, right? He's taking damage that entire time. So they NRG end up trading that back. Palafox is going to get this bot lane turret now.
And Dignitas needs more time. I think the thing with Licorice is he's had to lane against this Rumble, so he's just stacked magic resist, but then he teleports in and gets culled by Lucian Ezreal.
Yeah.
And he's got no armor. That, even though it got buff flowers by 0.2 per level, he still melts.
By God, I just don't know. I don't understand, Chad. How does it happen?
He had 55 more health than last patch going into that fight.
Look at Flower's face. He was really counting on that health.
Yeah, I honestly can't believe that's almost enough to survive half of a Blade of the Ruined King proc, but it just still wasn't.
It wasn't enough.
As Palafox This might not be enough either. Licorice not gonna hit his ulti. Palafox honestly playing this beautifully. He's still alive for now. He sidesteps another zap. There's no way he lives, right? Finally, the kill comes through for Dignitas. Palafox fought that one tooth and nail, ultimately still falls, and Dig takes the kill plus the turret.
But a big investment there actually, takes a little bit of extra time, so the Rift Herald pops mid lane. They've already killed the top turret, They want to break mid here as well.
Yeah, NRG should be able to break mid, and as you said, Jet, Dokla is still pushing on tier 2. He's going to rotate down now. We'll see if they end up doing anything else after getting this mid tier 2. But that also just opens up the map so much more now for NRG. They're up 3-1 in turrets. The Drake stacking is in neither team's favor since they each have one, but just having this open map, especially for these two AD carries, is massive.
I really do think NRG is ahead in this game, but I will say, when we were seeing Skarner a lot, he seemed to just win games because of his ability to take up space in team fights.
Yes.
So I think if he gets a little bit of armor and Jensen and Sven can complete a few more items, that's the hope that Dignitas is holding on to. It's just going to be really difficult because of the amount of control that NRG has on the map.
And additionally, I mean, Dig do have a lot of pick potential, right? With their composition, we've seen when they have been able to split up fights potentially and isolate someone, that is where, you know, the Zeri can come in and be really strong. The Skarner can come in and be really strong. So that's kind of their window to success now for me, is either making picks so then it's a 4v5, or splitting up a team fight enough that you can pick off people individually and not run into the NRG kind of wombo combo.
And one thing I'm going to be looking for from Licorice in particular, if we're talking about this Skarner and how to succeed in the fights, remember that Skarner's E reduces its cooldown by almost 2/3 if you slam someone into a wall with it. So I feel like if Dignitas is going to take a longer fight, if it's going to be something more than just a pick, Licorice is going to need to get these angles, time those E's right, and make sure that he's getting those wallbang resets. Otherwise, his ability to create that space like we're talking about back when Skarner did dominate the meta is going to be greatly hampered.
Yeah, but I'm also just looking 10 seconds until this next Drake, and there is not very many good approaches for them into this. But what we do have to look at is these two wards, because maybe they could try a flank if they want to contest this. Knowing, though, that NRG only has one Drake, this is definitely the one you give up.
All right.
Yeah.
It looks like
and they're just gonna give it up.
Yep, that's the name of the game. All right, one Ocean Drake, no big deal. Give that one away. NRG up one Drake, up 1,500 gold. 20 minutes into the game. Honestly, considering some of the games that we've seen so far here in Summer Split, this one's really, really close.
Yeah. I think so. And honestly, I was trying to find differences with these two teams in the stats flowers before this game, so I'd have interesting things to talk about during the cast.
Okay. What do you got?
They're the same.
Oh.
Like, they're so
same?
close. So we have all these stats like close percentage, major lead percentage, major deficit percentage, and every time I was ranking like first to last in the LCS, NRG and Dig would be right next to each other. Like, those percentages were just the same. The only differences that I found between these two teams was that Dokla doesn't get the same level of jungle attention that Licorice did, and that Contracts like to camp bottom lane. But then even in this game, they moved top lane a bit and started ganking more for Dokla, so it was probably kind of the same. So I am not surprised that this game is 4 kills to 4 with only a 1,000 gold difference.
All right, there's a 1,000 gold difference, but there, in terms of role, is a 1,600 advantage in the bottom lane marksman position. FBI over Sven, the Ezreal versus the Ashe. That is the largest gold advantage for a single player compared to his counterpart. So keep your eyes on FBI and what he might be able to accomplish in this upcoming fight. Solar Flare with the arrow, both going to be used here at the same time as the Skarner ulti grabs two. Nicely done there from Licorice, who he having to try to get away. He still survives, and now Licorice is getting cooked. He's got to try to stay alive somehow. Beautiful Ishtal impact right back into the wall. That's what I'm talking about. You get that stun, you have some fun. Dignitas, 1-0.
And that's the Skarner presence in those team fights. He's the front line. The buffs might have actually saved him there. We'll have to check the tapes for the math with his health and the extra armor. But that was so clutch by Dig, withstanding the Rumble ultimate with the redemption from the Ivern and then turning it around on Dokla at the end. Very well played by Licorice.
Yeah, and they recognize with NRG all concentrated here that they can try to get a pick. Just watch Licorice coming in, This is so
Double
great.
suppress.
Yeah, even with the Maokai ult coming off of the back and Dokla showing up in time to separate them and do damage, you think Licorice might go down, immediately gets the suppress, shoves Dokla into a wall. Good stuff.
And one of the big things there, he has Fimble Winter completed. If you notice the shields popping up, spamming the way that they did, that's not just Skarner's W, that's not just Seismic Bastion, that's the Fimble Winter next to it. This is an incredibly synergistic item on the champion. Back when he was really strong, back when he was meta, you saw people building this all the time in top lane for a damn good reason.
Yeah.
It lets him spam out those shields constantly, and it gives him so much survivability in fight.
And you were really good at answering this question before. Like, what is his shield scale off of?
Health.
What does the Thimblewinter shield scale off of?
Health.
What is... I think some of his damage...
Health.
Okay, everything scales off of health.
I feel like if Dig win, we need to bring back he's the best champ in the game.
I'm pretty sure producers still have that just
They
locked
definitely
away
do.
in some sort
I
of-
expect them to spam it now, actually, that I just said that.
Some sort of panic button somewhere has that allocated to it. But so far, Licorice has been a part of 4 out of 5 of the team's kills. That is the second highest. Thank
There
you,
we go.
producers. Yes. Second highest KP on the team. It is Spica, the only player on Dignitas that has been a part of everything. 2-1-3 on the Ivor, and honestly having a really good game so far.
Great takeaway in this match because we know Contracts would have picked it early on in the draft phase if Spica didn't take it right away. And I think what the Ivern is also enabling is this Jensen Zeri. It's the first time we've ever seen him play Zeri. He decided to do it instead of a control mage matchup against the Lucian. And he's in a position now where he's the one that should carry this game. He's got a 30 CS advantage on the Lucian. He's got 1.2 thousand gold against his mid lane counterpart, and he's in a position where he's got to step up and carry.
And you know, back with what I was talking about in draft, Jensen is somebody who before has come under fire for not being able to adapt when the meta has big shifts, big swings, big changes, whatever you want to call them. So to see him being 2-0-1 on this champion, which would not fit into his stereotypical pool, is a very good sign for Dignitas.
Yeah. As we see both Baron and Drake setup going on. NRG did push out, so they have pretty good vision. Dig has that ward back in the pit. And now it looks like they should have pretty good control over Drake if they want to go for it.
Yeah.
As Dig are now posturing around
The
Baron.
thing is, Dig can also start threatening Baron, and this is the first time they've actually had a little bit of control on the map because they're at least pushing out the top side and clearing vision in the Baron River. It will allow Palafox to solo this Drake if NRG just kind of bluffs for a little bit here. The danger with bluffing, though, is at any moment an arrow could fly out from Ashe and try and start a team fight.
All right, Palafox got that Drake to about almost half HP. The rest of the team just trying to place.
They saw him with Ashe arrow, so they should engage in the mid.
Okay, hold on. Palafox now throwing the calling out towards Licorice, who's coming down to stop him from taking the Drake, or at least try to contest it. Doka's gonna make his way down, so Licorice cannot get any closer. Drake secured for energy there on full point.
Digger starting up the Baron.
Yeah, Dignitas onto Baron. A TP's coming in. It's a full 5-man play from the Dignitas squad. Energy has to try to answer this. They cannot be caught just letting this slip away. Daisy down to 500 HP. Solar Flare ain't gonna find any hard CC. Immediately though, Licorice with a beautiful pick as Jensen gets a killing spree and Palafox falls. Contracts in the middle of everybody, and Jensen is caught out and shut down. Licorice here on the front line, but again, he's got to endure the wrath of FBI. Immediate counter engage coming out from Miles here with a Zenith Blade. Another 1-for-1 trade going down with a 3v3 still ready to go. The volley fires off. It ain't gonna be enough. Another kill comes through as Licorice is ready to stand and fight, but it ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna work. Dokla with a triple kill. Energy with a 4-for-2.
What a fight! Back and forth the entire time. The idea was right for Dignitas. Use the dragon to give yourself the start on Baron and look to peel. And Licorice sees the teleport coming in to start the fight.
Yeah, watch Licorice. He gets right onto Palafox. This is exactly what you want the Skarner to do. Palafox immediately gets deleted. Jensen goes in and then just gets bodied.
Really poor re-engage there by Jensen, because if he's in the back line to do damage here, Dignitas runs this game. And even now it looks like they can finish, but when Sven flashes forward and doesn't get that kill onto FBI, it allows Dokla to just burn them up. And that is the face of a stress coach.
Yeah, somebody check Thinkcard's blood pressure, please. I don't know if this man's all right. Oh, hold on.
FBI.
I don't know if FBI's all right either. Prophet of Clan's getting away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. As now Isles is here on the front line and nobody else is around. Nobody's coming to save him. Nobody's coming to bail him out. First kill goes over to NRG. Daisy not surviving much longer. Licorice still maybe looking from an angle here. Energy's low on health. Jensen still looking to free fire. Picks up the first one. Who he's going to drop. Lots of bodies hitting the floor. Dignitas just got 4. Contracts, the last one standing, and the boy is gone. Dignitas 5 for 1.
If at first you fly in and die on Zeri, fly in and try again because you're going to ace energy. It looks like they could actually take this, kill the turrets, and actually end the game.
Oh my God, and it's incredible the amount that they are going to get off of this victory here in the mid lane. The 5 for 1. They don't have Baron. They don't need it. It's 5 seconds on Huhi, but it'll be another 15 before anybody else is back alive. Licorice tanks the turret. He protects the minions. There's not going to be any backdoor protection coming up now. There's no way that Braum can stand and do it all on his own. Huhi's just going to give over another kill for free. Dignitas take out Energy in game number 1.
And once again, it comes down to these crucial mid to late game team fights that NRG do not win. Last time against C9 in game 1, it was that Baron. This time in the mid lane, I feel like I owe Licorice and Skarner an apology.
Yeah!
I was not familiar with their game.
And Jensen also kind of shook his head at the end walking off stage there because he felt like he threw the game a minute after he won the game.
You throw it and then you catch it.
Just
Exactly.
Zeri things, you know?
Just Zeri things, I guess. First Zeri game, first Zeri win for Jensen, and as you saw at the end there, 1 win away from drastically increasing their playoff chances.
Just like we talked about at the start of the game back in the draft, Energy already has those 2 series wins, so they're feeling all right. After that loss to Shopify last week, Dignitas, they're motivated. They got to be hungry to get this, because if you drop this one, all of a sudden, everything is very dire heading into the final week.
And I think it's a tough loss for Energy, honestly, because the way they had control of this game, they felt like they were in a clear winning position for 20 minutes before they lost.
All right, a reminder to all y'all, Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper, so make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. Now, we're heading on over to the LCS Lounge, which might just be Raz and Basil, to break that one down. Hell yeah.
You're damn right it's me and Basil.
Hello.
So first thoughts on it, of course, you just were able to consume that game.
What happened?
So we load in a draft. You see those 2 comps. Who are you leaning towards?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I thought it was over when I saw the mid lane Zeri pick. I just, you know, it works sometimes, doesn't work all the time.
Yeah.
And love my boy Jensen, but that kind of scared me. So I thought it was over. I thought it was like for sure NRG win, you know, scripted win. But
Yes.
I don't know what just happened the past 10 minutes. I actually have no idea what just happened.
Let's remind a lot of the people out there. I wanted to actually talk about Grubs because just going into the draft, I actually favored what Energy had to offer. Double AD carry with Braum. Easy disengage for what Dignitas was trying to throw at them. So immediately I like the fact that they're forcing him to walk through this checkpoint. And on top of that, Zeri is in no man's land here. So as you can see, Zeri is trying to come in the flank. She actually should have been dropping the midway so she could be topside. Leona somehow survives, but I think it's incredibly difficult for a Leona to try and find any kind of engage onto a Braum with Lucian Ezreal trying to find that backline is really next to impossible. I thought Contract did a great job throwing out his Maokai ulti too at the right time of the engage, and they were able to get 5 grubs on an 80 carry comp like that, double AD.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard for that Leona to play this game in general. You basically have to sacrifice most of your summoners, if not your entire champion, into their team and just hope your team can do something. I think the only thing that was kind of what was the deciding factor for Dig is the fact that Zeri's ult is in such a such a low cooldown that honestly, if an engage does work, you do have follow-up. But after watching that Rumble play that happened, where I believe 4 people got completely wiped, I thought it was over. I actually thought it was just NRG win.
Let's play out the game-winning team fight for Dignitas, because just before this play ends up happening, Jensen does send himself in the fight around Baron. But then the engage was really hard for Dignitas to lock down, but just like walk through this team fight, because one thing that I looked at was Lucian trying to go in for ulti range. getting hit by Zeri ulti immediately afterwards, and then they just get chased down.
Yeah, I don't think they expected to get hit by so much damage from Zeri, especially this flash here. I thought this flash was a bit aggressive, and I was unsure if Jensen would actually survive this, but that on top of Ashlow and an Ivern that can really just like hold you as Zeri,
Yes.
this is like completely just, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That great chase down potential you already mentioned, like Skarner himself, of course, not getting played because of how heavy the nerfs actually was, and as you can see from the damage, if this looks like an NRG win, but then you see the sharp dip in the goal difference over time at the very tail end of the game.
Crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. I hope in this game goes to game 3. How about you?
No, I agree. I think these like super scrappy games are super fun, especially with these two teams where you want to see both of them do well because they both have really good players. I think it's fun to watch it go to a game 3.
Yeah, hopefully we go to a game 3. Remember, playoff implications, both these teams are trying to be at that top 6 position. NRG did select blue side. Let's go straight into the break, and after this one, we get right into game 2.
Put your hands together for Jensen and Sven!
Height doesn't matter because it's not about how tall or how short you are, it's about who you are on the inside.
He's laughing, he doesn't believe it.
No, but also tall people more likely to die faster, so good luck to you. Why does height not matter? What else can I say about that?
That's all you had?
I mean, I didn't really come prepared for this one. This one was like, you kind of hit me with like one I didn't expect. Height doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know how to argue why height doesn't matter. I could say being shorter is better because like in airplanes, like you're not so like you have more space. But then I'm arguing about something else. So why? Because I mean, I know. Next, like your turn.
Bro, just fold it.
Hello?
Bro, why are you parking?
Seriously? What is that?
Remote smart parking assist. You could have parked anywhere.
They could have parked there, they could have parked there, they could have parked there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS and Summer Split 2024. If you're just now joining us, we're in the middle of a series between NRG and Dignitas with a game number 1. The most common sentence I saw online about it afterwards is, what just happened? Because it felt really close for really long, and then all of a sudden it was over and Dig took the dub.
And right before Dig took the dub, it felt like NRG had just taken the dub, which gives us this weird sense of shell shock that now Dignitas is 1 game away from winning the series. And one thing I just have to call it out.
Okay.
I love how fast we go from end of game 1 to game 2 champ select.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah. It's
Thank
the
you,
best.
LCS.
It's the best.
It's
good job, Mark.
Yes.
And everyone behind the scenes that makes it happen, because not everybody can do this.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic. We do have the Nidalee and the Ivern banned out by NRG. Remember the last time around, I believe it was the Lilia they banned away instead of the Ivern, so they're going to change that up a little bit. The Cassante going to remain banned. Senna, Sejuani, and Aurora, I do believe those are the same 3 first phase bans that Dig had in the previous game. And NRG, you know, they're just going to keep running back more of these similarities. First lock on the Rumble once more.
Absolutely. So because NRG lost the game, they got choice of side select. They decided to stay blue, and their adjustment was a jungle ban change. I don't think NRG expected the Ivern takeaway, and we're kind of hoping that it could fall to Contract since it's something he is so good at. But there were also a number of times in that game where it looked like NRG was about to break it open, and then an Ivern Shield or an Ivern Redemption or an Ivern McHale's would just keep this darn game alive before Dignitas could come back. And they are in for more Skarner. Sign them up.
Yeah, I mean, sign me up. I'm always down for this. We got to see kind of some of the struggles, but also some of the victories of the champion in the previous game. It felt like he was made of paper up until the Thimble Winter was completed, but after he got those shields, that increased the survivability by a substantial amount.
It really did, and that was with early ganking actually killing Dokla in the lane phase.
Yeah.
So signing up for more of that, and I don't think NRG's actually making that many changes. They're saying the Ivern was the problem.
Yeah.
This 1-2-3, if they end up blocking in the Lucian, is going to be exactly the same as they did in game 1. And I don't necessarily hate this because, like we said, they were in a lot of winning positions for a large percentage of that game 1.
Yeah, and essentially that's what they're calling out by running this back, right? They're saying, all right, it wasn't in the planning phase, it was in the execution phase. That's where the problems occurred, and so they're going to keep going with this. Dignitas, though, they're not allowed to run back their jungler, so instead we're going to switch it up. We're going to go with a different plant. It's Zyra to speak of.
Much more damage.
Yes.
So even though there have been a bunch of AP jungle nerfs, small taps to champions, the core of it with the itemization hasn't been changed, so it's still an incredibly fast clearing jungler. And I think maybe if we're talking about just the jungle matchup, more in favor for Spica this game than it was in the first game, just with how quickly Zyra can full clear, and then more so how much damage Zyra can do in mid and late game teamfights.
I mean, it's the structure we've seen in the jungle for the past few weeks, ever since Faded Ashes became an item and Tristana and Corki took over mid with these AP junglers. If you're going to play a traditional tank-style jungler into these AP turbo clear champions, you must be able to make something happen early. You must be able to affect the lanes and have an impact on the game, because if you do not, you will be out-farmed. It's not a question.
Yeah, but also on the other side, when you pick Zyra fairly early in the draft, NRG can still try and figure out a team comp that isn't necessarily weak in or good into Zyra, because like if you're trying to really dive on top of a team with Zyra Ashe, you're going to have a bad time. Yeah. But if you can pick some higher mobility or longer range champions, you can kind of just poke Zyra out before a lot of these fights. So that's why I do like the Ezreal ban adaptation from Dignitas as well. FPI's Ezreal not only was very good, is also very good against Zyra. So we'll see what they end up going with in the bot lane for game 2.
Trist remaining banned. I feel like, okay, how come Tristana didn't get as many nerfs as Skarner did? Because Tristana's taking up the game too, chat. What's going on?
Tristana did get a lot of nerfs.
But she needs more.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Very strong champion. Very strong champion alongside that Corki. Both, again, are going to be removed. Last game, Jensen played the Zeri. A lot of us, you and me both, I think, were questioning whether or not he would be willing to go with something like that. He was. He had a couple of big moments. He had a couple of pings.
He did.
Question marks.
He did. Only one actual death, it felt like, in the game. So not that bad. I want to make actually a quick point on the Trist and its inability to leave the meta, and how hard it is to actually balance for pro, because the nerfs that Trist got in patch 14.14 hurt Trist by 5% win rate.
That's huge.
So in almost all cases, it was too weak. But Pro is so incredibly contextual.
Yes.
The actual Trist matchups that pros play, which is like Trist into Corki or Trist into Lucian, didn't change that much.
Right.
Even if the overall win rate got completely tanked. So a lot of times when you're nerfing for Pro, it's like you actually need to somehow nerf for a specific matchup, which is a really difficult task.
Right, it's not like it's Tristana versus LeBlanc in solo queue at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Everybody's on their 17th game of the day, right? It's just not the same ball game. But we do have the Jhin locked in for the side of NRG. So a lot of extra help here with the setup, a lot of that extra range like what you were talking about. If you're gonna try to deal with something like an Ashe or a Zyra, hit him with the range, lock him up, pick him off. We've also got the Leona there for the additional engage for NRG's side. Now back over to Dignitas, final pick of the draft. What do we wanna see here?
We're looking right now at the support choice. I wanna see them have some strong engage. They took the Leona away. It's actually not that strong of a lane, so they need to play fairly well in the laning phase, which they didn't do last game against the Ezreal Braum.
Yeah.
But without a strong go button to pair up with the Skarn or Ashe, they wouldn't have the same pick potentially had in game 1. So understand that choice from us.
Yeah, I really like the fact that they've got a huge team fight engage just because of the fact that if you don't pick this, your only real way to engage is Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and we already saw in the previous game, it's very easy if the enemy AD carry already feels compelled to run cleanse. He can just eat the arrow, cleanse it off, walk away with minus 200 HP, and he's fine.
Yeah. I mean, what was lost in that game 1 crazy ending is how great FBI played the entire game.
Yeah.
Like, he was crushing laning phase. He was landing so many Qs. He was timing his cleanse immaculately and baited Dignitas into a couple fights, it really felt like. It just wasn't enough. So if FBI keeps his confidence here in game 2, maybe we'll run it back for a game 3.
So most of the composition on NRG's side is the same of what we saw in the first game, right? Like there's a lot of similarities.
The core of it.
Yeah. What do you want to see change, particularly about the play, if they want to bring us to a third game?
So it's interesting because NRG won 80 to 90% of that game 1. So I don't want them to make huge changes. I want them to start stacking Drakes earlier. Would be one thing. I think Dokla should naturally win that top lane. So I do want to see NRG go more with the type of jungle proximity they've had throughout the regular season. That is one difference I saw between Contracts and Spica is in general, Contracts ganks more, and specifically ganks bot a lot more. So win that bot lane, get bot prio, but turn it into early Drakes, because then they can accelerate that game faster and threaten Soul if things go well.
All right, let's do it. Back onto the Rift for game number 2 of the day. Dignitas, if they win this one, will find their second series win of Summer Split 2024. Both AD carries running cleanse. As you can see, Huhi with the Ignite there on the Leona versus Isles running the heal. When you're up against something like a Jhin or Leona that has that much lockdown, that much burst, you want to make sure you're ready to survive that. Everything else pretty stock standard across the board here. The big thing I'm going to be watching compared to game number 1 is this Zyra pick. I want to see what Spica can do, accelerating the tempo over the early game and putting the pressure on NRG to make a move.
Yeah, and I want to see if there's any disruption to that early jungle path. Another thing we want to check on as we're looking at Dignitas' playoff chances, a win puts them in a way higher chance, is Sven. He's never missed playoffs.
Damn.
In LCS or LEC. And this guy's been playing since 2015 when he was on OG Origin as Niels.
Yeah, OG Niels, man.
Went to World Semifinals in Europe that year. But in any team he's bounced around, in any region he's played in, this man has always made playoffs. And it's got to be a strange experience for him, this split, after taking a split off, role swapping back to AD carry, popping off in some of the early games, setting a Smolder world record for stacks, and then just losing a bunch of games.
Yeah.
He didn't have a good Ashe game either. So to get that win and now be able to close out this series, let's see if his veteran status washes that first game away and lets him have a solid performance here in game 2.
And it's not just the fact that he's never missed playoffs, like if we look at the accomplishments this guy has historically, he's one of the only players who's ever won in both Europe and North America, holding a title. It's really impressive. The guy's career is storied, but right now, he's got to prove it again, right?
He does. different roles as well. Played support for the last 2 years as Palafox, going a little bit all in on Jensen.
Yeah.
Just airy things, though. Hop over the wall.
No, exactly. He hops over the wall before Lucian gets the Light Slinger passive for the double autos, so it makes the trade significantly less impressive than it otherwise would have been. Meanwhile, back up here in the top, so never mind. I shouldn't have talked about topside. Sorry, Palafox.
But it's
My bad.
fine. He traded flashes, Zeri and Lucian, and he's going to teleport back anyway. He's not going to lose that many
Planned?
minions.
All planned.
It's fine.
Okay.
Jensen's the man. He's undefeated on Zeri. He's 1-0, 100% win rate.
You know, one of the things I appreciate the most about you is how you can say stats like that, which completely don't matter, but with a dead serious face. Like, you are 100% presenting that stat as legitimate.
It's a are you paying attention check. Because if you're not, you're going to have some fake news.
Well, there's not a whole lot of other news to talk about on the Rift here just yet. Both of our junglers continuing their clears right now. You can kind of just see the speed difference already being showcased with the fact that Spica is already done with his first 6 camps before those crabs spawn. The spawn now of that bottom one as Spica is immediately ready to take it away. You can see Contracts working his way up into that top side river now, going after that one, but a few seconds delayed compared to his counterpart. Spica might be able to make something happen here mid, but...
Yeah, I think for the most part, this is actually a win for Maokai because due to having the Rumble push in the top lane and the Lucian push in the mid lane, there ain't no way Spica's trying to double crab. So the big contest will actually be these Raptors since they know where Maokai started and they've actually moved the Rakan up.
Oh,
no flash.
Isles with the engage. They lock him up. They beat him down. Palafox with 100 HP, but it ain't gonna matter. First blood over to Jensen.
Beautifully done there by Dignitas. They had roamed the support up to potentially go for Raptors, but they see a much bigger prize with the flashless Lucian. And, you know, remember when I said it was fine that they traded flashes?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's fine.
It was more than
no
fine.
Flash Lucian.
Yeah, more than fine now. They commit the resources. They bring up the support and jungle duo, and Jensen gets off to a nice early lead because of it.
And you can see the top lane wave, though, is in a difficult spot right now for Licorice. Dokla's trying to hold a freeze, and Licorice now no teleport and no wards. He doesn't know that Maokai is completely bot lane, so he's got to take a risk here to shove this wave in, but looks like he'll actually be able to do it no problem.
Yeah, Licorice having, I think, the identical first purchase of the previous game, going back when he has enough money to buy both the tier and the null magic mantle. Rumble does a whole lot of damage in the laning phase. That's kind of an obvious thing for anybody who's ever laned against him.
Yeah.
But also the fact the Electro Harpoons shred your magic resistance kind of really punctuates how much you need some of that early MR to not just immediately die if you're past the halfway point in the lane.
Yeah, and Licorice needs to continue to shove that wave in because he's not getting help anytime soon. This dragon is what is going to be next up. And I did say I wanted NRG to take control of early Drake, but because the mid lane has gone slightly in the side of Dignitas, it's a bit harder. He still hits level 6 first, though, so he should get mid push. And it looks like they're starting on this dragon in 6 minutes. Pretty good.
Okay, NRG starting up the objective, but Dignitas is aware of what's going on. Isles is just trying to annoy them here a little bit. Spica is also in the area, but currently clearing his Gromp. The wave bottom is the big issue here for Dignitas. With that about to crash into the turret, including a cannon, it looks like NRG is pretty safe to take the Drake, considering their mid lane control alongside it.
And the big thing is Dokla's held this teleport this whole time. Licorice already teleported back to wave.
Yeah.
So no way Dig is going into river when a potential level 6 Rumble could teleport in and break open the game. Totally fine giving away that Mountain Drake.
Yeah, that one's pretty risky, the nature of those teleports. And I mean, even though it is early on in the game, even though you can still only teleport to the turret, considering how slow the dragon does die early on, it's still going to be very threatening considering how long range and how impactful the equalizer is as Spica. Just one last auto attack there from the plant to secure that Scuttle Crab. Licorice, if he was any other champion, he might be stuck inside the pit, but he can just tunnel through the wall. Meanwhile, 2v2 in the bottom side as Isles tries to get away the curtain call.
A lot of damage, though.
Oh, wanted to try to curve the bullet around Sven there to see if maybe he could get the pick on Isles, but just not quite enough. So FBI and Huhi are going to have to settle for lane control instead.
And this game, even though it's going a little bit better for Dignitas in terms of gold, is playing out a lot like Game 1 in terms of map state. NRG still getting push bot, push mid most of the time, push top. It's just a matter of being able to convert this into big advantages on the map. Like they're, yes, just getting their first plate. They did get the Drake earlier.
Yeah.
But it's kind of, you know, an embarrassment of riches here that NRG can pick from anything, and they just need to pick one and execute it well to actually build this game open.
And when you think back to NRG's peak, when you think back to last year's Summer NRG that shocked everyone by winning the LCS and then went on to Worlds and had their own impressive performances there, a lot of the time, the thing that set this team apart from their competition was the coordination. It was the team play. It was the fact that they were unafraid to take these fights because they had the communication and the trust to execute, and that's kind of where we saw them fall short in the previous game.
I think so, and the big thing that I saw was just like the way they used to play side lanes. They create so much action with flanks and side lane pressure and the ability to collapse and create fights. That's been missing, and it's a tricky discussion because Palafox has played a little bit better towards this part of the split, but the 2023 version of Palafox versus what we've seen in 2024 has been a relatively large drop-off. He was actually winning most of the lane last game against Jensen in the early stages, but then by later in the game was down 40 or 50 CS. So like the way that they're thinking about side lanes and trading farm has not been as effective as it was in the last year.
And we even heard Palafox himself back last split in spring talk about his own shortcomings, talk about not measuring up to the level that he wanted to play, not measuring up to his own expectations. So for NRG, I think everybody, specifically themselves, they really want to get back to that form. They want to be able to kind of find that coordination we're talking about, the ability to make fights, the ability to force their opponents into a scrappy situation that they might not be ready for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had a discussion on the lounge about who the fourth best team in the LCS was. This game is going to dictate a lot of that as we watch who he's thinking about coming up here, but Licorice he's way out of there.
Yeah.
They are actually technically in fourth. And because so many teams have one win and NRG has 2 wins, in terms of their playoff chances, a win is rather important.
Yes.
A win is rather good for them because if they win this game, they would lock themselves playoffs. So losing the first game, definitely not the best thing for them.
Right.
And, you know, they're just not able to break this game open. I keep waiting for it. And here you see 2-0 locked, 2 unlocked. Even a loss gives them a pretty good chance, but you never know with the way these things crack out. 89% chance if they get 0-2 here.
Right, and I guess that's the biggest difference I'm looking at is the difference between a 1-2 and an 0-2, even if you drop it, right? If you get 0-2'd, there's still a 1 out of 10 chance that you don't make it based on these statistics. If you get 1-2'd, there's only 1 out of 50 scenarios where you don't make it in. So even just a single game win in this series is a multiplier of like 5 for your chances.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily thinking about the pure percentages. They're just thinking, man, we should beat Dignitas. But
right, yes.
they feel like they should have in game 1. They definitely should still have the ability to feel like the better team. But I got to say, Dignitas is in a much better state here in game 2 than they were in game 1 because despite them not having any prio lanes, they're up 500 gold and only down 1 Drake. And if they can stop this Dragon stacking, it's going to buy them so much time, which is, I think, why they have such early setup here with Jensen and Isles already getting some deep wards on this Drake.
Yeah, that Drake spawning in just about 20 seconds here. We can see Sven clearing out this minion wave here in the bottom side. There's a lot of vision placed down in this NRG red side jungle. They clear out a little bit of it, but there's still plenty. Contract's going to find the ward there on his own Krug pit. Meanwhile, Isles could be caught out. Immediately, Battle dances right back to the safety of Spica. These two, again, working together, moving forward to clear the wards as a team so that Isles can be the man on point and immediately retreat back to his ally if need be.
This is a very interesting fight here because Palafox is slowly moving out towards Skarner. They could both teleport back to the fight, but NRG is kind of looking to slow play this more than anything. Otherwise, I think they would have brought 5 immediately and tried to have Licorice teleport down. You can see they're not strong enough and definitely don't think they're strong enough to just straight up start this Drake. So it's going to be slow. That's a good bit of damage by Spica.
Oh, Contract's mistiming the twisted advance. He wanted to use it to get out of the knockup of the Stranglethorns, but it ain't going to matter. Isles burning away, and Huhi taking a kill on that one. Now flashing out of the potential follow-up there from the Zyra. Spica and Sven still after the enemy support as now a TP's coming in, but Licorice and Jensen are coming around from the side. The lightning crashes, and a double kill for the Ashe. Now the curtain call opens, and Jensen's got to be careful. Spica's going to eat the bullets, but the bullets do not feel good. Dokla ends up coming in with a flame spitter to finish that one off. It's a bloody battle. Summoner spells and ultis being thrown left, right, and center.
You can see how much priority these teams are putting on the Drake. It is both of those players that were top lane teleporting into the fight. 2 for 2, I believe, as we had that split fight. They're going for more.
Another one. Palafox sticking around too long. The punish, and Jensen gets paid.
If they look back at this series, those 2 kills from Zeri onto the Lucian are going to be so crucial. The start of this fight, I loved the damage that Spica got onto Contracts, but that kind of baits Dig into the river, and I love that initial turn by Huhi to get one back right at the start onto Isles. And then look at this Skarner, man. Even if he's weaker in laning phase and has lower general numbers, the amount of distance he was able to close there to help secure that kill was just massive. And then some nice trading and dodging here, spreading apart for that last 4th shot. May have at least saved Jensen, even if Dokla cleans up the kill onto Spica.
So, somebody please check in on this man. Between the reactions we saw in game number 1 and now in game number 2, ThinkCard clearly feeling the stress of this one. As you also saw the player cam on Palafox, a little frustration on his face for his own performance here in this game, 0, 2, and 1 on the Lucian.
Yeah, and if it gets to a point where Jensen can start winning the 1v1 against both the Rumble and the Lucian, that's going to make it so much easier for Dignitas to actually win this game, because then they can set up around objectives with Zyra plans to make it impossible for NRG to step in. So actually even more important that Dig is a bit ahead in this game than when they had the Ivern, because Ivern can play so much better defensively due to the shields. And I think one thing Dignitas is also really happy about, as Palafox gets a trade in, is the fact that we're 14 minutes in and there's still just one Drake. So the Soul is by no means a close threat to them in their ability to draw this game out and get the items they want on Skarner, Zeri, and Ashe.
And the Void Grubs, a very similar situation to the previous game, but now a little bit of a problem for Palafox. The culling in the face of the enemy support does guarantee his safety, but now Spica's here in the bottom lane. It's Licorice and Spica working together for some 2v1 fun. Dokla's done. Spica takes the kill, and Zyra's on the board.
And that's the play. That's the type of top laner you want as a farming jungler. He just sets it up for you, pulls the man back, keeps him still, so there's no chance you miss your skill shot, and then he gives you the kill too. Oh, man, Skarner's so nice.
A+ service, man. Put a bow on top of it. That one is gifted right on over. Palafox and Huhi gonna try to get some damage on this top lane tier 1 turret. Void Grubs, same situation as game number 1, 5-1 in favor of NRG here, so they've got some extra pushing potential, but that was a nice enchanted crystal arrow from a long way away, but it's not really gonna matter. Even though Palafox has no cleanse, nobody was in range to follow up on Sven's good shot.
Yeah, but they burned the Huhi ultimate as well, because Huhi was afraid that Dignitas was going to be able to close the gap while Palafox was hit by that Ashe arrow stun. So now with no Leona ultimate, it gives Dignitas a lot more confidence to just move into this river and completely clean away the vision. Looks like they're going to start off the Rift Herald as well. So the extended consequence of that Ashe arrow could end up being pretty good for Dignitas.
Exactly. The timing on the neutral objectives is so critical in situations like these. But if we're talking about neutral objectives, a minor neutral objective in the blue buff as Spica just smites it away. So, hey, you'll take that. That's a dub.
And I think Dignitas is just getting super comfortable here, just not rushing any objectives off the map, because Jensen's free hitting turrets. He's a level up on Palafox. Licorice, even if he's getting pushed in by Dokla, knows he has kill threat and has proved it by getting the kill in the 2v1. So Dig is kind of freezing this game state as long as they can, and it's on NRG to make difficult plays from a deficit. So let's see if any sense of desperation comes in the next couple minutes from NRG.
And that deficit feels a lot more meaningful than the numbers might have you believe if you're just looking at kills. 5-2 is not particularly impressive or bloody in a game of League of Legends, but a 2,000 gold lead 16.5 minutes in is a legitimate advantage in terms of any sort of fight where you're not, underneath an enemy turret or something. In open ground, Dignitas really does have the edge.
Yeah, combat power is the biggest thing. We will say we don't have the Thimblewenter on Skarner yet, which is what really turned him on in teamfights in that last game. Right. So NRG is willing to at least start this Drake. I think they actually have to, but the danger now is if Zyra or Ashe start a good fight against them, it could end up kind of ending the game because their gold lead could get way, basically the gold difference could get way bigger here if they lose this fight.
The big thing for NRG, they're on 1-item spikes, so is Dig, so NRG is willing to fight with that similarity, and Dignitas knows that despite the gold lead, items are what matters. They can't just strong-arm their way in. NRG doing a good job securing that second Drake of the game.
Yes, but I also think Dignitas is totally fine with that because Jensen just opts not to teleport in. He gets the first turret of the game, which gives him even more of an advantage now. Look at that, 2.3 thousand is his gold lead over Palafox's Lucian.
It's a lot.
So it is a little bit of a risk because it means they'll have to contest a potential third Drake, Soul Point, or actual Soul more quickly, but it just puts more eggs in the Jensen basket, which, you know, not 100% reliable based on the last game. Yes, he is undefeated on Zeri. He's 1-0.
Right.
But right
Very
before they
important
won the game, he did fly into their whole team and get one shot. So I love that Jensen has the confidence in himself to say, I'm taking this turret, I'm getting the gold, but now he's got to pay it off because I think they're actually strong enough to contest that Drake.
Okay.
But instead, he decided for the quote optimal play of getting the guaranteed first turret for the carry Zeri.
Okay, we've got 4,000 gold lead for Dignitas. But NRG, they want to take a fight. They're going after the Herald. It's down to 4,000 HP, but it's going to reset now. Nice interruption there on the curtain call. Herald goes back to where it came from. NRG has dominated the neutral objective game thus far. Both Drakes and 5 out of 6 of the Grubs. They wanted to continue that control here 18.5 minutes into the game, but Dignitas, ready to step up and answer them, now have control over the Herald pit for themselves. And it looks like NRG don't have the firepower, don't have the manpower to try to push back up and contest it. Should be Rift Herald for Dig.
Definitely should be. It's reset a couple times, though. It's probably taking about 25,000 damage of its 10,000 health bar at the moment. But once they get this Herald, they should be able to use it to maybe even break open the mid turret, which would then allow all 3 outer turrets to be taken in a game where they only got 1 of 6 Grubs. So a lot of control now and setup being accomplished for Dig. I think another big difference in this game is how Sven is not on the back foot. If you remember in game 1 on the Ashe, even though they were against Braum Ezreal, it felt like he was completely trapped under his turret. Anytime a Braum Q would land, he'd be under threat of dying. He seemed like he was constantly without summoner spells. Here he's kind of pushing freely, hawk-shotting all over the map, always has his summoner spells, seems much more difficult to close onto. So he's in a very comfortable position on the same champion compared to game 1.
Yeah, and man, this gold lead, I was talking about how 2,000 gold at, 16, 17 minutes into the game felt really good.
Yeah.
4,500 just about 20 minutes into the game, not even there yet. A little bit more damage under this tier 1 would have put him over the 5K mark. Honestly, it just feels like NRG is passively bleeding out as we go forward.
They really are, and they do have some pick potential with the Leona Jhin, but then they're all in damage trying to fly into a Zyra Zeri Skarner.
So
it's so tough. So for how much control NRG had in game 1, they're in a really difficult spot here in game 2, which if they lose would just mean they get 2-0'd by Dig, and Dig would obviously be very happy about that.
Oh, yeah.
Since they've only had 1 win this whole time. They get Contracts.
Again, Contracts trying to dodge skill shots with the use of the Twisted Advance, but it ain't going to work. Jensen goes on a killing spree, but it is a trade 1-for-1 as Isles is the sacrifice. Curtain call from FBI at least forces Dig to leave, not look for anything else.
Close to being great for Dig. It ends up being a bit of a nothing burger, I feel like, because I'm looking at summoner spells as well, and the carries generally still have flashes. Sven losing Cleanse could be impactful later, but for the most part, that's just a bit of trading gold and reset, as I think the big thing we'll see is in 1 minute, 5 seconds that next Drake is going to spawn.
All right, that next Drake could be huge, considering not only is it the 2-0 Drake lead early on for NRG, but the quality of Drake matters as much as the quantity of Drake, I feel like, Chad, because this is a Hex Drake. This is the one everybody wants. This thing is awesome. If this was a Chem Rift or something, we would kind of be like, wow, NRG's, they're in really bad position.
Dokla does have flash, but Skarner is fast boy.
Yeah,
He missed.
Licorice goes for the ulti, but he ain't gonna find it. Equalizer now being used defensively, and Dokla just walks it off. Old Skarner, you can't miss those. New Skarner, you can sidestep it.
Very true. A great escape by Dokla right there, but it does mean he's still pushed back Dignitas taking complete control of this Baron side. I really want to see them move quickly towards that bot side. They cannot be trading any more objectives away. They have good enough vision. I think they should feel safe to move down for this Hex Drake.
Also, that tier 1 turret barely clinging to life on NRG's side. FBI has the wave clear to guarantee that it stays standing. I actually think that could be a lot more important than it initially appears, considering the fact that it's highly likely we get a fight over this next Drake.
Yeah.
That's a bastion of safety to retreat to if things go south. But maybe we don't get a fight after all.
Yeah.
NRG just kind of seems to be yielding the fact that, hey, we're down a lot of gold. We can't really take this. Instead, that's going to be first Drake of the game for Dignitas.
And they don't have enough damage to actually threaten Baron with the Jhin and like a 2-item Lucian up top lane. I'm waiting for this Herald to be summoned. Finally, it's 22 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, so it was probably about to expire. It's actually running bot side, but there's a fight!
Oh, immediate double engage coming out from Isles. The dive is there, and Jensen's on a rampage. Beautifully done. They nearly got FBI alongside it. He had to spend both summoner spells just to live, and the tier 1 finally falls.
Yeah, I gotta apologize. The Herald distracted me. It ran down bot side as they were engaging in that mid-fight. So 3 turrets now to 1. Not able to get that bottom turret, but that'll be standing there for probably the Zeri to pick up in a couple minutes. What is this gold lead now? 5,200 for Dig and a 4-0-1 Jensen Zeri.
And the other thing that you have to be either scared of or respectful of, depending on how you want to phrase it, if you're NRG, when Zyra's in the game, Baron is always an option for the enemy team, right? If they go for the previous Drake, Dignitas can just strangle Thorns the Baron if NRG isn't paying attention. Zyra burns that thing down so quickly. So for NRG, when you're already down over 5,000 gold 23 minutes into the game, if even a single player gets picked off and you're not immediately ready to respond, Dignitas could have a really good angle here on the Baron, but now it's Isles getting caught out. This is exactly what NRG needed. The Dignitas support is down.
It is. Credit to Contracts. He immediately flash W'd that and did not allow Isles to escape, but Isles is definitely caught out there. But just the raw power of the 4 champions that Dig have here, it does feel like a bit of a trap for NRG to start this Baron, but they gotta try. So they have Leona ult and Maokai ult if Dig step up, and they're not even able to get it low because the threat from Dig is too high.
Zyra loves these neutral objectives. If you ever look at the targeting circle for Zyra's ulti, it lays over these neutral objective pits almost perfectly. It's like it's designed for them. Jensen with a quick Zeri hop, skip, and a jump back over the wall. He's got Isles coming in to help him. Palafox wanted to chase after this, but you got to be careful, man. League of Legends is a team game, and Jensen is not alone. NRG thought maybe that was their moment. Maybe that was the punish, but it isn't going to work out here so far.
Yeah, they have to try those types of things because they are so far down in this game. Just blow a bunch of cooldowns on the guy that doesn't have cleanse. So if they were able to actually hit Jensen with that Leona ultimate, you know, it actually probably would have been a kill. And that would have been something that they could think about starting the Baron with. But they missed that swing, so that means they now have to reset, recall, and lose control of this Baron, which, with Zeri Zyra, can go down very fast.
Spica also with the Verdant Barrier. Very powerful item against the composition they're dealing with. Licorice the target here as NRG wants to try to make their approach, but the Scorpion's job is to just keep everybody else away. Equalizer drops down. Dignitas might just get caught. Instead, they get the Baron and everybody's ready to try to get away for now. Licorice should at least die. So NRG takes 1 kill, but they have lost the Baron. Palafox wants to go after Jensen. He flashes in! Palafox! That was not it!
I'm impressed with Jensen's play there, actually. Flashing to the other side of the wall, instantly bursting back damage. You can really just see the desperation within everything that NRG does. They get 1 after the Baron, but they think they're still down in gold. And FBI! Woo,
get cleansed, get cleansed.
It's fine.
It would have just been Summoner Spell.
Yep.
But
no desperation there. Anyway, Palafox down 1 more time. That's every time Palafox has tried to do something against Jensen, he's died.
Yeah.
3 for 3. That's all of his deaths in this game.
And that feels really bad. And again, going back to what we saw earlier, the player reaction cam, you could see the frustration. It feels like it's getting to him.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're just up here on the caster desk. We don't have the comms. I can't say for sure, but it's got to be frustrating because like you've been talking about, when you're slowly bleeding out in the game, you feel that pressure. You've got to make a move. And when every time you try to make that call, it doesn't work out, it starts to rattle you.
It really does. And now with the Baron buff, Dignitas can threaten on multiple different fronts. Jensen up in the top lane, still has teleport if he wants to join. He has full shove. And now Dignitas just able to slowly push in this bot lane. The Skarner is completely online once again, so it's been a very solid pick for them in both of these games. Even though everyone else has abandoned this champion, Licorice looking pretty solid on it.
My boy Eric Ritchie, he knows good champions
He
when
knows.
he sees them.
The Malphite,
Yeah.
the Skarner.
Yeah.
You never know. Poppy.
It's big playmakers, man. It's just big playmakers as we do have structures crumbling across Summoner's Rift. Jet, you know the only thing better than a 5,000 gold lead is a 6,000 gold lead, it's a 7,000 gold leads, an 8,000 gold lead for Dignitas 27 minutes into the game. They still have the Baron for another 60 seconds on top of it. I'm struggling to find an angle for NRG back into this game.
Yeah, so on one side, Jensen is undefeated on Zeri.
Right.
On the other side,
Can't be
it's
undefeated.
just his second Zeri game. So you never know. That's the window that I'll have back in this game as Licorice prevents Contracts from being able to steal it. Then Dig actually just decide to bail out of this fight and kind of leave Licorice to die. But, you know, he's a big man. He takes one for the team. He's a team player. Doesn't care about that. And 5,000, okay, reset. 5,000 gold for Zeri.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
That's the way back. That 5,000 gold lead has to die.
Yeah.
If you don't kill that 5,000 gold lead, you're not winning the game.
But on the other hand, if you do manage to start a fight by picking off the Zeri, the rest of the fight now becomes really manageable, even if you have to spend a lot of resources to kill her just because she's so much of the value. This is a Zeri with Infinity Edge, Shield Bow, Static Shift, Hurricane. This champion is out of control right now as Ven goes for the arrow, and now the engage coming out from Dig. Counter engage from the Maokai ulti, just looking to buy some time, get everybody away. Who he survives.
2 teleports expended by Dig as well. I think they thought that was the fight, but that's actually great for NRG getting both of those teleports from a team that is 8,500 gold ahead of them. So I almost kind of feel like unless NRG try a hard engage, I think they can actually get through the next 2 or 3 minutes just losing an outer turret. Dignitas used a lot there for nothing.
Yeah, Dignitas not getting anything. When you're this far ahead, I mean, you got to get more than that from the teleports, right?
Yeah.
Like I fully agree. That is a win for NRG. They still have a lot of catching up to do. Again, the Zeri is the name of the game. Banshee's Veil fully completed for Spica Zyra. Contracts.
That's a hit.
That one's what they were looking for. Jensen is dominating. Isles using the quickness and getting right on back out. Now the zap connects, and who he's got to be a little bit careful. Licorice coming around. He wants the pull. He's gone fishing, and he caught a big one. Licorice setting up Jensen for a godlike spree. That last shot of the curtain call, they're waiting for the execution damage. Licorice staying alive for now, but Jensen goes in. He's got a double kill, and he might just be able to find some more. Not quite there. No flash, so he can't close the distance on Dokla, but it is 3 dead bodies in NRG jerseys. It is nobody lost on the side of Dig, and they're pushing into the base.
This could be it for Dignitas. This could be the 2-0 against NRG. They do have no Baron. FBI and Dokla might try and hold on, but it's going to be tough.
5 seconds on 2 remaining players for NRG until they respawn. The timers on who he and Contracts are short enough that NRG holds on, but Jet, it's a 12,000 gold deficit. It's more and more problems for the side of NRG. Contracts going in, flashing over the wall to find the kill here on Spica, but now he might be in some danger of his own as the solar flare comes down over the top. Contracts trying to get away, but Sven grabs a killing spree. Jensen drops. Huge shutdown back over to NRG as Licorice makes a hasty escape. Dignitas lose 2 of their own guys on the way out.
This could be one of those games. And NRG really hopes that it's one of those games, because that's the only way they're coming back from this 11,000 gold deficit against this Fed of Zeri. But you can see here the one-shot potential with an Ash Arrow is absolutely there. They completely melt the Maokai. And what an absolute unit Licorice has become in this game. Not only does he get the engage, he then just, a mile ahead of his team, just eats all the Jin bullets, only to bait them in to then have it turned around by the Zeri. So, massive performance here by Dig after having such a hard schedule, after dropping unexpectedly 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion last week.
Yeah.
If they can turn that around and have this 2-0 and also a 2-0 where Jensen's expanding his champion pool, not just playing the control mages, can make them such a bigger threat as they move towards playoffs. So 2-0 as well, as we saw earlier, gives them an 89% of remaining scenarios they would be a playoff team. So that's what a win means here for Dig.
All right, both supports taking a beating here in the front lines as Isles disengages and Jensen picks up another one. I got to continue to give some credit over to Sven. We were talking about his underwhelming performance in the first game. He is still deathless here in the second. His arrows have been setting up plays and confirming kills throughout the game. And Dignitas now has a 5v4 with Baron on the Rift.
You know, I hadn't thought about this, and I'd have to go check the VOD. I bet you he's had really good hawk shots. I bet you those years as a support was like, you know, I'd love to be able to ward literally anywhere on the map whenever I want.
Yeah.
So he's got to be helping them pick up vision. He's landing great arrows.
The multi-role talent, but now the Maokai ulti leading the charge as Isles makes the engage. It's problems for NRG. His contract in the front line is going to be melted, and Jensen finds yet another kill. A beautiful grab coming out from Licorice. FBI flashing away from the Stranglethorns. Immediately has to cleanse as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is looking to run him down. Palafox dies again. Dokla dies next to him. It's a bloodbath. Dignitas takes out everybody.
2-0 for Dignitas. They're going to pick up their second win of the summer split. 10-1 for Jensen. 4-0-10 for Sven's Ash. Nice game by Dignitas.
The first game was close until it wasn't. The second one was big dig all the way. They're going to bounce back after their loss last week. They're going to grab their second series win of the split and take out NRG.
And that's some relief you see from Dignitas. With this new format, moving into week 6 and just having one win, that just stresses you out.
Yeah.
But picking this one up now, moving to 2, moving way up in the standings, differentiating themselves from that pack at the bottom. Congratulations to Dignitas.
And hey, that now ties them in the standings in terms of series score. I don't know the match score off the top of my head. With the team they just beat, with NRG, things are going to stay volatile. Things are going to stay close as we approach the end of the regular split. 6 teams get to move on to playoffs. Those bottom 2 are not going to be very happy, and it still could go every which way but loose.
I think they're actually going to be completely tied. Both of them will be 5-8, and that's the second tiebreaker. So we move on. It's going to be very interesting. We'll have the playoff tool running for the next 2 weeks to see what actually happens. But what we do know for sure is they're now going to be a playoff team in 89% of the remaining scenarios. Congratulations once again.
You can see the smiles across the players' faces.
Yeah.
It's happiness, but also a feeling, like you already said, of relief to the same degree, right? When you're talking about the struggles this roster has had, when you're talking about the fact that so many of these names have been so recognizable for so long, right? Like Emily mentioned earlier on back in game number 1, everybody but Isles has won an LCS championship on this team.
Yes.
And so sitting at 1-4 coming into this week, not what you would expect. Really, really happy to grab the win here, especially with the dominant performance in game number 2.
Absolutely. I say it in the most respectful way possible, but they are the Boomer super team.
Yes.
So I feel like a lot of older players want to see them succeed. Because it means that your career is not over. It means you can keep playing. It means that that experience can bail you out at the end of the day. And their macro, their mid-late game was actually very clean. This is like this experienced stage way of winning.
Yeah, Dignitas looking good in that second one. And now it's time to join Basil, Jensen, and Spica for an interview.
Hello, guys. Say we're joined by
Jensen
and
Spica.
So congratulations on your 2-0. Maybe Dig season is real. I don't know. Can you guys tell me?
Of course. It never left, you know?
Oh, right. Yeah.
We're just taking it a bit slow because these games, they don't matter too much.
Oh,
Now that we're in
okay.
Playoffs, we're going to start trying.
I mean, looks pretty easy. I'm not going to lie.
Exactly.
So with an even harder challenge, because that was pretty easy, I drew a cat for you guys. You know, seeing Jensen on something that wasn't a control mage for the first time kind of scared me. So I gave you some fan art, and I wanted to challenge you guys to...
Yeah, it scared me as well.
I want to challenge you guys to draw your own little versions right here. Do you guys think you could do that?
Of a cat.
Yeah.
Of a cat.
It's right here, so...
I can definitely attempt it, but...
Yeah, go crazy.
You go first.
No,
You go first.
I need
You go
inspiration.
first.
I need inspiration.
Okay.
Rock, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors?
Wait, do we do a
Winners.
shoot? Rock, paper, scissors, on shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock.
I won!
It was best of 3, no?
No, it's not.
Let's go, let's go. Where'd your marker go?
Can you hold this? I need to like focus up here.
Oh, okay, yeah. This is serious. This is really serious, actually.
A cat. Wait.
My brother in Christ. The photo's right there. It's pre-drawn for you.
Have you seen one before?
This is taking a lot longer than I thought.
Looks like.
You got this, Jensen!
Thank you. But this, I can't copy this. This is like.
Just try your best.
It's your own version.
Oh, wow.
Wait, guys. Wait.
Oh, wow.
What is that?
It's the nose.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Do you want to explain what just happened? Wow. Spica, do you want to come here and critique the artwork for me?
Sorry?
Do you want to critique the artwork? This is your mid-laner's artwork.
I mean, he's a pro gamer. You know,
Yeah,
he's not an
yeah,
artist.
I think we can tell.
I'm glad he chose this instead of artists or being an artist. My turn.
Yeah,
Let me cook.
Yeah. Is there even room for you to cook here? He kind of took up a lot of the canvas, you know? Got a little distracted.
I mean, this one's gonna be hard to beat.
This posture is crazy, by the way.
We have Picasso here or something.
What's your... this is... Okay, sorry. So sorry. Okay. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. I don't know what happened there. It was good. Oh.
That's not a cat.
It looks like a pumpkin. Oh, it's kind of cute.
This is pathetic.
It's kind of cute. So I can.
Okay, guys, I won, right? I win, right?
Okay, let's see. Who actually won? Scream if you think Jensen won. Okay, what about Spica?
What the fuck?
You might have just got wiped there. I'm so sorry, bro. But you know who else got wiped though? NRG. Good job, guys. Woo! Sorry, maybe too soon. Like really soon, actually. But yeah, what was harder, this or your last match?
This was definitely harder.
I think so. I think this one as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with your mid-jungle synergy, honestly, looked really good. Looked really promising. What are you guys looking forward for your next match?
Who do you play?
I don't remember either.
It'll be a win.
Yeah.
It'll be a win.
Dig
yeah,
season,
yeah.
dig season,
Dig
right?
season, exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us and drawing these cats, or at least kind of cats. And we're back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's us. We're the casters.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to draw.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
Yeah, that was, we truly got to see some modern works of art. Now, let's go ahead and see what our standings are looking like here, my friend, because again, like we talked about, with Dignitas taking that victory, they are now tied in matches against NRG, and they are one ahead in terms of game record.
True, it is the winning percentage of your game record, not number of wins, not number of losses, win percentage. So they are one ahead there of NRG. They temporarily move themselves up to 4th place.
All right, that goes ahead and sums up halfway through the first day here, and we are going to be right back with 100 Thieves versus Immortals. A quick break first. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see you dancing with the new. We've been listening to this for a little bit. Watch me, baby, yeah, follow me.
Hello, I'm here with victorious top laner Licorice. First of all, I have to ask, what did you think of your teammates' drawing skills?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Would you be able to beat them, do you think?
I think so. Like they had like a demo first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
that they did not follow, by the way.
Yeah. No, I think I would just follow the instructions, and then that'd probably secure the win for me.
That's a good way to go. Were you following instructions today when you locked in the Skarner?
Yeah, Skarner, it's like sort of good. I don't know. The laning is still really weak, and I think the last changes were actually a nerf. I was more happy playing Skarner before last patch or before this patch, whenever that changed. But I mean, if you get out of lane, you get items. It's like it's just Skarner. You know, it's the same as when they reworked it.
And then earlier in their interview, Spica kind of made a joke about how he's like, they're like, Jensen, you did great on this area. And he's like, I was very concerned. Talk to me a little bit about the comps you guys locked in today, because it was a little bit of a change for the overall team.
Yeah. I mean, we just kind of expected them to have different prios. Like, so we ended up on drafts that we weren't like, we hadn't practiced at all. So we were playing Champions Standard that we hadn't really practiced. But I mean, we just think like Ashe is strong. You get prio. You have like the pick potential with arrow, and then like you fill in with tanks and like top and support, and then jungle picks whatever he wants. And mid also seems like they just pick a random AD carry. Like they just click the marksman tab, and then like.
True.
So yeah, I don't know. Drafting seems pretty simple right now.
And with this victory, you actually now have a higher game record than NRG. So technically you are in the standings above them in fourth place currently with one match to go. What is the outlook on the team? Because I know you guys have had a lot of really tough losses, even when you've been able to kind of punch up and get single game wins against better teams.
Yeah, it's like, I think the general feeling is that we're really talented players and that we could win, and that right now we aren't winning. I mean, like today we obviously won, so that's awesome, but we haven't been like getting the wins, especially like against the top teams. Then we had like the 0-2 to Shopify, which was really bad. So I don't know. I think like I'm just feeling really relieved that we actually won today. Like I was really nervous for the game, because I think this was a really big one for playoffs, and I think that if we can get into playoffs, then we can improve through playoffs and hopefully win that way.
All right, awesome. Well, all the best. Thank you for taking the time, and we'll see you on the other side for 100 Thieves versus Immortals.
What's up, guys? I've got with me the IMT head coach in Arrow. I've got myself Golden Glue for 100 Thieves. I'll start with you, Golden Glue. Coming into this week, you've made a change, bringing in Tomo, and of course Meech stepping down for just mental health reasons. So, like, talk about just how this week has been for you guys as you're gearing up for the playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, so Tomo is actually a lot more vocal than I would have expected out of him, and I think he's melded into the team really well. So I'm excited to see how we do on stage, because practice has gone better than it usually does for 100 Thieves.
And for yourself and Arrow, going onto that final playoff stretch, just some things that you're working on internally. Maybe a leak. Just throwing it out there. If you want to.
Oh,
just throw out anything.
A leak.
What are you guys working on?
I mean, it's same as every week you guys have hit us. We have so much stuff to work on with our, just the way we set up team fights together, and then how we play like our mid game and being consistent with that. Been pretty rough on it on stage, so just still focused on that.
Okay. Sounds great to me. Good luck to the both of you guys. We're going straight to the game.
Muchas gracias, Raz. And what's up, y'all? We're getting ready for our second series of the day. 100 Thieves taking on Immortals here. And as you already got info from Golden Glue, and if you haven't seen on Twitter, Tomo coming up from NACL, from Disguise, will be subbing in for Meech, as he's taking some time away from the game right now. This is what the best move is for 100 Thieves given their current lineup. And for Immortals, that could be a sign of relief, since Tomo, obviously a sub coming onto the team, you're not playing with your original starting roster, but some confidence from Golden Glue with how vocal Tomo is could be the spark that helps 100 Thieves take this game around.
Yeah, both these teams really need this win at the bottom of the standings right now, really fighting for the last playoff spot. A lot of scrambling going on right now. We'll find out everything tomorrow, but as of right now, after Dignitas's 2-0, if 100 Thieves 2-0 Immortals here, then Immortals will be out of playoffs. So Immortals desperately need to at least win one game right now to keep some tiebreaker options alive for themselves and keep their hopes alive for playoffs. 100 Thieves in a little bit better of a scenario, but honestly not that much. They've just got one extra win, kind of bumping them up the standings. And of course, they have gone through some rocky recent times here. So we'll have to keep our eye on Tomo. Actually, the all-time record in LCS matches between Tomo and Tactical, while Tomo was on Dignitas, was 2-4 in Tactical's favor, but their stats were all very, very close, and Tomo actually had better KDA. I spoke to him this morning. I ran into him early this morning as he was coming in, and he seemed very confident, so Tomo fresh back onto the LCS stage here, coming to us from Disguised.
I think even during his time on Dignitas, he and XU were some of the bright spot of that roster. And even though they didn't, make it far into playoffs, being able to qualify for playoffs and having a decently strong showing throughout the spring split, almost just being barely behind in game score of the likes of Cloud9, who on paper had a way stronger roster than they did. Tomo has always found a way to be super clutch in these late game team fights throughout his time on the Dignitas org. And
sometimes too, if if a team is struggling, if the atmosphere is maybe a little bit rough, if you bring someone in like Golden Glue was saying, who is very vocal, Tomo seems to bring some good energies. If he can bring some good clean comms, then maybe that's what 100 Thieves will need. Because if we are just going down this matchup on paper, as they're all still getting everything checked and ready, we will jump into Champ Select as soon as we can. If we just go down it on paper, especially starting from solo lanes and jungle, I think there is a pretty large advantage, I would say, to the 100 Thieves side.
Yeah.
At least on paper here in a lot of these matchups. So Immortals definitely have their work cut out for them. And as we said, a lot of extra stakes here on at least taking one game.
Yep. First all-pro jungler in River, or I think I should say it was either River or Inspired, but all-pro jungler, and then reigning MVP Quid. Obviously, 100 Thieves have not had the season that has reflected what their spring success looked like last split, but there's still some of that magic available in 100 Thieves through the potential of those star players. And for them, if you're still playing to the top side of the map, Sniper having a little bit of a resurgent recently, even in some of their losses. I know that FlyQuest series in particular, Sniper had a hell of a game on the Jackson game 1, was not able to replicate it enough times throughout the series, but there's still potential for this roster to still perform well. And Immortals, on the other side, a lot of the story of their success has always been around that bot lane between Tactical and Ole.
Well, one of the biggest things for me has been jungle champion pools. So let's jump in to the champion select and get a look at it, because really targeting River is probably a good idea for Immortals. River has played a lot of the AP jungles, but he has also played some of the engage there, and that's where it has been really scary for them. And so I'm already seeing a little bit of early bans go through. I don't know if we have can throw it up on live because the picks are coming through pretty quick here.
We'll try to get that as soon as possible to the live screen, but just to catch everyone up, Kobe, why don't you?
Yeah, let's just say them then. I'll spoil. Sejuani Vi banned, as well as Aurora. Unfortunately, Aurora perma-banned for this first beginning of the week, where we have the opportunity to pick her. On the other side from 100 Thieves, banning the Ashe for that lane phase, as well as the Ivern, targeting our Mayo. They're only really worried about him on more of the utility picks, but let's get right into the picks as well, as we're working on getting the visuals up there for you. It was first pick Lucian here for 100 Thieves for Quid. They put more faith in him on these AD mid laners. Meanwhile, an answer here, very safe from Castle, going with the Renekton. There we go.
We have the technology.
We worked out a solution. Getting in here, and there you can see the Lilia follows as well. So it's up to Sniper. What is he going to answer the Renekton with? Sniper actually, in the interview after last weekend's matches, was talking about how comfortable he does feel on Jax, and he got that solo kill onto Bwipo on Jax. So I think it's a very scary here that Immortals have had to leave that up for him They did early pick the Renekton, of course, which is a nice matchup. But honestly, Sniper has been able to fight his way out of whatever matchups you throw in front of him, as long as he feels comfortable on his individual champion.
Yep.
And so I do like that pickup for 100 Thieves, even though it is into the Renekton, which could be a difficult lane phase at the very least.
Immortals are going to round out their first round of picks with Corki in the mid lane to match up against the marksman in Lucian. Now, there is still a chance that this is potentially flex. I know we've seen a ton of Lucian mid, so it's not likely, but we always have to keep that in mind as we get ready for the second round of bans. Braum, the first one taken off the table from Immortals. That is a great combo to pair with something like the Lucian, who can make use of the concussive blows. 100 Thieves just continuing to whittle down the available marksman pool.
I'm definitely still a very big fan of the Corki mid, and now they get to throw a couple bans at the support role here. Braum has just really shot up with everybody spamming melee engaged supports. Braum has really been king as far as the disengage, countering a lot of these team fights. So taking out two of the biggest ones there, the Braum plus the Leona. Despite Leona's nerfs on this patch, which were just a little bit to the damage, she's still as tanky as ever, so still trying to take that one out.
100 Thieves, one more ban left to go. There's still options for 100 Thieves to lock in another bot laner for Tomo. Because he's been playing in NECL, Kobe, they've been going through the Fearless draft. So if you look at through his recent games, his champion pool has been, forced to play a very wide variety of champions available. There's still things like a Smolder. He's put games on a Jhin, a Sivir, Xayah also available. But it just depends on what 100 Thieves want to play. And since you have Zyra, you already kind of on the back foot playing disengage. So 100 Thieves needs to find 80 carries or more damage that plays well kiting back against Immortals.
All right, well, Immortals for Ole there, locking in the Rel, one of his favorite champions, one of the big engage options that you're looking at. And so the responses here from Ayla and Tomo are just going to be the Zeri Alistar combination here. Let's see, they're going to have to give up a little bit of early presence, but honestly, I feel pretty good about this draft from the 100 Thieves side. Let's see if Immortals can make use of this all in. Immortals with the classic combo there, though. The Kai'Sa so good at diving in, and Immortals, their wins have really come off their bottom lane, off of tactical. So him getting secure on this Kai'Sa, having some good front line to work off of and follow up on as well.
30 seconds left before we hit the Rift, Kobe. Taking an overall look at both compositions, what do you favor more here?
I mean, honestly, the Immortals comp does look pretty good. Like, you've got some good synergies there to go off of. But honestly, I really feel like it is 100 Thieves time. Especially if they get Sniper even a little bit of help early, he can really, really take over, as we've seen in the recent weekends of games. Meanwhile, Quid here on the Lucian mid lane will have Prio. So when you have a River with a mid laner with Prio, then he really takes over jungle as well. So I think there are definitely some avenues here for 100 Thieves, again, towards the top side. And then bottom lane, bring that in later after the Zeri has had some chance to scale.
Let's see if 100 Thieves can make a clean series with Tomo in as the AD carry, or if Immortals will find reprieve and pick up a very necessary series win to keep their playoff chances alive as we get ready for the Rift. Another big thing as we are actually headed into a pause, more playoff implications here straight from production. If 100 Thieves, we already mentioned earlier that if Immortals are 2-0'd here, they are eliminated from playoffs. But if 100 Thieves get a series win, regardless if it's 2-0 or if it's a 2-1, Dignitas are locked into playoffs. So Dignitas are now 100 Thieves fans in this series, Kobe.
They certainly are. Honestly, let's we can bring up some of the graphics for some of our stats that we have prepped for coming into this game too. talking about the big bottom lane matchup with Tomo arriving from Disguise, subbing in here for 100 Thieves. Him versus Tactical, as we said, the all-time record for LCS games at the very least is 2 in the favor of Tomo, 4 in the favor of Tactical. Though if we examine a little bit deeper on those games, Tomo actually had a very strong presence, especially early on, and ended up even with better KDA at the end, although that is a little bit of a fluff stat in the end. But we'll take a look, especially because Mr. Armeo here, one of the most criticized jungles in the LCS, has 2nd highest bottom lane jungle proximity. So he does route towards bottom side almost all the time and spend a lot of his time down there. Just goes to show Immortals are very aware of their win conditions and aware of the return on investment of time around Tactical and Ole, who a lot of the other players in the league, when you talk to them, are very complimentary of Tactical and Ole, especially their laning phase. So we'll see. As we say that, though, Armeo is actually going to start on the bottom side. And they're even going to leash for him. So they're going to accelerate the Lilia clear speed here to get even quicker across the map. But Armeo will be pathing up towards top side, towards Sniper. And again, the Renekton into the Jax here. Let's take a look at Sniper.
Gets the first trade off with the Counter-Strike. I'm curious then if Immortals are more concerned about letting Sniper get ahead on that Jax, and by pathing topside, Castle will have that hover for Armeo around the 3-minute 30-second timer. Probably sooner, since Armeo can clear pretty fast with Lilia. So it's all about making sure that Sniper doesn't get his wave pushed too far in.
Well, I really like what Sniper did. And you saw in the little pip up on top lane, he went straight for the minion wave with his Counter-Strike. You get your bonus damage with your Counter-Strike, got his little trade onto Castle, straight from level 1, trying to really abuse that Counter-Strike and get the early big push on this wave to try and bounce it back before the Lilia gets there, before the Lilia becomes a problem. So bounce that wave back, get yourself in a better scenario. They, of course, do have the ward towards the Raptors, so they will get the alert right now. They see Armeo. They have perfect timing on tracking that Lilia, and I think Sniper has done quite a good job here. Castle, though, charged up the rage on Renekton, and we will, of course, be tracking that one. Meanwhile, the other jungler, Mr. River. River, I think, has really been shining, even when the team has been struggling, and he is ending towards the bottom side. So Immortals a little bit worried about their timing and actually going to go for their recall and reset here.
Ole's going to poke his head into the jungle, finds River, having completed all 6 camps, level 4, thanks to the speedy clear of Zyra. But now River is actually going to path towards the top side. Will look to challenge Armeo on that crab.
I love backing up River here, too, or backing up Quid. Yeah, they're going to fight him off, and Armeo could just circumvent, go down towards bottom side, and they'll still trade crabs, but I like the move. Make sure that your top side of the map is secure. Again, I think those are the biggest advantages for 100 Thieves, so.
Yeah, you can tell that 100 Thieves are reacting and adapting to Immortals, trying to get that early pressure on the Sniper. They're doing everything they can to give him vision. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Quid jumped on by Ole. He's able to dash out, no panic or use of the summoner spells. Good route onto Mask, and that's decent trade back from River.
Yeah, River canceling his recall there. So it's kind of interesting because Ole, at the very least, even though, it's just the little chunk there, the stop on the recalls, and River will be delayed now in the race of AP junglers clearing. Gets a little bit later on the reset. So Armeo has the first Faded Ashes, has the first reset, and Armeo coming back out down to bottom side. Some pings, though, as they're tracking him. They know Armeo started bottom side because he was leashed, so they had very good info on the clear, and he'll just go for his second clear. Meanwhile, as we said, River, because of the delay on the recall, it's these small margins when you're racing 2 AP jungles that are clearing, but you're like, oh, every couple seconds. Now he's losing the race on the second clear. Lilia is 1 camp ahead.
It's the small things for these type of champions here, because your ganking power is much less than those of like a Sejuani or a Vi. As Quid pushes in Mask, is going to force him to recall here. He does have teleport, so he can come back to the wave, but Quid does have nice tempo here, being able to win priority successfully for River, as River's just going to continue his path towards the bottom side of the map. It doesn't really seem like any of the side lanes are going to be in any danger from either of the jungler here, so I imagine the first play, the first sign of combat between these two teams is going to be over one of the objectives.
Definitely agree. And mid lane going quite nice for Quid as well, despite, the small interruption with support roam. Quid still able to push out no problem, and he does get his eventual recall, although it is a little bit later, and teleports right back out, level 6, with the sustain of the Vamp Scepter, which, by the way, we are going to see way less Kraken Slayers, if any Kraken Slayers at all on this patch because of the nerfs. Most of the on-hits have just gone Blade of the Ruined King, and they say, fine, you can nerf one of the items, and we'll just go with Blade of the Ruined King instead. I like that item already, but the double roam from Immortals here is answered a little bit later by Ayla. You see the Alistar coming over for the grub fight as well.
Now River's trying to pull aggro right now. Ayla shows up, is in fog. Nice steal from Armeo, secures the first grub, and Ole's wrapping around trying to get a pick onto River. Still has flash available. River gets the second one. Quid fighting and pushing off Mass so that he cannot join the fight. Ayla is able to ensure that River steps away from any danger from Ole on the collapse, but Immortals walk away with 2 grubs, and now Armeo's caught in this pit, but Sniper just needs to ward him in. Meanwhile, in the mid, River is actually taken out. Mask with the first blood. Castle still trying to lead the chase, but is cleaned up by Sniper. Massive counter-strike, and he has the Grandmaster's Might. Quid dashes in, forces Mask to flash. Sniper now on a roll, trying to bonk Armeo over the head with the lamppost. Looks for the Swirling Seed, doesn't find it, gets the movement speed from the Blooming Blows, and Armeo still under pressure, now finding level 6. That's going to force 100 Thieves to back off for now.
So close there. Mask barely escaping with his life as Quid flashes into 3 of them. They're trying to finish off the Corki, but not quite enough DPS there to get the job done. Still very close as far as that topside skirmish. Definitely an exciting one, but really the biggest difference is going to be no flash on Castle versus Sniper retaining it for the Jax on topside. So Sniper grabbing an actual kill plus having flash advantage already coming into this series. I really had my eye on him as an individual part of the big difference makers here for 100 Thieves, but we'll see what he can do after the replay with his flash advantage and with his kill. Meanwhile, in the beginning of that, you saw River with no flash kind of like drawing them in up against the wall. In the end, he knows he's going to sacrifice himself, but in the end, just goes 1 for 1, although it was very close to being 1 for 2 with that extra kill towards Mass not finally coming through. But the story afterwards and the meaning of that skirmish there, I really want to see what Sniper will be able to do with it, because Castle with a big CS lead for himself, although Sniper getting the kill credit kind of evens up some of the gold.
Yeah. River getting vision of Armeo, looks for Mass knowing that he doesn't have flash, but good sidestep of the grasping roots. River will not land a gank here. Ayla going for tactical, but immediately flashing away from the pulverize. Tomo with the lightning crash is going to push Ole and tactical back into the tower.
Yeah, tactical also still has barrier for baiting, so always be a little careful on that one, but no flash on Kaisa. Definitely another area that they can target here. So River pathing down towards bottom side because he's just full clearing again on the Zyra, as is classic. Maybe they can actually make something happen. Ayla here is close to level 6. Alistar, once you get level 6, possibility of dives definitely go through the roof, but we are also going to have a reset on Armeo. So 100 Thieves are going to have to track that Lilia a little bit.
Armeo's trying to get to bot lane as fast as possible. He knows that a dive could be made by River and Quid, who has already fought for mid priority, but looks like 100 Thieves are going to call it off. The play doesn't happen fast enough. And so for Tactical and Ole, their lives are safe for now. River's going to use the bot priority to start up this dragon. It's going to take a while, but these plants do a number. Mask forced to dash away with the Valkyrie. Quid opening up with the culling to force him off. He'll be the first mid laner to join.
I think that should be all you need for Dragon, because now mid lane priority is 100% 100 Thieves.
Ayla Hex flashed in, finds Ole. The crash down gets interrupted by the Stranglethorns, and he gets punted back. Lilting Lullaby only on to 2, but the fight is over.
Yeah, Immortals there, like, these are some of the calls where you feel so bad for them, because they just lost mid prio. Quid just won the fight, and there was Honeyfruit, so, he gets this big chunk on Mask, pushes Mask out, gets the wave push, and then comes in for Honeyfruit in the river, and the rest of 100 Thieves are like, great, we got mid win, so we're just going to go for it immediately in there. And the engage there, Ayla and River easily able to get the extra pressure. So 100 Thieves feeling very, very good about this one. Dragon acquired in the aftermath as well.
And Sniper all in onto Castle. It got really close. Dominus and Grandmaster's Might were both popped. Sniper might be forced to
Everyone's
attack this
coming. Look at the
wave.
minimap. Look at the minimap. Everyone is coming over.
He's got to be careful. He still has Flash, but Ole is here. Tomo has arrived. He goes back in for the counter-strike. Castle slices away, but here comes Ayla, two-man pulverize, and Tomo's there for the follow-up. That's an immediate flash of Armeo. And the Grubs have just spawned Kobe. They're going to sack pressure here. They will not be able to challenge because River will be able to move on in. Yeah. And everything is just falling apart for Immortals.
Everybody smelling blood in the water here with the top laners getting so low, trading like that. And that was a juicy combo from Ayla as he sees them coming over, trying to take advantage of the low health Jax here under turret, and they get an extra summoner spell. 100 Thieves, both of them on the reset, and so 100 Thieves are going to get their rewards afterwards as well. All you need is 4 of the Grubs now that they made that nice little change to get a Void Might spawn, so River easily able to pick that up. They hit the benchmark. 4 Grubs acquired. They've got the Dragon advantage acquired for themselves. They have very slight marginal gold lead for themselves, so does seem like it will play out into the mid-game plan that you want for 100 Thieves. They're the ones looking for having some split push on the side lanes, trying to get their solo laners into some very nice spots. Meanwhile, Immortals, they have so much more of a really big AoE combo that they want to pull off. The dive bomb here with the Rel, with the Kaisa. Don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Maybe sleep or something to set themselves up, but 100 Thieves going everything kind of as planned. A little bit of deep vision is all they really have to worry about because a lot of their plays will be sniffed out ahead of time here by Immortals due to that deep vision.
It's very hard for Lilia to engage without Flash by just going straight in. You have to approach from a flank or need desperately Ole or Castle to be the first ones in so they can soak a lot of damage because Lilia, even with a Leandries that gives you HP, it's still not a very durable champion to withstand a lot of the bursts incoming, especially diving into Zyra. So all eyes on Immortals in their front line to set up the engage so that Armeo can follow up. Ayla should be fine. A lot of Immortals members were around, but no need for panic for the side of 100 Thieves bot lane.
Yeah, most of the time with Lilia, you're just fishing with the swirl seed, see if you can tag anybody there. And then if someone's out of position, maybe you can go for a flash play.
Yeah.
But 100 Thieves here. Let's see what we can set up, because we've got a little bit of time to wait for some more neutral objectives to really force anything. So it is just going to be the classic rotation. They just have their AD carry support towards mid lane, even feed over. A little bit of extra priority to the Rift Herald. Pop this Scryer's Bloom. 1 minute on arrival there. Honestly, too, all flashes being available for the side of Immortals. See if on their 1-item power spikes, maybe they decide this is their time to go for one of these big flashy plays. They've been fighting pretty heavily to keep good vision control. And Ole definitely has the possibilities, but now they're face checking into 100 Thieves territory a little bit as they go for these wards. River has claim on the River Brush.
Yeah, there's a timer here where it's still 1 minute and 20 before the second Dragon game spawns, whereas Rift Herald will be spawning in under 20 seconds. 100 Thieves still fighting for position in the river, but Immortals are currently reigning control right now. Oh, Ayla's in, finds Armeo. I don't think he still has Flash from the fight before. Almost gets taken down by the calling. The Ignite from Ayla will finally finish him off as Quid is still safe on the left side of the flank. But meanwhile, Tactical found a solo kill on Tomo. So River is now engaging solo with Ayla and Quid, who now has to deal with Tactical. He pops the barrier, but Quid should have enough damage. Tactical flash in the bush, goes back in. Oh, God. Oh, man, that was tough. Immortals for the rest of them. They're able to push 100 Thieves away from the Rift Herald. What a scrap, Kobe.
Yeah, that was a bit comical to look at because the battle lines got a little bit muddied there as the Kaisa ultimate into the back line led to the deletion of Tomo. But now Castle wants to try and make Sniper pay on the bottom side. Both of them at their 1-item power spikes here, Trinity Force versus Cleaver. And Castle's going to be able to get the priority on bottom side but not going to be able to stick around for much. Kind of classic top lane rewards there, and then everybody resetting for the next dragon spawn, as we'll get back to live after we take a look at this. But the vision over the wall actually did help Immortals a decent amount, and then we saw the full-on engage there, even though Quid jumps out to the other side. Tactical, being able to jump onto Tomo there, is able to take out the main source, 400 Thieves, but he did not keep in mind that Quid was just pushed out to the other side of the fight. You know, they had just pushed Quid up towards the top tower, and because of the 2 control wards here, Quid waited around for Tactical. Tactical was so focused on his kill on Tomo that Immortals thought they had the extra huge advantage and able to push in a little bit, although still quite close there in gold, and really just the extra objectives there, as Immortals in the end do get Dragon on bottom side, and River comes to pay Castle a visit.
Yeah, he flashes away from the Stranglehold, but Sniper follows up under the tower, but River will get traded. It's a 1-for-1 as Castle at least takes one down with him.
Yep, in the tower right there. So River down, but Castle also down, and Immortals know they're the only ones with a jungler left, so Rift Herald will be easy, and the outer towers on both sides should get traded. Quid hovering around here, but I think, yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to defend this. Just trade it. Sniper working on the bottom one after this, so really the big reward, the Rift Herald here.
Yeah.
And that one, you're going to want to use that Rift Herald towards mid lane. Let's see about the rotation over. Tactical here, trying to push quicker on Tomo 2.
Overall, a very nice sign of relief for Immortals to be able to pick up the second dragon of the game, ping-ponging immediately into Rift Herald, knowing that River committed for that dive on the bottom side of the map. It keeps the game even in terms of map control, and it makes this game still just as competitive.
Yeah, and Mask, I think, you know, the big DPS carry here for Immortals with his Trinity Force done. 2 of the kills here onto the Corki, so Corki looking quite good at the moment. River sneaking in and face checking.
I mean, you gotta be careful when you're playing something like Zyra. Goes in for the Grasping Roots on Armeo, but looks like the red was secured by Armeo anyway. Ayla's still hunting with River. Mask has flash, should be fine. Are you committing to this? This is crazy. Quid is pushing up on the top side of the map. Mask is gonna quickly kill this wave so that they don't push it in, but a teleport is being committed right now by Sniper to make sure that they can bully them off and get a little bit extra gold in their pockets from the tower.
Yeah, and then Castle on bottom side is gonna need a little bit more to finish up on the trade tower, but Tactical also pushing quicker, getting some extra chip damage around on mid lane. Immortals here also benefit pretty greatly from the mid stages of the game, where a lot of these level 11s are coming in. The rank 2 ultimates are coming in for them. We'll see if they can get any more of those picks. They definitely have the opportunities there with so much CC on Immortals side, be able to set Tactical up to Killer Instinct and try and get somebody as we're rotating here and all these outer towers start to drop. Everybody now working with an extra partner when we go to clear the vision because the defenses are starting to drop.
Ayla getting vision on Armeo as he's trying to kite this blue buff away. It does secure it, but the vision line has been pushed deep into Immortals' blue quadrant. Now Ayla should be careful here. Still has the ultimate in case things get dicey. But 100 Thieves playing the vision game well. They're getting ready for that third dragon of the game spawning in 2 minutes.
Interesting too, because you can tell they're debating right now whether they want to send Mass to go push the top wave first, since he does have teleport and still could have answered, but they were worried about a quick play there towards mid, so he came back, hovered a little bit to make sure nothing was going to break out immediately, and now we're going to just reset into the side lane pressure again. There is the teleport advantage, remember, for Sniper having invested his, meanwhile Castle kept his, so extra teleport advantage for Immortals should make it a lot easier for them to retain side lane control here during the neutral state.
Tension still growing higher and higher between both of these teams. We want to remind everyone at home the playoffs implications and the stakes that are here for both of these teams. If Immortals are 2-0, they are eliminated from playoffs. 100 Thieves, if they win the match series regardless, 2-0 or 2-1, Dignitas are locked into playoffs. So you can see how both teams are being extremely cautious when they are going for vision take and when they play these fights out.
Yeah, especially because it's so important. You know, if you're face checking into the Zyra Alistar, then it's so much more difficult for Immortals to actually pull off their combo. And with the early presence, Sniper's actually in the Dragon Pit. They're looking to catch Ole here as he jumped over. Just a little bit of a chunk there as River is just able to tag him, but they caught him putting the wards down for the Dragon fight, so now they're going to try and clear those out. Ole escaping with his life and not really sustaining any significant damage either there, so Immortals able to get their presence into mid first.
Castle on the flank. He's looking for it. Tomo forced the flash from Ole. Immortals now spawning the Rift Herald. They're going to fight for mid prio before they start walking back into the river. Meanwhile, Jungle for 100 Thieves starting up this red buff Sniper, lurking in the shadows, but he's spotted on a ward.
Corky Poke, pretty annoying too here. Ole is going to have presence in the brush, threatening the engage while Mass throws out these rockets.
6,000 on the Dragon. Castle in the backline. The TP from Sniper looking for the flank on the right side. He's going to try to pressure Mask and look for a way into the back line. Flash from Ayla right onto the front line. Armeo's caught, but meanwhile, Ayla is forced back and Sniper tried to go for the flank, but Castle pushed him up. But the Dragon will go over to 100 Thieves.
Cool.
No one drops from 100, but they're still trying to make their way out as Tactical with the Killer Instinct doesn't find Sniper.
Yeah, that was Kaisa ultimate used, and it's a heist. 100 Thieves steal the Dragon. They're still poking around a little bit here. That was dicey from Ayla. Ayla went in, traded a whole big health bar there. He did not dive, pops Alistar ultimate. They still burn down the Dragon, and then nobody even gets caught. Sniper with some nice blast cone usage there, able to survive, and now he goes into pick.
Oh, go looking for Ole. He still has flash, so he should be fine. But the fact that 100 Thieves still have the confidence, even after the play of Dragon, to push and pressure Immortals on their way back to the mid turret, it seems like had they found another pick, they could have taken that tier 1 on the back of it.
Wow. What a heist there from 100 Thieves. Dragon number 2 acquired. And honestly, too, now that you're on double item power spikes, Sniper's really starting to feel a lot better about this one. Mid tower also goes down, so full outer defense here has been destroyed. Meanwhile, on the side of 100 Thieves, they barely have any health in their mid lane, too, because of the Rift Rail charge, so that one is basically just standing gold that Immortals will be able to take on resetting and trying to push through mid. They still have their teleport on Castle, so they're trying to make a heavy move here while Castle is bottom.
They're in the banana brush. They have no idea. Ole face checks it. It's about a third of his HP as damage from Quid, but thankfully he's tanky. He's totally fine. Immortals maintaining control of this Baron Riverside. Trying to make sure that 100 Thieves cannot get in without tanking something in result.
I mean, Immortals, I think they need to send Castle just bottom side here again. He's got teleport advantage. Get that Renekton pressure on one of the lanes, and then force a play with your Rel with, I mean, somebody's flash. Rel flash, Lilia flash, and have Renekton teleport into it so you can try and make your big play. The game right now, though, so close in gold. So close here as Corky now with Evolved Muramana as well. Going to be quite annoying, but we'll see if they can get any of that early poke damage down before the fight actually starts. And actually, the timer on Sniper's teleport here winding down, so that little bit of an advantage will start to dwindle. They're just kind of camping here, sitting on their vision advantage.
Immortals are going to call for it. TP from Castle.
Ooh, River had walked bottom too. River has to run all the way.
They must have spotted River, and that's why they called for it. Now it's on the rest of 100 Thieves to see if they can delay the Baron take by Immortals. Culling comes in, decent chunk onto the front line, but they dodged it beautifully. 4K on the Baron. Ayla goes in. It's going to be close. Armeo secures the Baron. Here comes River for the after the fight, but Quid is burning down. Killer Instinct from Tactical assassinates Quid, and he flashes over the wall to get away from Sniper, but he's back into the back line. Finds the flash onto Armeo. Tomo still trying to run them down, but the rest of Immortals have made it out alive as Tactical is still trying to pelt them down with these Void Seekers, keeping the pressure on 100 Thieves members.
Beautiful call from Immortals.
Oh, what a snipe!
Beautiful call from Immortals. When they spot the extra roam to bottom side, they immediately go Baron. They finally use that teleport. Rafa, the teleport advantage. We're hyping on it for so long. Castle, he teleports over there. They burn down the Baron. I want to spot, too, if we see the replay, the actual only interesting part on the replay I would want to see would be the lead up to it to how River got spotted heading down there. But then the commitment to the call, that's what you like to see from Immortals, the conviction. Yes. They're like, we know you have no jungler here. We've got the teleport advantage. We've been tracking timers, so we just burn Baron. Even with everyone trying to harass them on Baron, they burn it and they get their kills. Immortals here. If they can win this game, it will be huge for their playoffs hopes.
Yeah, and I think that's been a criticism of Immortals in the past about when you see an opportunity, they're too cautious or too scared to go for it. They immediately call it, and we get the replay back of how they played out the Baron fight.
So yeah, the replay starting now. I don't see any extra vision that would have seen River moving up, so we would have to go back a little bit further to see it. But inside the actual fight here, Sniper was able to go get one back for 100 Thieves, but it's a huge win for our Immortals. This was all Immortals. Really good call on doing the Baron. And then this Sniper tactical afterwards too. He just threads it right through the little jungle corridor. So even though they don't have good vision in there, just throw it down the middle of the jungle corridor. There's nowhere for River to dodge.
Yeah.
Nice job by Immortals. Let's see what they can do with it. Now with the Baron buff at their disposal, Dragon should be easy. Oh, man. Meanwhile, they also have Mask pushing on top side versus Sniper, the 2-level lead for the Corki, so Mask is huge. That just gets evened up a little bit. And he's got his teleport ready now too, so nice stuff from them. Let's see if they can actually get some secondary turrets too out of this Baron. That's what you really want out of a mid-game Baron buff, but there's only 30 seconds left on it, and 3,000 gold the Baron power play thus far, so seems like they won't get too much more for themselves, even with everybody coalescing down bottom. I mean, maybe they just teleport Mask in here. They really wanted to try and get a side lane turret. Seems like they'll save the teleport cooldown instead, let the Baron time out, go for their resets. Don't want to use up that cooldown, even though the outer turrets on the side lanes there, nice juicy 800 gold. They don't want to overextend after their triumphant win.
Yeah, overall, huge map play for Immortals, but they're still only 2,000 gold ahead. 100 Thieves. The game is far from over, and they have to remind themselves that their composition excels when Immortals are hard engaging into their composition, and everyone is set up to receive it, to make the counter engage with Stranglehold. The problem for River, since he wasn't there at the Baron,
I mean, Sniper might... Okay.
Maybe. Okay, he just face checks in. It's a face full of Armeo and Olole. He just backs off for now. But 100 Thieves just reminding themselves, it's like, hey guys, as long as we get the setup first, we should still be fine.
Yeah, review comms later. Review the call later, because that is definitely a blunder that you're just kind of not tracking cooldowns and not really thinking about, oops, we definitely should not commit 2 members to the bottom side of the map while we are at teleport disadvantage, especially one of them being jungle. But that play would have been less worse if they also had their teleport on Sniper, so then they could, at least teleport in for a 4v5 attempt to try and defend it.
Yep.
But it was really the worst of both worlds, where you don't have jungle or you don't have teleport. So they have to save that for later, though. It's a best-of-3 series. Talk about that between the games. Right now, they got to focus on what they can do right now, because it is not a giant gulf that has opened up here. It is not a chasm that cannot be overcome. Just a couple thousand, the gold lead right now. And there is a bounty, a couple of bounties there on the side of Immortals as well, if you're able to get to that backline and actually kill those Immortals carries, though that may be difficult. Both of them will have their flashes by the next time the fight starts. Tactical's coming off cooldown very quickly here.
Yeah, if we go back to how 100 Thieves played the game in the first 10-15 minutes, it was always Ayla finding Flash Summoner spells, and then 100 Thieves being patient, not overextending on the engage, waiting for the next setup, and then knowing that those carries no longer have those Summoner spells available. It's that patient rinse and repeat cycle that got 100 Thieves the small lead and advantages at the beginning of the game, reminding themselves of that as they get ready for the 4th or the 5th Dragon of the game coming up at 2 minutes, and the Baron spawning in the next 40 seconds can still bring them back into it. Whereas Immortals, I'm all eyes on Tactical and Mask. These guys, massive objective bounties, and they have so much damage between both of them. And the way that Tactical has been playing out these fights, it's been awesome to see.
I mean, the pickup here of the Arm Guard allows Tactical some really big plays for the next team fight. Love investing the extra gold here for your bigger dive play that you can pull off. Ultimate plus barrier plus flash plus a Seeker's arm guard stasis makes it really, really scary here for 100 Thieves. And so they're trying their best to keep some vision, trying their best to try and defend here and keep an open pathway towards Baron. But it should be a rinse and repeat for Immortals. You know, setting up on Baron once again. They've got Corki. They can turn around and throw rockets at you when you try and come up to contest the Baron. Side lane fight actually does matter in this game, though.
Sniper engaging in the 1v1 against Castle. Does not proc his Sterak's gauge quite yet, trying to wait out the Dominus. Tactical is leaning bot side. 100 Thieves have to immediately go for the Baron. Sniper, all he can do is just buy as much time as he can, stall out the death. Tactical picks him up, and now the rest of Immortals will have to answer the Baron.
Immortals have teleport on Castle, so this is not the reverse situation. This is way harder for 100 Thieves to do anything here. You know, not only did they not get an early alert, and so Sniper still went down and actually was killed, but they also had the teleport there on Castle, so they were able to teleport him over, immediately stop any possible counterplay on a Baron, and so it is just the extra kill here that goes to Immortals. Plus the teleport, you know, invested for the flash on Sniper going down, and the killer instinct from Tactical, but that cooldown is so short here later in the game.
Pulling it again.
It's not very meaningful.
A Dragon is spawning in the next 15 seconds, but they're just trying to pull them in. Armeo forced to flash immediately from the Stranglehold. Tactical trying to look to see if he can join the fight with the killer instinct. Mask and Tomo dueling with these guns. Immortals are starting to push 100 Thieves off, and now they're in trouble. Ayla super low. Quid is lit on the backside. Tomo also lit. The rest of 100 Thieves have to concede control of the Baron, and now Immortals, this just could be a free objective.
The Mask is doing so much work. That Corki damage, he just murdered them, pushed them all off. Nobody dies, but their health bars were decimated, and now 100 Thieves are so low, it's really risky trying to even check.
They just can't. Immortals, clean take of the Baron, and they still have time to redeploy and contest 100 Thieves for the Dragon on the other side.
I mean, they've got Baron empowered recalls, so they are getting their empowered recalls off. 100 Thieves here trying to push mid as they rotate over to that Dragon that you mentioned, which would be number 3. Positioning here, critical. You don't, even though you just got the Baron, have to be a little bit careful about the checks. Ole gonna go right in. The rest of the team is very close behind, so they've got the power to force them off, and quite easy here. Baron empowered recalls allow them to get Dragon number 3 too. The snowball continues for Immortals. Their playoffs hopes are alive. Game 1 in their sights here.
Third Dragon of the game secured for Immortals. And for them, 1 Dragon away from Ocean Soul. Potentially 1 play away if it goes well enough to just end the game outright and take the Nexus of 100 Thieves. Things are dire here for the men in red. 100 Thieves trying to fight for control on this top quadrant, but Immortals are just bullying them out of these entrances. And with the Baron on their side, they're looking to take out this tier 2 tower.
I mean, I don't know what 100 Thieves do about Corki. Like, Mask does so much. His poke damage is huge. And then they also have to worry about the all-ins because, well, Tactical actually, though.
Oh, Tactical forced the flash. Tomo goes in for the kill. Just a couple more burst fires. The Seekers will stall some time. Castle is able to step in front, but it still doesn't matter. Tomo takes him out. The Sterak's gauge popped on Castle. He's still got a GA, but he's surrounded by all 5 members of 100 Thieves. The Ultra Shock laser slows him down, and 100 Thieves just found a window back.
And it's Tomo and his game back in the LCS on the stage, making the big play here when 100 Thieves need it most. Can they push with it? They're going as hard as they can towards mid lane. They've got 1 minion. They're protecting it. Now the Void Mites come up. Against Baron buff even. They're still going to hard push. They've got 5 members advantage. Tactical and Castle still down for another 20 seconds on Tactical.
Tomo did say on socials he's here to save the 100 Thieves. And so far, the words are ringing true as they take off of 2 kills, a massive push into mid lane, a full inhibitor, and the tower's all behind it. The Nexus still stands alongside the 2 structures in front, but Immortals suddenly, when the win was in their sights, Kobe, now they're back in an even state.
Oh, just when you really, really believe However, the game not out of reach has not been completely thrown. You know, one inhibitor down is completely fine. You can definitely deal with that. It is definitely a little bit worrying, though, as far as that pick goes. We'll see. Just retain focus, get back out here, have Ole set up your vision first so that nobody gets caught off guard. Ole has done just that, warded up this red side of the jungle. Immortal's still in a very good position, of course. They've got Dragon's Soul coming to them in 2.5 minutes, at least the possibility of it. And they do scale incredibly well. Again, the Corki is just such a massive scaler. 4 items now for Mask. He has had his level 18 for quite a while on top of that. And it's just because of the extra range compared to Lucian, the possibilities here. But Tomo slides in.
Ole is caught and no reprieve. Tomo once again helping 100 Thieves come back in this game.
Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, and this one, Ayla's like, what are you doing, Ole? Get out of my jungle. You set up enough vision. Ayla's had enough of it. He combos him. Tomo slides in on the Zeri to deliver the damage. But you just walked into the Alistar now. River goes over just as the recall has expired here. Spam pings down mid. Tomo trying to get the extra pressure of the minion wave through mid while the rest of them push up bottom. I like this because it kind of takes away the defense possibilities here from Immortals. Kind of ensuring they're going to have the pincer on this secondary tower. 100 Thieves. It was a very big pick, but Ole is back up, so.
Yeah, big thing to note. Both of the marksmen for 100 Thieves and Immortals. Hang on. Two-man sleep. Are they in trouble? Armail Q flashes in, tries to lay down the damage. Ole gets stiffed by Ayla as he flashes in onto Mask. The re-engage from Ayla, or Ole is good. River tries to hold off as long as he can. Sniper trying to save this fight. Tomo skates on over to the left. Sniper now has to escort him from the rest of Immortals, but he's not going to be able to do it. Immortals find a hole in the defense of 100 Thieves, and they don't waste their shot.
Oh man, the combo. Ole plus Castle. Ole got the rel engage, groups up 3 of them, and Castle Renekton teleports in to get the big chunk once the rest of Immortals arrive. Now it's their turn to push. Sniper alone here. All he can really do is kind of watch as these towers go down. Alone, he can't do anything versus this triple. Oh, that's got to be scary here.
He stepped up trying to tank the wave, but maybe it was ill-advised. He flashes away. He's got the Sterix Cage. The Void Seeker deals some decent damage. He tries to absorb the damage. Counter-strike on the 2. Wait a minute. It's going to get close, but it's not enough. Armeo is too durable, and the rest of the squad will back off for now as they get ready for their Ocean Soul spawning in 20 seconds.
Yeah, spawning to them. That one should be very easy for them to pick up. Mask and Tactical will delete this dragon. So honestly, maybe just go for 100 Thieves, go over towards Baron side, try and set up some Baron vision or something. Maybe you can make a big play, but here's another look at it. Armeo set it up, putting them to sleep and then going in. And it looks crazy because Ole wasn't there for following up then, but it's the second engage. Ole, huge. The rel flash play. Ole gets in there, sets it up. Tactical ults in. Castle had teleported in. And so they just dive the entire squad there. And it looks like River did try and get vision. And at the very least, while Immortals got the Dragon Soul, River acquired vision around Baron. And that's really the hope for 100 Thieves. When you're so far behind like this, you're like, we got to try and like get some pick play on somebody while they're going to pick up all their objectives. But no pick there for 100 Thieves. It will just be double giant objectives for Immortals.
Oh boy!
They're right back on track. Ocean Soul plus the Baron. Now they can go with huge siege potential. You have regeneration of Ocean Soul, plus you have the pushing power with the Baron. That should be a recipe for Immortals to get a dub.
Immortals have everything they need to close this game out. 100 Thieves, almost 10 minutes ago, they found that miracle play off of Tomo getting into the face of Tactical, risking his life, both of his summoner spell to make it done. Can 100 Thieves replicate that magic here again, Kobe?
Well, they're certainly going to try. Vision would go a long way towards getting miracle plays like that, you know, surprise plays. But I think Immortals, after getting that wake-up call, are not going to let anyone go by themselves. They make the call, all right, we have so much of an advantage. We got this group up here. Tactical actually is the one heading towards topside to push first. And he is the one with Killer Instinct. So even though you're like, it's your AD carry going to push side lanes, you know, no teleport. Doesn't really matter for Kai'Sa because rank 3 of the Killer Instinct is quite a large range. and definitely has a possibility of joining, as we just saw in the last fight from Immortals there. And then while Sniper does get the secondary tower on bottom side, it's kind of a very small drop in a very large ocean here to the side of 100 Thieves. They got a little bit of gold though. Every little bit does count here towards trying to win one of these late game team fights. We're almost 40 minutes in here as Immortals now are going to try and group up in Siege. They've got Castle pushing bottom. A few more seconds on his teleport, so maybe if 100 Thieves made a fast play, you know, they would try and take advantage of that, but tick, tick, tick. There goes the teleport now, so Castle could join as well, and makes it a lot easier here with a whole minute left on Baron. They've got 2 more extra minion waves to push on. Wait for the next one on mid. That secondary tower will go down. No problem.
Yeah, you can see that 100 Thieves, they were trying to chance for a miracle play with Ayla in Fog and Hex Flash at the ready, but now Flash is back up. Immortals slowly choking 100 Thieves' vision out of the bottom jungle. Sniper steps up to ensure that Castle cannot get more hits, but the Counter-Strike is gone, and this Tier 3 turret has fallen. The inhibitor surely will be next, as Quid had pushed out the top side of the map. Immortals had the chance to get this inhibitor down. They're rotating over to the mid lane. Quid is back in the base. 100 Thieves have all 5 members. Sniper with the teleport flank. The question is, who is the target? Who do they commit to? Sniper has to be slow with this. Ayla right onto Mask, but he flashes and cleanses it away. Backline of Immortals are safe as they hold their ground. Castle pops the Dominus to stand between him and the rest of 100 Thieves members. The flank, a valiant attempt. No dice on the Immortals members.
Yep. Nice little move there from Mask. Flashes on over just as Sniper leaps in to try and follow up. He was trying to CC chain there. But the Mercurial Scimitar from Mask, this is the benefits of being so rich on a Corki. He immediately pops that and flashes to the other side. Once then, the Leap Strike has already been invested. Can't stun him out on the other side, and so he does escape. Meanwhile, Immortals here with bottom side inhibitor taken care of. They just get top side pushing instead. Full reset there from a Mask. The full build level 18 Corki. Definitely getting it done here. So even though it's slowly but surely here for Immortals, they really are just building into this juggernaut here towards the very end of the game. 100 Thieves, you're probably looking at trying to do some miracle around the Elder Dragon now.
Yeah.
Because sometimes your opponents will, you know, burn down an Elder Dragon, and maybe you can get some sort of a steal on it, which allows you to win the crazy fight there.
Small engage on the Ole, nothing for Immortals to be worried about. He just uses the crash down to escape.
I mean, Tomo is full build as well, so, and the Zeri has some extra, you know, protection with this Zonia's of his own, plus his shield bow and everything. So, you know, they also, we're getting to the stage of the game where everybody's getting maxed out, or at least the carries are getting maxed out. So 100 Thieves here.
This tactical build is so scary, and a full death cap with the Nashers. These Void Seekers are going to hurt so much if they land. And for Immortals, they've dealt with the counter-engage comp of 100 Thieves by drafting so much range. And we're at the stage of the game where 100 Thieves, even though they want Immortals to make the hard engage, if they get poked out before, they're still going to lose the fight. So you see why 100 Thieves are being pressured to force snapback engages and catch Immortals off guard.
Yeah, one of the biggest things teams always talk about is the range advantages for the late game, and those range advantages are being abused. Another one, though, that's huge are having the extra money to buy Guardian Angels.
Oh, Quid was forced to dash into Castle. He's got help with River on the bottom side. Ayla in the middle of multiple Immortals members here. Castle almost taken low. The Stranglehold, the burn from the Leandries. It pops the GA. Sniper onto Armeo. He dashes away with the Eep. Castle pops back up thanks to the GA. Elder is alive, Kobe, and Immortals members are chunked.
Yeah, that GA I just mentioned, now it's popped. Now they've basically taken that thing out of inventory. So let's see about this crazy Elder fight that we were looking forward to, because 100 Thieves carries are also maxed out. Definitely have to be respected as far as the positioning goes. Castle will teleport back in. Where's the Renekton going to go? Is it going to just come towards Elder, or look for something on bottom side? Because you see Sniper going back to deal with the super minions.
Sniper has teleport as well to join the fight. Immortals maintaining the ground. Ole with a Q flash right onto River. He's the target. He's blown up by Armeo. The lilting Lobi into the stasis. Castle rejoins the fight. Ayla and Tomo trying to fight their way back in. Two-man pulverize onto the back line, but 100 Thieves cannot follow up yet. They take out Castle, but Armeo is fallen. 100 Thieves holding their ground despite everything that Immortals have thrown their way, but they are down 3 members and 100 Thieves still have 4.
Oh, there was no follow-up on the Ole engage this time. Immortals crumbling the Elder fight that 100 Thieves were dreaming of.
Immortals.
It is a reality. They will get it, and they can go get the Baron as well.
Oh my goodness, Kobe. We are in Omega Banger territory. 100 Thieves through sheer will and grit holding on to this game.
Man, if we go back and look at so many little parts of that fight too, you know, they were still on the Elder Dragon when Ole goes for this engage. This time around, the big difference, nobody follows up to put the pressure on anyone except for River. So they get the trade there. Meanwhile, Tomo is just firing in the whole fight. Tomo is max DPS. Meanwhile, half of Immortals are still on the Elder Dragon, dumping their DPS into the Dragon. And so you have the extra health lead, and then the front line just takes over. So let's look at it. So Ole goes in, and they get some damage onto River, but Tactical, look at him. He was still over by the Elder Dragon. He walks over this way, and endgame, that DPS that Tomo's putting out in literally just that 1 second extra, you know, allows such a big lead. Ayla goes for the re-engage. You saw that Alistar combination onto the backline, locking both of them up.
Yeah.
The late game DPS of both carries, even nullified for just a couple of seconds, is the big difference maker.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
You can see it there. Anero is just feeling the pain. The 46-minute loss here just looming in front of him. It's not over, but it is definitely disheartening for the Immortal side as 100 Thieves now another full minute left on the Elder Dragon buff, and they get the easier time pushing with their Baron buff. Can we break 50 minutes again, though? We've had a lot of these long ones recently.
Yeah, the NRG Shopify series still lives rent-free in my mind. Maybe 100 Thieves and Immortals will make a run for it, but 100 Thieves with the Elder Dragon and the Baron buff on their side. They want to make this one quick. Flash snap, engage on the mask. He flashes away. Sniper tries to follow up. The Stranglehold is throwing him down. The Stranglethorn's already been used. Culling will empty a full clip in Armeo. He pops the stasis, tries to buy time. He burns to the Elder. 100 Thieves, don't tell me the odds, Kobe. 100 Thieves will take any fight they can take what is not given. That is their creed, and they will live and see the game to the very end. 100 Thieves pull off the biggest heist I've ever seen.
Immortals must be heartbroken after that one. Oof. 100 Thieves here with the dub in game number 1. 47-26 I see on the game clock. Getting your money's worth as far as the game time goes this time around. Woof. All right. So much to go over in the break here. Our breaks are very short between the games, but there's a lot to hash out. Even if we look at the 100 Thieves side, the team that won, remember their call where they had River go bottom with Sniper not having teleport and allowed Immortals to make their teleport and burn down the Baron to get themselves into this position in the first place. And they won.
Yeah. Lots to break down, lots to discuss, but we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to see what they thought of that first game.
It was something else.
Wow.
And yeah, I'm gonna take a really quick look at the playoff situation after the Dignitas win today. So this was actually really important because it really widened the field here with NRG dropping down a bit and Dig skyrocketing in their position here, now at 96%. It basically means that whoever comes out of this is also very much in control of their own destiny. So if 100 Thieves manage to 2-1 and then just win, they are in control of their own destiny. By contrast, if Immortals come back, the same thing happens. They're fully in control of their own destiny. That's the biggest thing coming out of this first Dignitas win, is that it really opened up the field for all of these 1-4 teams. Dignitas previously having been at 1-4 themselves, So Immortals can still come back.
But Emily, what happens with 100 Thieves 2-0?
If they 2-0,
What about at least a tiebreaker? Are we sure they're out?
Yeah, check the tiebreaker situation.
Okay.
They're out.
If Immortals lose the next game, they're out.
So
Basil.
that's the biggest focus that we have to talk about, which
Basil,
is
they were
the Immortals
so
believer.
close. You were the Immortals believer.
you are their strongest soldier.
What's the pep talk? What is Anero telling them?
He's like, you know what, guys? It's time to lock in. They were so close, you know. I was actually sitting here watching it, and I was like, oh, it's over. We won. We're so good. And then I blinked, and then we lost. Oh, I'm so sad. I'm still their #1 supporter right now, currently, but
Okay,
yeah.
so I mean, we blinked. Let's check out the highlights because we missed the blink. Unless our prompter just scrolled, maybe we don't have the highlights. We do.
Okay,
Boom!
So yeah,
So this wasn't the blink. This was when you were feeling fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, this fight looks like it's going well. Tactical is just diving in there. You have a super ahead Kaisa who can match the poke on the enemy team, so I fully thought the game was just over, you know?
Yes.
If Tactical hits maybe 2 or 3 ults, enemies, what was their support? I can't see. Alsar, right? Was it super chunk? I fully thought the game was over at this point.
There was one point in which they were sieging through mid. This was literally it.
Yeah.
And then Zeri ulti hits, you get chased down. Even if you're in Zonia state, you're just done, and the team fight's over. Like, they really struggled to being able to close leads with the Barons they had. And that's going to be what you would have to imagine Anero is going to be discussing a little bit, because the lead is there. They're able to actually end up picking it up. It's being able to close out cleanly that was in question.
This was such a good fight.
Yeah, it was so close too with this Rel engage on top of the Renekton. They were unable to burn down Ala in time, and he was able to get off that excellent engage. So there were still some good teamfight wins from IMT. A lot of these games are coming down to literally teamfight, one team marches to victory.
Immortals cannot get 2-0'd or they are eliminated from playoffs. So as we head to break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
It's 5 seconds.
I'll blue pit.
We have this ward. 5 seconds, I'll TP behind. I want a flash combo. Can you ready?
Okay, 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Ready?
We front row.
I can look TP now. I'm gonna TP behind. Let's fight this.
Yep.
This is a good fight, guys. You can go on whenever, Bill. Yeah. I'm really good. I'm gonna look. Yeah. If I give angle on Lilia, maybe.
Red has Felicia, okay?
Go. Look here, guys. Look Lilia.
That's not easy.
I got 3-man knockup.
Yo, kite back now.
Yeah.
Just dragon him around.
I still have really good angles.
We should back.
They can look on me though, guys.
It's fine. Just go mid. Just go mid.
I'm okay.
If he dies, he dies, guys.
Yeah.
If he dies, he dies.
Your Rel has flash ult, so don't give angle.
Don't all die, guys. Don't all die.
Look, Lilia. Lilia, no flash. I'm killing Renekton. Look, Renekton.
Kaisa. No flash.
We're killing Renekton, guys.
Give me Penta.
Give Penta.
Give Penta. Give Penta.
It's not Penta, bro.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, bro.
Oh,
It's not my fault. Elder damage.
Nice. Good job, guys. Good job.
Elder damage.
What's a banger game?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think just like doing the same thing over and over every day. Like by that I mean like just studying your matchups and kind of just like there's just always something you can learn about the game when you're playing solo queue, when you're playing a scrim game, whatever it is. So just like the process of like just league in general, when you get into a league match, I enjoy a lot.
Sniper, a man living and dedicated to the grind. And he and Tomo were instrumental in making that comeback a reality for 100 Thieves. For those who may just be tuning in, and now, Immortals had a commanding position twice in Game 1, Kobe, and 100 Thieves buckled down, endured the onslaught, and they came back and now are 1 game away from eliminating Immortals from playoffs.
Let them cook. All right. They got to cook up something now because, like you said, they got to win this game or else they are eliminated from playoffs. So let's see it. Immortals, if ever there is a time to win, the time is right now. Draft, of course, was not the issue in game number 1 at all for them. It was actually quite good. So let's see what they change. Aurora will be permabanned because we are on live patch, but slightly behind because we are not on the Aurora hotfixes. So
yeah,
it is the Omega OP Aurora, and we will have the Renekton takeaway here for Sniper instead. And the immediate answer here from Castle, his confidence on the Rumble, I definitely have liked. So let's see if this changed from Immortals with them taking the Rumble and Lucian power solo laners immediately. If Immortals are going to be able to take over any sort of early game towards the top side of the map.
100 Thieves still have a couple of options left in terms of jungle pool if they want something for River to facilitate the rest of the map. Last game, he did play the Zyra, but now when you've got a Renekton on your team, you definitely feel confident about locking in a Nidalee. Always playing off the power and the priority that you get with the Renekton.
Hey.
Hang on.
Shout out to Tyler. Hi, Tyler. Renekton and Nidalee locked in, though. We were talking about early game. Woo. That is a very strong early game. Everybody has heard the tale of the Renekton stun into the Nidalee spear, so let's see if that one is repeated. And then they just go with the Zeri because guess what? Zeri late game looks pretty good always. And Tomo with the game-saving play of the previous game.
Yep.
We say, you know what? You can have whatever pick you want. We will slam the Zeri in the first round of picks regardless.
And Immortals running back with the Lilia for Armeo. Like you said, Kobe, I don't think for Immortals the draft necessarily was a problem. Just came down to late game execution, but still some changes were made as they want to empower Armeo by having really strong lanes, at least the Lucian in the mid lane, and the Rumble trying to answer on Renekton. He's got to be careful about anytime Nidalee is on the top side, because while Rumble is durable, he's not impervious to a giant spear and a takedown from Nidalee.
Dang, they haven't worked out how to become impervious to spears yet. But once they do, Nidalee stocks will drop even further than they already are. I, for one, though, I'm excited to see River on Nidalee and see Nidalee in a composition that does have point-and-click stuns, at least one of them. As we see, though, supports taking the majority of the bans, as they largely do in the second half, taking down on all of these frontliner setups. It has been, you know, we still see an enchanter every now and then, but certainly not frequently. It is, the meta right now is just so well set up for full engaged supports because every other role doesn't want to have to take that role. You know, no,
someone's got to take up
top
the
laners and
mantle.
junglers are like, I'm out. I'm on power clear right now, man. That's all you. Top laners are like, I don't want to play a tank either. You know how many counter picks there are for top lane with bruisers and rumble and everything floating around. So
you know what?
That's all support duty.
Yeah, we're both junglers, Kobe, and just a PSA to all the fans at home: if you're playing solo queue and your jungler willingly locks in Sejuani or Maokai, please thank them. Please please show them extra love because in this landscape, you get so outpaced by almost everything else that is strong in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, those two though that you mentioned, those are the exceptions. Like, those are so strong that those get permabanned. Sejuani and Vi have been permabanned this series. You mentioned the Maokai. That one, it hasn't been permabanned, but I do think is like in the sea of AP junglers, the Sejuani, Maokai, and Vi are the very good engage options. And Sejuani, I would say, even better than a lot of the AP ones because there are so many melees that you can play, like Yone here that's been locked in for Mr. Quid. Quid, I would say, is honestly, I'd say even with JoJo, I'd say Quid. Well, maybe top 2. I'll go top 2. I was gonna say best, melee mid player, but JoJo extremely good on the melee mids as well. Regardless, Quid very comfortable on it, so I'd see the Yone locked in here, and this is live patch. Yone did get a buff, remember.
Yep.
I would say it's buff category, even though it was in adjustments because they also reduced a little bit of the cooldown of the ultimate, increased a little bit of the cooldown of the ultimate later in the game to try and tap down his late ability. But I think that Yone will happily take the Q buff in trade for the late game R cooldown nerf there. So see it in the hands of Quid this time around. But bottom lane lock-in of the Kalista Nautilus, to me, is going to be the big story here. Immortals have said, we are going big early game. We are going big pressure. We've got Lucian mid. We've got Kalista Nautilus to look for kills on bottom side. We've got Castle on his favored Rumble top side, although his top side is Rumble plus Lilia. Which is the double AP, a little bit easy for Mr. Renekton to rush some null magic mantles and some magic defense up there to try and stay safe.
Immortals, can they rally and stall this series out to 3 games? Everything rides for them. This is playoffs on the line. 100 Thieves, 1 game win away from closing this series out completely. And I had to ask my friend Liam, or Leo Stats Guy on Twitter, if you want to give him a look and a shout out. He confirmed for me that in week 6 of spring earlier this year, 100 Thieves also played against Immortals. They had a massive comeback win. It was the Quid Ari flashing the Talia seismic shove play. And 100 Thieves won, and they eliminated Immortals also from playoffs that spring. Fast forward to today, 100 Thieves, off of a massive comeback win, are now 1 game away from eliminating Immortals from summer playoffs here in week 6.
All right, 100 Thieves looking to eliminate Immortals from playoffs yet again this year. Let's see if they can do it. Immortals, heartbreaking loss in game number 1 if you're just joining us. If you're an Immortals fan, don't go back and watch because it's going to give you a bunch of hope and then take it away from you. But in this game, you got to start fresh. Let's see if they can leverage anything from the bottom side of the map. Tactical on his Kalista, Ole on the Nautilus. This laning phase of this duo has been complemented so much by a lot of other players in the league. And we'll see as the first silent hook does land. We're enjoying pure gameplay here.
I was about to say, Kobe.
We don't want noises to distract us.
We're watching the natural habitat of 2 bot laners going at it and fighting for control.
You know, there are so many sound cues that you actually rely on. Hey. So many sound cues that you actually rely on when playing League that you don't really think about until they're gone. Never miss them until they're gone, Rafa.
Immortals just trying to fight for push here on the bottom side. You already highlighted that Kalista and Nautilus is going to be the focus for this team. Armeo is pathing towards the top side again.
I saw another hook. Let me see that. There, okay. Nice little chunk. We take away the camera as soon as Ole goes in. But yeah, here's our bottom side prio that we're looking at here for Immortals. Meanwhile, as you were about to mention, both junglers are pathing towards that top side yet again. Towards the sniper push in on Castle. And we will see if there's any sort of action. Should just be full clears for both junglers, of course, though, because neither of them want to get behind on their small camp respawns. That's why oftentimes you'll always see, especially Lilia players, but a lot of these AP speed clearers go up there, clear the Krugs first before returning to the red. There we go!
We are back, baby. I was about to say, Kobe, at what point do we just lean into an ASMR cast of the stream?
I thought the crowd was cheering and the sound had come back earlier, but they were cheering the camera change, I think. I was like, oh, cool, we're back. Wait, we're not back. Okay, now we're actually back. Nice.
And now we're back.
Okay.
Raise the volume.
In time for the Scuttle Crab fight, the most epic of jungle confrontations.
I mean, with the sounds back on, this is the most exciting thing I've seen in the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, is going to result in Armeo just walking to the bottom side to pick that one up, although it will be at the cost of a slight delay. Later recall for him.
Dredge line connects onto Alon, but it's just trades, making sure that Immortals can maintain control of this bot wave. Quid, an aggressive trade onto Mask, and the Soul Unbound. Nice chip damage into the mid lane.
Yeah, Quid, it's because, you know, coming back using your teleport, you want to take advantage of your extra items going for the trade on Mask, but Mask, as long as Mask is able to push the wave and get his reset off, he'll have his teleport as well. We've got a lane gank here.
Really,
nice.
Yeah, really good ward from Ole. Is going to sniff out and make sure that River doesn't get there. Mask in trouble, but keeps his cool, doesn't pop the flash, and he can just teleport back.
Yeah, Quid will be able to push the wave though. So nice stuff here for the Yone. Always like keeping track of that one. Definitely an exciting pick in the mid lane. In the world of AD carries, in the sea of AD carries all over the solo lanes, especially mid lane. Nice to see some melees every once in a while. Chovy definitely, of course, was one of the earliest of the Yones that started this whole wave. But then, you know, Chovy nowadays playing Draven mid, playing Zeri mid,
yep.
all the AD carries
Playing
as well,
all
so.
the marksmen. He's just leaning into what's strong at the moment. And I know that the buffs on Yone and another pick that I'm hoping we get to see in LCS this weekend, Yasuo. Oh, really good spear. Oh, but Castle flashes it in time. But he's still in trouble because he doesn't have a flash. And this spear will connect without a stun setup. First blood for Sniper.
Nice. Sniper's actually able to get the last hit on it, too. I think that will end up being big. Flashes traded for both those top laners, so can punish it the other way, too. But so nice for Sniper to get some early bonus money there. A lot of times the Nidalees are like really want to also get it because Nidalee loves accelerating into your very quick Sorcerer's Shoes, which has been made less quick on this patch. So might not even be rushing those as they are far less efficient. But
yeah,
as you mentioned, flash for flash on the initial trade and then just hits the spear in the alcove because so much less room to dodge in the alcove. So by going in there, River is able to nail him, throw the spear right down the middle, and now taking a peek at the Void Grub answer. Top lane will push and then come over, but it's level 6 for both.
Smite from Armeo secures the last grub for them. They got all 3. River gets aggressive, decent damage, but Armeo is able to walk away thanks to the passive movement speed. And Immortals are here to escort their jungler out.
Yeah, and namely, the most important Immortal there that made the extra room was Ole. Ole got there first on the support recall because of bottom lane advantage. Those are those skirmishes where people, whoever mind, face check.
Sniper wants to get aggressive. He's got River there as well, and Castle throws down the equalizer. He's going to try to trade one back. It's going to be close. Ah, no
Good.
dice. River survives with 31 HP.
Castle is calling jungle diff in the comms right now, but that's what you get when you pick Renekton Nidalee. Nobody's surprised that the Nidalee ganking for the Renekton early on, especially looking at all the other lanes. Like, that Nidalee is going to be camping you up there. And River making the most of his Nidalee pick, which is often criticized, at least especially in our region, and definitely showing up here. Plus, all of the kills that they've gotten for those visits up topside have actually gone into the pockets of Sniper. Now, the price you pay will be the dragon. But again, because Immortals have the Callista Nautilus with the constant pushing on bottom side, that was probably out of reach anyway. So 100 Thieves are playing to their game plan. And Immortals will take what is actually given this time.
There you go. The Ultra Shock Laser from Tomo just takes a quick poke over the wall to see if they maybe could catch Armeo, miss-smiting the dragon, but it is secured. And so for Immortals, a clean objective game. First rotation of Grubs, first Dragon, taken off the map. As you've already mentioned, River, a lot of his focus has been just trying to snowball and accelerate Sniper in this matchup. It is favored for Rumble, but if Renekton ever gets that first item breakpoint lead, then, oh man, Rumble is in a world of trouble.
And I don't even know after the Rumble nerfs, too. Definitely even a more difficult situation for him. Plus, as we mentioned in Champ Select, double AP facing a Rumble plus a Lilia. So Sniper just gets to rush into Merc Treads, even though there were heavy nerfs to all boots and Merc Treads receiving some of the most heavy nerfs. It is still, I think, a good idea to rush those Merc Treads into that duo for top side and really make the most of that magic resistance for this Renekton. See a nice CS lead for himself after the extra kills and dive too, so really trying to make the most of it. Meanwhile, as you stated though, Immortals, even just like an early dragon being Mountain Dragon, extra little bit of resistances there for them too. Feels a little bit nice. Here goes River though. Again, top side. Nidalee is going to be top side a lot.
Gonna get the nice River comboing the Hunt and Mark into the empowered Q. Gets that execute damage with the smite, stealing it away from Armeo.
Yep, Nidalee gets those every day of the week, every time. Nice combo. Turret plate money here for Sniper. Lilia's in the wings, but they just popped the Scryers there for Nidalee, so you know Nidalee is around as well. Nothing that Armeo can do about it, so just go to reset, try and get off to the other side. And honestly, revisiting here for Quid too. Mid lane Prowl, like, going quite nicely for them, except for the bottom lane Prowl into Dragon.
Yeah. And just to remind everyone at home, next weekend we're going to have our LCS Summer Bash starting at 11 a.m. It's going to be a tailgate, so make sure you get here at 11. We'll be having a lot of the teams with booths open, a lot of fun stuff.
We had a dunk tank last time.
True.
I got dunked.
Oh, did
dunk
you?
tank. We also had everybody getting beach volleyballs in the crowd. I hope they do that again. That was pretty fun, trying to fight all the volleyballs off.
That was a fun time. All right, second rotation of Grubs have spawned. 100 Thieves are the first ones on it, but Ole is here to join the fray. Tomo has also been pulled over to the top side of the map. Everyone, good steal from Armeo. That secures 4 Grubs for them. Equalizer onto the back. Ayla trying to buy some time with the quickness. River falls as Quid is able to pick one up against Armeo. Tomo now popping the lightning crash, and Quid is leading the charge. A dredge line from Ole, but he finds that it was ill-advised. He tries to flash away. Tomo's on the chase, and he bursts him down. Immortals get a majority of the Grubs, but at a huge cost.
Yeah, Tomo getting a kill here and going to get 2 Grubs for the side of 100 Thieves. Immortals, at least they did get their 1 to get to 4 to get their Void Might spawn, but I think they will be very, very worried about the cost that they just paid for that. This might give them flashbacks to last time, and you know Quid, when Quid won MVP, he was playing all these different mid laners, and he was having really big success on especially the melee ones, so him getting fed on Yone is very scary. So Immortals, they got that pick on the River and the immediate deletion, and then a little bit of peel there for Tactical, but he jumped a little bit towards the left there, and Quid able to find him. Then that hook actually going past Quid onto Sniper, ideal for Tomo and 400 Thieves. And so, really, the repercussions of that fight.
Uh-oh, and Tactical with no flash means that 100 Thieves can easily punish him on the top side. Ole could have done nothing to save him.
Yeah, really, really big stuff for 100 Thieves. I mean, this is what you get when you're playing to your strengths. You overload the top side from the very beginning of the game. Nidalee always playing to the Renekton, and then in these skirmishes, their solo laners doing a lot of work. Tomo collecting some money in this stage ensures that your Zeri is going to scale really well for later on. And you're going to have the early power of the Yone with Quid collecting some too. It's just, it's all really working out quite nicely for them. Here's another look though at the roam. Beautiful stuff from Mr. Ayla there as the Rakan was able to get to the other side of Tactical, and Tactical having no further escapes.
And I know that it's been a pain point for, 100 Thieves criticism from social media in the past few weeks around their bot side of the map, but Ayla, between the Alistar game and game 1, had found a lot of crucial picks that netted a lot of those advantages early on, and even the late game fights, setting up Tomo, whether getting those picks in the first place so that he could knock them down, or even stalling the fights of the damage dealers of Immortals. I think Ayla has been playing some of his best League of Legends this summer split in today's series.
A lot of things bode well for 100 Thieves in this game, namely the big gold lead, but topside's getting pressured at the moment since they know Dragon's being taken. Let's see what Immortals can do with it. 4 people have been brought to the party.
Sniper pops the Dominus, tries to kill the wave as fast as possible, but it's against 4 Immortals members. Hang on, Ayla with the quickness. Will try to stall some time. Sniper, another Battle Dance shield. It's not enough. Mask finishes him off, and the rest of Immortals back off from the tower aggro.
Yep, Kalista ult invested. That's kill number 1. Here comes number 2.
He gets slept. Ayla with the grand entrance under the tower, but it's not enough. Tactical gets another kill for himself.
Do River and Quid collect here? That's 4v2. River and Quid are here, but honestly, I think it's already done. Unless Immortals make a mistake. Yeah. All right, nicely done there from Immortals. They get their couple kills. They get a little bit back into this game, chopping down on that gold lead. Very, very necessary for them. And necessary that they didn't give any exit kills to 100 Thieves. If you give any more money over to Quid at this stage, you are in for a rude awakening. That Blade of the Rune King Yone can get very, very scary very, very quickly here. And Quid known to win quite a few games with the pick. Meanwhile, bottom side Tomo hiding out Castle pretty easily.
It is definitely fine. River and Quid in our pip-up camera, taking up the Rift Herald. Gonna give themselves another tool to take out these towers on the outer ring. Immortals just waiting for the next dragon, which is not going to be for another 3.5 minutes.
Now, a problem I see emerging for Immortals later on is going to be how do we deal with the side lane pressure? 100 Thieves are really set up well to split push, with Sniper, of course, getting so many visits from River early on to get his 1,000 gold lead on the Renekton. He's going to be a menace split pushing, and then Quid, even though Quid is individually down to Mask, getting the kills here has allowed him to get to his power breakpoints, and so you're going to be dealing with 2 pretty strong split pushers, and Immortals, I foresee a scenario where they're just going to have to force team fights and make use of their Nautilus, make use of some like Flash Lilia plays to try and punish the rest of 100 Thieves. Unless, if they don't do that, like the map is going to continue like bleed gold. This is a little bit further when the outer towers do go down, but one of those outer towers is under fire at the moment, and Immortals trying to defend. They do call our Mayo over as well to clean that up, so only a little bit of chip damage done, but of course you always also see all the extra vision that is laid in your jungle after you lost pressure, so
It's definitely a big relief that Immortals secured a majority of the grubs this game, because the way that 100 Thieves are playing the map, trying to pressure those turrets, had they gotten the majority of the grubs, I imagine that a lot of these outer turrets would have already been taken out thanks to that power. So Immortals still doing a decent job of controlling their macro play and keeping the game even. And it's very similar to the first game, where both of these teams make small moves, explosive action happens, but no sizable advantages are actually realized. And it's going to come down to later stages in the game where these big engages from both teams are going to matter so much if they connect onto the back.
So you don't think 100 Thieves have a pretty sizable advantage right now? Because I think it's pretty sizable with, like, because the map is just going to be really hard for Immortals to retake control of. Like, this tower is dead. Topside is fully warded up if we look at, Immortals jungle. So the difference in this game to me is a lot to comp too, because Immortals drafted really heavily for a lot of their lanes, and they're down so early because of all the Nidalee ganks on topside. So to me, maybe it just seems way more difficult for Immortals to be able to pull that off than last time around. But maybe they've got some magic in their pockets here.
Yeah, maybe I'm hopeful on Tactical and Mass to be able to dodge a lot of the engage tools, because none of it other than Renekton is point and click. Ayla does have to go pretty far to charm them with quickness, right? So in my head, if Immortals are playing the execution of these fights well and setting up that fortress, it should be pretty difficult to lock down Mask and Tactical.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off. Dragon is coming up very shortly, so let's see what the call is. Do they want to hard force? This jungle is already getting a flash. That's a good sign.
That's good.
For Immortals at the very least. You mentioned Ayla, though. Once that quickness does come off of cooldown, the return possibility of 100 Thieves really does get there.
Quid is just going to eat some damage there from Ole and Mask, but he's always safe thanks to the Soul Unbound. Now the rest of 100 Thieves, they know that the third dragon of the game has just spawned, but they've taken a majority of their vision control fighting for Baron. So now it's on them to see if they want to lean it over towards the bottom side. The Rift Herald just spawned. They're going to be trying to knock out this tier 1, and that will open up the map further for 100 Thieves, and it will make it harder for Immortals to fight for control again.
We almost had like a double Rift Herald here with Sniper using the super blast cone. He wanted to have some fun too.
He just wanted to charge in there as well. Immortals almost getting that pick off, but 100 Thieves, first one onto the Dragon.
Yeah, again, I just think the map control here is going to be really nice for 100 Thieves. So they get a mid tower and a Dragon and trade for their top tower. Mask, you know, to Immortal's side is at least pressuring Quid off of these waves. And he has the extra luxury of being able to call the whole rest of his team, since 100 Thieves and Quid know that they don't have any backup for him split pushing, and they have to respect when Mask moves in. So Mask is at the very least able to get the consolation prize and trade back one outer tower taken here for Immortals, and he uses that money on the solo gold from that outer tower to pick up an Essence Reaver on this Lucian. Meanwhile, love this from Quid. He's got an Iceborne Gauntlet. This is actually one of my favorite split-pushing Yone builds, where you go Bork early, because that item is just insane for Yone, into double AD carries. So you go into your Iceborne Gauntlet, even though there is a Lilia and a Rumble on the opposing team. When you have Iceborne, these AD carries just have such a difficult time of dealing with you at all. It is so difficult. So we'll see Quid really be able to harass, especially Kalista and Lucian here, chopping down on their mobility and making it very difficult for them. As we see 4 people on top side, though, Immortals are trying to defend with 3, but 100 Thieves are bringing the extra numbers.
Dredge line onto Ayla. Tomo's here for the chase. Quickness flash right on top of Tactical. Pops the barrier. Still trying to survive, but Quid gets in, and River gets the last blow. Here comes Sniper. He teleported into the fight as well. The equalizer does not deter the 100 Thieves from succeeding with the dive. Now Armeo joins the fight, finds a 2-man sleep. Can they follow up? Mask is way too low to dash in aggressively. Tomo and Sniper eating a lot of chip damage as Armeo has an angle to get in there. Ole trying to keep him under the tower. Ayla grand entrance, Sniper with the flash, and they still outplay it. Mask will fall, and Armeo full HP. Can he salvage this play? Can he find at least one trade? The Q flash, but Tomo, I think, flashed the bluing blows. He's not affected. They're kiting out Armeo. River finished off Ole, and now Armeo is completely isolated. Gets in range for 1 Q, but it doesn't matter. 100 Thieves are rolling this game over.
That Lilia was giga useless. Oh man, that was really rough for Immortals. And 100 Thieves.
Kobe, you know what I said about not having a sizable advantage? I'm so sorry. I take that all back. 100 Thieves have more than a sizable advantage now, and Immortals are in dire straits.
Oh man, I love that Tomo had the confidence to call his saving of 100 Thieves before the game too. You know, like I said, I ran into him ahead of even the first game as they were arriving to the studio here, and he was super confident. He was all smiles, really happy to be back on the LCS stage. So, you know, I'm just, as an individual, you know, happy for him to see him find the success, because it can definitely be such a trial to bounce in between NACL and LCS, and you know, him tweeting out that he was going to save him and having that really big play in game number 1, having some confident Zeri here for 100 Thieves, and it really looking like 100 Thieves are going to be able to 2-0 Immortals here and kick them out once again from playoffs. Is really massive stuff for this 100 Thieves roster moving forward, because if you add a new player right before playoffs, sometimes, like, I mean, that is a new random variable, right? If you're bringing him in, and you know, they seem to be very complimentary of him, talking about his comms as well as his play. So
look at Team Liquid from summer last year. Harry was benched and APA stepped in, and the synergy at the time between him and Pioshik just worked. You know, they couldn't necessarily always be speaking the same language, which, by the way, Team Liquid C9, tomorrow, guys, that is our match of the week, potentially match of the summer regular season.
Match of the century!
Kobe doing a better job of selling it than I am. My bad. Next time I see that graphic pop up, I'm going to full send it. 100 Thieves, back to this series. 5,000 gold. Okay, Team Liquid and Cloud9 tomorrow! Match of the century, match of the millennium, match of the ages! Rate it out of 10.
Love it. You're 10 out of 10.
Okay, okay.
There you go.
Boom. Twitch chat.
I am
rate it.
I am by far the easiest of the Olympic judges, though. So
the easiest to impress.
I give 10s the most.
Well, we'll go back to the lounge to see what they rated. Anyway, 100 Thieves, Quid, getting a decent poke onto Armeo. He's totally fine with the Iceborne Gauntlet build. Very tanky. Fate's Call, forced to use by Tactical. Sniper on the right side flank. A teleport is coming in. Mask joins the fray. Sniper is popped, but they lose two immediately back. River completely undeterred by Armeo in the backline as Quid just picks up a triple with ease. 100 Thieves, 14-5, are now starting up the Baron.
They're starting it up, and I would be willing to bet that they finish it as well. Armeo, maybe you go run for the dragon and try and get an objective bounty at least, but this Baron, I will say will get at least 3 towers with this Baron power play.
3 towers.
3 towers. Although Immortals are going to get an objective bounty shutdown, take a look at how little this does to the gold lead. Chop it down to a measly 7K.
All right, Twitch chat, over or under 3 towers with this Baron buff. Let's go. I want to see it. I want to see if we're going to go over 3 towers. You know what? I'm just going to put my name in the hat. I think they can just take the game off of this one Baron push, Kobe.
Okay, so you want Nexus Explosion while they're still wearing purple.
Correct.
Okay.
I think
All
it
right,
could happen.
I like it. One-upping again. Mid lane getting pushed, though. Looks like Sniper down bottom side. Going to have a little bit longer to wait. Meanwhile, I guess they're not going to be able to sync up. Pretty easy, though, to just rotate on over. So continue pushing mid lane plus bottom lane. And then, honestly, just see if Immortals make a mistake on these secondary towers. If I was Immortals, I would not fully commit to a fight on the secondary towers. Wait to inhibitor towers. It's a lot easier to get miracle, game-winning comeback plays on those.
Flash from Ayla locks up Mask. Toma tries to follow up, but Mask flashes away from danger. The teleport is canceled due to the turret destruction. Immortals are now going to have to wait on Castle to complete the recall so he can join for the defense of the base.
Okay, no QSS or flash for Mask now.
2 towers.
That Lucian is very, very worried at the moment.
Quid.
So is Armeo.
Wait, Quid just solo kills Armeo in the face of Tactical. He can't do anything to save his jungler. Teleport is now coming in from Sniper as he will rejoin the battle to end this game, to end this series. 100 Thieves on the doorsteps of Immortals Nexus as Quid will rejoin the fight on the bottom side of the map. Tactical flashing forward, a last-ditch Hail Mary. Sniper dashes right on top of him. The Crocodile will slice Tactical where he stands, and he's working on Mask's Nest. The empowered, ruthless Predator finishes off the second marksman from Immortals, and that's it, folks. Immortals' dreams are crushed. They are eliminated from playoffs once again by 100 Thieves in the same story. Week 6 brings horrors back to this organization as 100 Thieves will take this series 2-0.
Oh, Armeo is going to be the last one to watch as the Nexus explodes and 100 Thieves once again eliminates Immortals from playoffs contention. Tomo is here. He said he's going to save 100 Thieves. And they get a 2-0. Nice Azeri, Mr. Tomo. No deaths in the second game. 100 Thieves in the second game was just, man, they steamrolled them. River on the Nidalee, up top side, playing towards Sniper, towards his Renekton. Quid getting some of those early kills in the Rift Herald fight and becoming an absolute menace. Nice stuff here as 100 Thieves wrap up game number 2.
And I know that Sniper mentioned going into this week on socials that you know, this split has been super stressful for him. The mental strain has been wearing on a majority of the members, but he had full faith in his team to still be scaling on up, that they had more to show. I know that in spring, a lot of criticisms were thrown their way about how the best of ones favored them more once they got into playoffs and how maybe that magic was a facade. But 100 Thieves are still holding strong. They're still showing more growth as the year plays out. We have to remind ourselves, this is one of the youngest rosters in the entire league. And for 100 Thieves to pull up not just clutch, but in a dominating fashion in Game 2, goes to show that 100 Thieves still have stuff to show for playoffs.
Getting very exciting, and I'm even more excited for tomorrow. You talked about it, but Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, I am so hyped for this game. Still undefeated, our two #1 teams battling it out, having some trash talk beforehand. Jat did a really nice interview with APA and JoJo, the two mid laners there, talking about the matchup as well. Everything really building up for that clash at the top of the LCS tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Match of the ages, as Kobe called it. So you make sure that you get your butts back in either these seats or at home watching tomorrow between Team Liquid and Cloud9. But with that, y'all, we're going to be tossing it over to the stage. We'll be joining Basil, Sniper, and Tomo for the interview.
Hello, guys. We're joined by
Sniper
and
Tomo.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with your victory, you've knocked out Immortals. Tomo, how does it feel to be back? You've been gone for a hot second now, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to be back, and it feels even better that it's Immortals because it's like a pretty easy game. So.
Oh my god!
Oh, already?
I didn't even need to start the trash talk. You already got it. I saw your tweet saying, you know, you're going to bring 100 Thieves back. Do you feel like you brought them back today?
I mean, I'm definitely here to help. I think we had a pretty good weekend or a week of scrims, and I think the team's really accommodating for me. So I've been a pretty good fit, I feel like.
And Sniper, I would say your performance, you know, throughout the split has been very consistent, very good. How do you feel having your new ADC Tomo?
I mean, it feels amazing, to be honest. He's just been an amazing teammate, good player, and it showed today, you know, like, you popped off, bro. So let's just keep it up, and yeah, we'll do good things.
Well, that's great. You guys have one more match until playoffs. So with that being said, is there a champion that you feel like you really want to lock in that you haven't gotten a chance to play yet?
You want to go first?
You go first.
I mean, I don't want to say anything about that yet, but...
I mean, no leaks,
No
but,
leak?
you know, it could be anything.
Okay, it would obviously be Riven, because I only played like one game of Riven so far this split, so... Or last split, sorry, so definitely Riven, if I get the chance to.
And Tomo?
Maybe Smolder.
Smolder?
I am the world's first, so...
Well, that's great because I actually want you guys to draw the champions that you want to play.
Oh, that was a bait.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it was a bait. It was a bait. Sorry, I had to set you guys up. So who wants to go first?
You got it, bro.
I'll go first. Why not?
So I, you know, gave your guys a little nice area to draw on.
Nice.
Feel free to take your time, but don't take too much time. I don't know if you guys watched Jensen. He took about a minute to realize he had to draw a cat. So take your time.
Okay, wait, sorry, should I put this on?
I can hold it for you.
You got it? Thank you. Okay, where do I even start? Like, I think she has like one of these.
Do you know what weapon she has?
She has a sword.
Okay, good. Because for Jax, you thought he also had a sword, right?
We don't talk about it, you know, like, that was like 2 months ago, so.
Okay.
But, okay, I'm reformed now. But I'm gonna draw like can I draw skins of like Riven?
I guess so.
Okay, so bunny ears, I think these are how bunny ears look like. Even though they look like Batman, but, we draw a cat? Wait, so like, wait, how do I draw the face?
You know, take your time, bro. I seriously, I don't even.
Oh, frick. What is that? Yo, I just messed up the face. Is there like an eraser?
Oh.
Yo, I'm like so nervous, by the way.
No, you're fine. What
did I just do here?
Tomo, can you provide some encouraging words for your teammate? Maybe he can perform a little better.
Bro, you're a zoomer. Like, you can draw.
Oh, yeah, thank you, bro.
Oh, wow.
Some kindergarten drawing.
Kindergarten drawing? Okay, I'm gonna draw. Okay, I'm gonna draw the Riven.
Wow, this is amazing.
Wow. This is still Riven, right?
Yeah, this is still Riven.
Okay.
And then like, she's happy. Draw the eyes there as well.
Oh my god.
Then, okay, this is like the hard part. I have no idea how to draw a sword, so like.
That's the hard part, not this.
Yeah, not this is.
Okay.
Look,
Okay.
It looks like Riven. Does it not? You know?
Uh-huh.
For sure it looks like her. but.
So we're still in the ribbon drawing. I'm excited to see what your smolder drawing is
Oh,
gonna
I'm
look like.
even worse at drawing maybe than this.
How do you draw a sword? Again. Oh, you know, I just got called it dumb. Oh, God.
Don't listen to them, bro. You're doing great.
I'm doing great. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, I think this is like kind of.
That's amazing.
All right. Wow.
It looks okay, you know. Like,
Would you like to sign your beautiful piece of art?
Sorry?
Would you like to sign it? Give it a little signature?
Sure, yeah. I can do my infamous signature.
This is going as fast as the drawing as well.
Oh, yeah, for
Yeah?
sure. No, we don't talk about that. You like the scope there?
Mm-hmm. Wow, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And would you like to
My
draw
turn?
your smolder? So your teammate was very encouraging, you know, to you in your drawing. Would you like to encourage your teammate in his drawing skills?
I mean, you got this, bro. Like, I don't know if I have much hope in you, to be honest, because.
Whoa, don't say that, don't say that.
No, but just do whatever feels natural, you know? Like, yeah.
I'll do my best.
Try your best.
I played some Scriblio with my friends, so maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's more experience than I think
Yeah,
you have,
me,
you know?
obviously, yeah.
Have you ever drawn a dragon before? Oh, that's so cute.
Definitely not. There's like fire coming out. Like.
Wait, does Smolder have like a stash? Like a mustache? Or is that.
No, this is terrible.
No, hey, no, it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress.
And then,
Wow.
Are you doing good?
You're doing great. No, like, you're
Yeah, I'm
doing
sorry, I'm sorry.
great. You're
Yeah,
doing
no,
great.
Just keep it up. Oh, it is another
How do I
cat.
draw the body?
That's for you to draw and for me to judge after, I guess.
All right, he's gonna be standing.
Okay.
Be standing.
Um.
Oh, it's not a flying dragon?
So.
Just do like what I do.
Are those his?
Like the easiest thing?
Okay, wings.
Oh.
Those are not wings. But
Sorry. Sorry. I assumed they were
I
wings.
do need to draw wings.
You're welcome. I actually helped you. It kind of looks like a seal. I'm gonna be completely honest.
Seal. Oh my god. No, it doesn't look like a seal. Oh, that's actually good, bro. That's actually good. Yeah.
Wow, you actually clutched it up.
Wings.
Let's go, Tomo.
And throw stubs as legs.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, no, just keep it up. Yeah.
And then how does this? Oh yeah, the horns.
We're helping him way too much. He doesn't know this information. You want to play the champion? You don't even know he has horns? Wow. No, wait, why do they both kind of look the same, by the way?
Mine is way better. Mine is way better. I have so much detail.
True.
Yeah, I can see that, honestly. I did nothing with mine. It's like not creative.
All right, let's rate the drawings. Who do you think did better? Do you guys think Sniper did better? If you think so, cheer.
Let's go.
Boo.
Why are we booing our teammate?
Yeah, I was gonna say, bro.
And what do you guys think about Tomos? Let's get some cheers.
Oh my god.
Well, thank you guys for participating in this, and congratulations on the win. And yeah, I hope you guys had a fun time. Good luck on your next match as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. And if we could take it back to the lounge.
Bye.
Boy.
We have
That's crazy.
some artists.
Look, I drew
That was
something
spectacular.
coming into
Okay,
this.
no, that is Basil's drawing.
That's me. So as you can see, I'm excellent at this.
You're calling yourself kind of bald?
Okay, that's not about me. That's about an
I'm
arrow,
kind
I
of sad I didn't get to draw
that's
today.
an arrow, then that's not you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm kind of sad I didn't get to draw today. It would have been fun.
Yeah, you're too good. It would have been.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it would have just been like, oh yeah, let's watch two people really good at drawing. So
Yeah, we
anyway.
don't want that kind of content.
Yeah, we don't want that kind of
Not at
content. It's all
all, not at
about
all,
bad
not at all.
drawings today. Let's
Yeah.
check out the players of the series from the two games.
What the hell was that?
The drawings are hiding. We got some Zeri enjoyers.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Some Zeri performances.
Zeri meta!
She's back.
Dude, I missed it. I missed
Yeah. Do you? Did you?
The death of AD
Really?
carry solo laners
Yeah.
is greatly
Yeah, it
exaggerated.
was
Homo was
greatly
an AD carry.
exaggerated.
That's true.
Bot laner.
So Jensen locked in the Zeri, made some mistakes, ended up being part of the game-winning team fight in game one, and then his game two actually did look way more solid. And then Chomo coming in for 100 Thieves is really interesting because the way that they played last split was so heavily focused on solo laners, and then Meech playing something, again, like Senna, Seraphine. Tomo looked way better on the Zeri, and they didn't even do the Dignitas special where they're like, they had XU wrap around to like gank, get him ahead. Him and Isles were always ahead back when he was on the LCS previously. So nice showing for him with 100 Thieves to get the 2-0.
And it has to be a really tough week for the 100 Thieves squad because, I mean, going through a lot
For the people out there in the chat, send a lot of love to Meech out there because it's not easy to make a decision like that, to recognize yourself, you know, the mental health is not strong, and so trying to be able to deal with that. So then, of course, the team making that swap for Tomo and then playing around that, rallying around that, and I think that especially at this stage of the split, the most crucial point for them, it decides whether they make playoffs or not. Credit to the team able to kind of rallying around that. Yeah, Tomo had a great series. It was actually really good to see because usually as an AD carry, I don't know if it's the hardest or the easiest role to just slot in. I guess it's one of the easiest roles.
It's definitely the easiest.
Because you're just following the squad anyways.
Yeah.
But then it's just about what kind of information he's able to provide. And so even just hearing from Golden Glue saying that he is like really talkative and he's like still providing quite a bit, so it's a thumbs up to Tomo. Welcome back.
Let's check out the highlights from the first series as well as the series we just saw. First series. It's weird for me to say that we only had 4 games today and that these were both 2-0s because game 1
didn't feel like
both series was so incredibly close.
And like NRG is really gonna want this game 1 back in particular. I think the big thing coming out of this series though is that with Dig getting this 2-0, it opens up so much for every team that was 1-4 today in the standings because even if we don't have many series left to be played, there's still more games to be played because it's a best of 3. And also, it's so heavily dependent on your strength of schedule.
Yeah, and I mean, game 1, I really liked NRG's comp. I thought they were playing quite well up until the very tail end of it. Then Dignitas, I think, in game 2 had a really good composition. And they just said that they didn't expect the draft. I mean, a lot of teams don't expect to be handed an Ashe. So I would expect that that's going to be throwing wrench in the works there. And then as we go into the second series of the day, this one was unexpected because Tactical had a great game.
He did. Game 1 looked completely in Immortals' control.
Yep.
As Tactical was getting super fed, can't believe that one hit.
Yeah.
Then apparently that's how it ended. We're gonna just avoid the throws completely and get into game 2 where it is actually game 2. After losing the way that they did in game 1, mentally it's very hard to bounce back in game 2. And then they fell behind with this Callista Lucian Lilia comp that really needs to play from ahead. And it just, they got steamrolled in game 2 for sure.
Yeah, and it's just so tough. Obviously, IMT now out of playoff contention completely.
Yeah.
But 100 Thieves in control of their own destiny going forward, which is kind of cool, right? Because you do have to look at the strength of schedule and like who people still have to face, like NRG, for example, are now in a really tough spot because they face TL. But being in control of your own destiny and knowing that if you can win, you're in is just a very nice feeling.
Especially against the Shopify Rebellion that no one really has a pulse on. No one really knows where they're at. Are they technically the best, the 4th best team? Like, even though they can't maybe make it to standings, like, sure, they can cover that distance, but right now, the performance that they had last week really puts in line, like, a question of, like, how good are they really? So that's going to be a tough one for 100 Thieves to get past.
Well, let's pull up the standings because they are still very compressed, but we have 2 new teams at 2 wins. So Dig, 100 Thieves, NRG all moving up to 2. Only 6 playoff spots though, so Shopify's game against FlyQuest tomorrow going to be really important to make sure they are not outside of the playoffs. You can see Immortals are eliminated from playoffs. Even if they win that next game, their game record will not be good enough to force any tiebreakers. So let's look at what we have on store tomorrow. Cloud9 and Team Liquid, match of the millennia. 2 undefeated LCS teams meeting in week 6 for the first time in LCS history. Format helped with that, but still amazing, amazing game that is first up tomorrow. And then a lot of implications on FlyQuest versus Shopify because FlyQuest can actually still sneak in to top 2, which will be a playoff bye. Here's a reminder of the NACL summer schedule for the rest of the year. We are currently at August 3rd, so they're going to be playing today and tomorrow.
True.
So that's it for us for today.
Yeah, and thank you guys for watching. Thanks, Basil, for joining us. That was a lot of fun.
I love the drawing
I looked her at the beginning of the day.
Yep.
She managed to recover as she went on, of course. Look,
Raz is lying. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific.
We were not bringing it up. You're dunking on yourself.
C9 and TL are going to be playing tomorrow. Now we're going to be sending it over to LCS Challengers. Goodbye, good night, good afternoon. I'm not sure. It was a fast day, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Take it easy, guys.
Shield in 7. Okay.
Ashe is only down.
Yo, be careful. Ezreal's 1 HP. Ashe no flash. Ash dead. Ash dead. Come on. I have shield now. Careful as rock. Careful as rock. I have shield now.
Cook him, cook him.
God, my team is so good, bro. Like that?
We're so low, no?
We're pathetic. I should kill him. No,
Whoa. Relax.
Looking.
Top in two.
Nice. Watch Zeri.
We start Nash with our ults, please.
Jensen finds yet another kill. A beautiful grab coming out from Licorice. FBI flashing away from the Strangle Thorns. Immediately has to cleanse as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is looking to run him down. Palafox dies again. Dokla dies next to him. It's a bloodbath.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Nice!
DC can win!
Congratulations to Dignitas.
Armeo's caught in this pit, but Sniper just needs to ward him in. Meanwhile, in the mid, River is actually taken out. Oh, Ayla's in, finds Armeo. I don't think he still has flash from the fight before. Almost gets taken down by the calling. The ignite from Ayla will finally finish him off. Ole gets stiffed by Ayla as he flashes in onto Mass. The re-engage from Ayla or Ole is good. River tries to hold off as long as he can. Sniper trying to save this fight. Tomo skates on over to the left. Sniper now has to escort him from the rest of Immortals, but he's not going to be able to do it. Ruthless Predator finishes off the second marksman from Immortals. And that's it, folks. Immortals' dreams are crushed. They are eliminated from playoffs once again by 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves once again eliminates Immortals from playoffs contention.